Section 18 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis, Part 4, Chapter 32. Attempts of the United States Government to overthrow states. Military Governor of Tennessee appointed. Object: arrests and imprisonments. Measures attempted. Oath required of voters. A convention to amend the state constitution. Results: attempt in Louisiana. Martial law. Barbarities inflicted. Invitation of plantations. Order of General Butler, No. 28. Execution of Mumford. Judicial system set up. Civil affairs to be administered by military authority. Order of President Lincoln for a provisional court. A military court sustained by the army. Words of the Constitution. Necessity, the reason given for the power to create the court. This doctrine fatal to the Constitution, involves its subversion. Cause of our withdrawal from the Union. Fundamental principles unchanged by force. The contest is not over. The strife not ended. When the war closed, who were the victors? Let the verdict of mankind decide. On the capture of Nashville on February 25, 1862, Andrew Johnson was made military governor of Tennessee, with the rank of brigadier general, and immediately entered on the duties of his office. This step was taken by the President of the United States under the pretense of executing that provision of the Constitution which is in these words, quote, "The United States shall guarantee to every State in this Union a republican form of government." End quote. The administration was conducted according to the will and pleasure of the governor, which was the supreme law. Public officers were required to take an oath of allegiance to the United States government, and upon refusal were expelled from office. Newspaper offices were closed and their publication suppressed. Subsequently, the offices were sold out under the provisions of the Confiscation Act. All persons using treasonable and seditious language were arrested and required to take the oath of allegiance to the government of the United States and give bonds for the future, or to go into exile. Clergymen, upon their refusal to take the oath, were confined in the prisons until they could be sent away. School teachers and editors, and finally large numbers of private citizens, were arrested and held until they took the oath. Conflicts became frequent in the adjacent country. Murders and the violent destruction of property ensued. On October 21, 1862, an order for an election of members of the United States Congress in the 9th and 10th State Districts was issued. Every voter was required to give satisfactory evidence of loyalty to the Northern government. 2 persons were chosen and admitted to seats in that body. That portion of the state in the possession of the forces of the United States continued without change, under the authority of the military governor, until the beginning of 1864. Measures were then commenced by the governor for an organization of a state government in sympathy with the government of the United States. These measures were subsequently known as the Process for State Reconstruction. The governor issued his proclamation for an election of county officers on March 5th, to be held in the various counties of the state whenever it was practicable. "It is not expected," says the governor, "that the enemies of the United States will propose to vote, nor is it intended that they be permitted to vote or hold office." In addition to the possession of the usual qualifications, the voter was required to take the following oath: quote, "I solemnly swear that I will henceforth support the Constitution of the United States and defend it against the assaults of all its enemies; that I will hereafter be, and conduct myself as, a true and faithful citizen of the United States, freely and voluntarily claiming to be subject to all the duties and obligations, and entitled to all the rights and privileges of such citizenship; that I ardently desire the suppression of the present insurrection and rebellion against the government of the United States, the success of its armies, and the defeat of all those who oppose them; and that the Constitution of the United States, and all laws and proclamations made in pursuance thereof, may be speedily and permanently established and enforced over all the people, states, and territories thereof; and, further, that I will hereafter aid and assist all loyal people in the accomplishment of these results." Thus to invoke the Constitution was like Satan quoting Scripture. The election was a failure, and all further efforts at reconstruction were for a time suspended. An attempt was made at the end of 1864 to obtain a so-called convention to amend the state constitution, and a body was assembled which, without any regular authority, adopted amendments. These were submitted to the voters on February 22, 1865, and declared to be ratified by a vote of 25,000 in a state where the vote, in 1860, was 145,000. Slavery was abolished, other changes made, so-called state officers elected, and this body of voters was proclaimed as a reconstructed state of Tennessee and one of the United States. Such was the method adopted in Tennessee to execute the provision of the Constitution which says, quote, "The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government." End quote. The next attempt to guarantee a republican form of government to a state was commenced in Louisiana by the military occupation of New Orleans on May 1, 1862. The United States forces were under the command of Major General Benjamin F. Butler. Martial law was declared, and Brigadier General George F. Shepley was appointed military governor of the state. It is unnecessary to relate in detail the hostile actions which were committed, as they had no resemblance to such warfare as is alone permissible by the rules of international law or the usages of civilization. Some examples taken from contemporaneous publications of temperate tone will suffice. Peaceful and aged citizens, unresisting captives, and noncombatants were confined at hard labor with chains attached to their limbs, and held in dungeons and fortresses. Others were subjected to a like degrading punishment for selling medicine to the sick soldiers of the Confederacy. The soldiers of the invading force were incited and encouraged by general orders to insult and outrage the wives and mothers and sisters of the citizens, and helpless women were torn from their homes and subjected to solitary confinement, some in fortresses and prisons, and one especially on an island of barren sand under a tropical sun, and were fed with loathsome rations and exposed to vile insults. Prisoners of war, who surrendered to the naval forces of the United States on the agreement that they should be released on parole, were seized and kept in close confinement. Repeated pretexts were sought or invented for plundering the inhabitants of the captured city, by fines levied and collected under threat of imprisonment at hard labor with ball and chain. The entire population were forced to elect between starvation by the confiscation of all their property and taking an oath against their conscience to bear allegiance to the invader. Egress from the city was refused to those whose fortitude stood the test, and even to lone and aged women and to helpless children, and after being ejected from their houses and robbed of their property, they were left to starve in the streets or subsist on charity. The slaves were driven from the plantations in the neighborhood of New Orleans until their owners consented to share their crops with the commanding general, his brother, and other officers. When such consent had been extorted, the slaves were restored to the plantations and compelled to work under the bayonets of a guard of United States soldiers. Where that partnership was refused, armed expeditions were sent to the plantations to rob them of everything that could be removed. And even slaves too aged and infirm for work were, in spite of their entreaties, forced from the homes provided by their owners, and driven to wander helpless on the highway. By an order, No. 91, the entire property in that part of Louisiana west of the Mississippi River was sequestrated for confiscation, and officers were assigned to the duty, with orders to gather up and collect the personal property and turn over to the proper officers, upon their receipts, such of it as might be required for the use of the United States Army, and to bring the remainder to New Orleans and cause it to be sold at public auction to the highest bidders. This was an order which, if it had been executed, would have condemned to punishment by starvation at least 250,000 of persons, of all ages, sexes, and conditions. The African slaves, also, were not only incited to insurrection by every license and encouragement, but numbers of them were armed for a servile war, which, in its nature, as exemplified in other lands, far exceeds the horrors and merciless atrocities of savages. In many instances the officers were active and zealous agents in the commission of these crimes, and no instance was known of the refusal of any one of them to participate in the outrages. The order of Major General Butler, to which reference is made above, was as follows: Headquarters, Department of the Gulf, New Orleans. As officers and soldiers of the United States have been subject to repeated insults from women calling themselves ladies of New Orleans, in return for the most scrupulous non-interference and courtesy on our part, it is ordered hereafter when any female shall, by mere gesture or movement, insult or show contempt for any officers or soldiers of the United States, she shall be regarded and held liable to be treated as a woman about town plying her vocation. By command of Major General Butler. This order was issued on May 15, 1862, and known as General Order No. 28. Another example was the cold-blooded execution of William B. Mumford on June 7th. He was an unresisting and non-combatant captive, and there was no offense ever alleged to have been committed by him subsequent to the date of the capture of the city. He was charged with aiding and abetting certain persons in hauling down a United States flag hoisted on the Mint, which was left there by a boat's crew on the morning of April 26th, and 5 days before the military occupation of the city. He was tried before a military commission, sentenced, and afterward hanged. On December 15, 1862, Major General N.P. Banks took command of the military forces, and Major General Butler retired. The military governor, early in August, had attempted to set on foot a judicial system for the city and state. For this purpose he appointed judges to 2 of the district courts, of which the judges were absent, and authorized a third, who held a commission dated anterior to 1861, to resume the sessions. This was an establishment of 3 new courts, with the jurisdiction and powers pertaining to the courts that previously bore their names, by a military officer representing the executive of the United States. These were the only courts within the territory of the state held by the United States forces which claimed to have civil jurisdiction, but this jurisdiction was limited to citizens of the parish of Orleans, as against defendants residing in the state. As to other residents of the state, outside the parish of Orleans, there was no court in which they could be sued. In this condition several parishes were held by the United States forces. It was therefore necessary to take another step in order to enable the military power to administer civil affairs. This involved, as every reader must perceive, a complete subversion of the fundamental principles of social organization. According to this advanced step, the military power, instituted by an organization of its own, creates for itself a new nature, fixes at will its rules and modes of action, and determines the limits of its power. It absorbs by force the civil functions, with absolute disregard of the fundamental principle that the military shall be subject to the civil authority. This attempt to administer civil affairs on the basis of military authority involved, as has been said, the subversion of fundamental principles. The military power may remove obstacles to the exercise of the civil authority, but when these are removed, it can not enter the forum, put on the toga, and sit in judgment upon civil affairs, any more than the hawk becomes the dove by assuming her plumage. However, the next step was taken. It consisted in the publication of the following order by the President of the United States. Executive Mansion, Washington, October 20th, 1862. The insurrection which has for some time prevailed in several of the states of this Union, including Louisiana, having temporarily subverted and swept away the civil institutions of that state, including the judiciary and the judicial authorities of the Union, so that it has become necessary to hold the state in military occupation, and it being indispensably necessary that there shall be some judicial tribunal existing there capable of administering justice, I have therefore thought it proper to appoint, and I do hereby constitute, a provisional court, which shall be a court of record for the State of Louisiana. And I do hereby appoint Charles A. Peabody, of New York, to be a provisional judge to hold said court, with authority to hear, try, and determine all causes civil and criminal, including causes in law, equity, revenue, and admiralty, and particularly with all such powers and jurisdiction as belong to the district and circuit courts of the United States, conforming his proceedings, so far as possible, to the course of proceedings and practice which has been customary in the courts of the United States and Louisiana, his judgment to be final and conclusive. and I do hereby authorize and empower the said judge to make and establish such rules and regulations as may be necessary for the exercise of his jurisdiction, and to appoint a prosecuting attorney, marshal, and clerk of the said court, who shall perform the functions of attorney, marshal, and clerk, according to such proceedings and practice as before mentioned, and such rules and regulations as may be made and established by said judge. These appointments are to continue during the pleasure of the President, not extending beyond the military occupation of the city of New Orleans, or the restoration of the civil authority in that city and in the State of Louisiana. These officers shall be paid out of the contingent fund of the War Department, and compensation shall be as follows: by the President, Abraham Lincoln. W. H. Seward, Secretary of State. This so-called court, as its judge said, was always governed by the rules and principles of law, adhering to all the rules and forms of civil tribunals, and avoiding everything like a military administration of justice. In criminal matters it summoned a grand jury and submitted to it all charges for examination." Yet when its judgments and mandates were to be executed, that execution could come only from the same power by which the court was constituted, and that was the military power of the United States, holding the country in military occupation. Therefore, to this end, the military and naval forces were pledged. Hence it was the military power, as has been said, administering civil affairs. The Constitution of the United States says, "The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish." This provisional court was neither ordained nor established by Congress. It had not, therefore, vested in it any of the judicial power of the United States. Neither does the Constitution give to Congress any power by which it can constitute an independent State court within the limits of any State in the Union, as Louisiana was said to be. This provisional court, therefore, was a mere instrument of martial law, constituted by the Commander-in-Chief of the United States forces, not for the usual purposes which justified the establishment of such courts, but to enter the domain of civil affairs and administer justice between man and man in the ordinary transactions of peaceful life. The ministers of martial law are the only representatives of the conqueror, and they sit in his seat of authority to relieve him from the burden of excessive duties, and to administer justice to offenders against his authority and the social welfare during his presence. On such grounds the existence of such courts is justified, but for the establishment of a court like this provisional one, no legitimate authority is to be found either in the Constitution of the United States or outside of it. Inter arma silent leges is a maxim nearly 2,000 years old. It means that, under the exercise of military power, the civil administration ceases. When called upon to state any just grounds for such a measure, the invader has usually replied that he had ex necessitata rei, the right to establish such a tribunal. Thus said the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, and Congress acquiesced. Indeed, leading the way, it had urged the same plea to justify the passage of its Confiscation Act. The judiciary has observed the silence of acquiescence. Thus, the doctrine of necessity, the rule that, in the administration of affairs, both military and civil, the necessity of the case may and does afford ample authority and power to subvert or to suspend the provisions of the Constitution, and to exercise powers and do acts unwarranted by the grants of that instrument, has apparently become incorporated as an unwritten clause of the Constitution of the United States. What, then, is this necessity? Its definition would require an explanation from the persons who act under it of the objects for which, in every instance, they act. Suffice it to say that the political wisdom of mankind has consecrated this truth as a fundamental maxim, that no man can be trusted with the exercise of power, and be, at the same time, the final judge of the limits within which that power may be exercised. It has fortified this with other maxims, such as, "Necessity is the plea of despotism. Necessity knows no law. The fathers of the Constitution of the United States sought to limit every grant of power so exactly that it should observe its bounds as invariably as a planetary body does its orbit. Yet within the first 100 years of its existence all these limits have been disregarded, and the people have silently accepted the plea of necessity. It must be manifest to every one that there has been a fatal subversion of the Constitution of the United States. In estimating the results of the war, this is one of the most deplorable, because it is self-evident that, when a constitutional government once oversteps the limits fixed for the exercise of its powers, there is nothing beyond to check its further aggression, no place where it will voluntarily halt until it reaches the subjugation of all who resist the usurpation. This was the sole issue involved in the conflict of the United States government with the Confederate States, and every other issue, whether pretended or real, partook of its nature and was subordinate to this one. Let us repeat an illustration. In strict observance of their inalienable rights, in abundant caution reserved when they formed the compact or constitution, whichever the reader pleases to call it, of the United States, the Confederate States sought to withdraw from the Union they had assisted to create, and to form a new and independent one among themselves. Then the government of the United States broke through all the limits fixed for the exercise of the powers with which it had been endowed, and, to accomplish its own will, assumed, under the plea of necessity, powers unwritten and unknown in the Constitution, that it might thereby proceed to the extremity of subjugation. Thus it will be perceived that the question still lives. Although the Confederate armies may have left the field, although the citizen soldiers may have retired to the pursuits of peaceful life, although the Confederate States may have renounced their new Union, they have proved their indestructibility by resuming their former places in the old one, where, by the organic law, they could only be admitted as republican, equal, and sovereign States of the Union. And, although the Confederacy as an organization may have ceased to exist as unquestionably as though it had never been formed, the fundamental principles, the eternal truths, uttered when our colonies in 1776 declared their independence, on which the Confederation of 1781 and the Union of 1788 were formed, and which animated and guided in the organization of the Confederacy of 1861, yet live and will survive, however crushed they may be by despotic force, however deep they may be buried under the debris of crumbling states, however they may be disavowed by the time-serving and the faint-hearted. Yet I believe they have the eternity of truth, and that in God's appointed time and place they will prevail. The contest is not over. The strife is not ended. It has only entered on a new and enlarged arena. The champions of constitutional liberty must spring to the struggle, like the armed men from the seminated dragon's teeth, until the government of the United States is brought back to its constitutional limits, and the tyrant's plea of necessity is bound in chains, strong as adamant, "for freedom's battle once begun, bequeathed by bleeding sire to son, though baffled oft, it ever won." When the war closed, who were the victors? Perhaps it is too soon to answer that question. Nevertheless, every day, as time rolls on, we look with increasing pride upon the struggle our people made for constitutional liberty. The war was one in which fundamental principles were involved, and, as force decides no truth, hence the issue is still undetermined, as has been already shown. We have laid aside our swords. We have ceased our hostility. We have conceded the physical strength of the Northern States. But the question still lives, and all nations and peoples that adopt a confederated agent of government will become champions of our cause. While contemplating the Northern States, with their federal constitution gone, ruthlessly destroyed under the tyrant's plea of necessity, their state sovereignty made a byword, and their people absorbed in an aggregated mass, no longer, as their fathers left them, protected by reserved rights against usurpation, the question naturally arises, on which side was the victory? Let the verdict of mankind decide. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Foster. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 33. Further attempts of the United States government to overthrow states. Election of members of Congress under the military governor of Louisiana. The voters required to take an oath to support the United States government. The state law violated. Proposition to hold a state convention postponed. The President's plan for making a Union state out of a fragment of a Confederate state. His proclamation. The oath required. Message. The war power our main reliance. Not a feature of the Republican government in the plan. What are the true principles? The Declaration of Independence asserts them. Who had a right to institute a government for Louisiana? Its people only. Under what principles could the government of the United States do it? As an invader, to subjugate. Effrontery and wickedness of the administration. It enforces a fiction. Attempt to make falsehood as good as truth. Proclamation for an election of state officers. Proclamation for a state convention. The monster crime against the liberties of mankind. Proceedings in Arkansas. Novel method adopted to amend the state constitution. Perversion of Republican principles in Virginia. Proceedings to create the state of West Virginia. A falsehood by act of Congress. Proceedings considered under fundamental principles. These acts sustained by the United States government. Assertion of Thaddeus Stevens. East Virginia government. Such acts caused entire subversion of states. Mere fictions thus constituted. But to resume our narration. On December 3rd, in compliance with an order of the military governor Shepley, a so-called election was held for members of the United States Congress in the 1st and 2nd state districts, each composed of about half the city of New Orleans and portions of the surrounding parishes. Those who had taken the oath of allegiance were allowed to vote. In the 1st district, Benjamin F. Flanders received 2,370 votes and all others 273. In the 2nd District, Michael Hahn received 2,799 votes, and all others 2,318. These persons presented themselves at Washington, and resolutions to admit them to seats were reported by the Committee on Elections in the House of Representatives. It was urged that the military governor had conformed in every particular to the Constitution and laws of Louisiana, so that the election had every essential of a regular election in a time of most profound peace, with the exception of the fact that the proclamation for the election was issued by the military instead of the civil governor of the state. The law required the proclamation to be issued by the civil governor, so that if these persons were admitted to seats after an election called by a military governor, Congress thereby recognized as valid a military order of a so-called executive that unceremoniously set aside a provision of the state civil law, and was anti-republican and a positive usurpation. Again, all the departments of the United States government had acted on the theory that the Confederate States were in a state of insurrection, and that the Union was unbroken. Under this theory, they could come back to the Union only with all the laws unimpaired which they themselves had made for their own government. Congress was as much bound to uphold the laws of Louisiana in all their extent and in all their parts as it was to uphold the laws of New York or any other state whose civil policy had not been disturbed. Both these persons, however, were admitted to seats, yeas 92, nays 44. The work of constituting the state of Louisiana out of the small portion of her population and of her territory held by the forces of the United States still went on. The proposition now was to hold a so-called state convention and frame a new constitution, but its advocates were so few that nothing was accomplished during the year 1863. The object of the military power was to secure such civil authority as to enforce the abolition of slavery, and until the way was clear to that result, every method of organization was held in abeyance. Meanwhile, on December 8, 1863, the President of the United States issued a proclamation which contained his plan for making a Union state out of a fragment of a Confederate state, and also granting an amnesty to the general mass of the people on taking an oath of allegiance. His plan was in these words: And I do further proclaim, declare, and make known that, whenever in any of the states of Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and North Carolina, a number of persons not less than 1/10 in number of the votes cast in such state at the presidential election of 1860, each having taken the following oath and not having since violated it, and being a qualified voter by the election laws of the state existing immediately before the so-called act of secession, and excluding all others, shall reestablish a state government which shall be republican, and in no wise contravening said oath, such shall be recognized as the true government of the state, and the state shall receive thereunder the benefits of the constitutional provision which declares that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and, on application of the legislature or the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. The oath required to be taken was as follows: I, blank, do solemnly swear in the presence of Almighty God that I will henceforth support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Union of the States thereunder, and that I will in like manner abide by and faithfully support all acts of Congress passed during the existing rebellion with reference to slaves so long and so far as not repealed, modified, or held void by Congress or by decision of the Supreme Court, and that I will in like manner abide by and faithfully support all proclamations of the President made during the existing rebellion having reference to slaves so long and so far as not modified or declared void by decision of the Supreme Court, so help me God. In a message to Congress of the same date with the preceding proclamation, the President of the United States, after explaining the objects of the proclamation, says, in the midst of other cares, however important, we must not lose sight of the fact that the war power is still our main reliance. To that power alone can we look for a time to give confidence to the people in the contested regions that the insurgent power will not again overrun them. The intelligent reader will observe that this plan of the President of the United States to restore states to the Union, to occupy the places of those which he had been attempting to destroy, does not contain a single feature to secure a republican form of government, nor a single provision authorized by the Constitution of the United States. With his usurped war power to sustain him in the work of destruction, he found it easy to destroy, but he was powerless to create or to restore. In the former case, he had gone imperiously forward, trampling underfoot every American political principle and breaking through every constitutional limitation. In the latter case, he could not advance one step without recognizing sound political principles and complying with their dictates. On each foundation he must construct, or his work would be like the house founded on the sand. It will now be shown what the true principles are, and then that the President of the United States perverted them, misstated them, and sought to reach his ends by groundless fabrications, as if he would enforce a fiction or establish a fallacy to be as good as truth. It might still be farther shown, if it had not already become self-evident, that this method was pursued with such a perversity and wickedness as to render it a characteristic feature of that war administration on whose skirts is the blood of more than 1 million of human beings. The whole science of a republican government is to be found in this sentence of the Declaration of Independence made by the representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled on July 4, 1776. It says, that to secure these rights, certain unalienable rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Thus it will be seen that civil and political sovereignty was held to be implanted by our Creator in the individual, and no human government has any original, inherent, just sovereignty whatever, and no acquired sovereignty either, beyond that which may be granted to it by the individuals as most likely to affect their safety and happiness, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, says the Declaration of Independence. All other powers than those thus derived are not just powers. Any government exercising powers not just has no right to survive. It is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, says the Declaration of Independence, and to institute a new government. Who, then, had a right to institute a republican government for Louisiana? No human beings whatever but the people of Louisiana, not the strangers, not the slaves, but the manhood that knew its rights and dared to maintain them. Under what principles, then, could a citizen of Massachusetts, whether clothed in regimentals or a civilian's dress, come into Louisiana and attempt to set up a state government? Under no principles, but only by the power of the invader and the usurper. If the true principles of a republican government had prevailed and could have been enforced when Major General Butler appeared at New Orleans, he would have been hanged on the first lamppost, and his successor, Major General Banks, would have been hanged on the second. Under what principles, then, could the government of the United States appear in Louisiana and attempt to institute a state government? As has been said above, it was the act of an invader and a usurper, yet it proposed to institute a republican state government. The absurdity of such intention is too manifest to need argument. How could an invader attempt to institute a republican state government, an act which can be done only by the free and unconstrained action of the people themselves? It has been charged that this and every similar act of the President of the United States was in violation of his duty to maintain and observe the requirements and restrictions of the Constitution, and to uphold in each state a republican form of government. To specify, the following is offered as an example. He did proclaim, declare, and make known that whenever any number of persons, not less than 1/10 of the number of voters at the last presidential election, shall reestablish a state government, which shall be republican, and in no wise contravening said oath, such shall be recognized as the true government of the state. 1/10 of the voters cannot establish a republican state government, which requires the consent of the people of the state to make its powers just, as has been shown above. Therefore, such a government had not one element of republicanism in it. But what is astonishingly remarkable is the stultification of requiring 1/10 of the people to reestablish a state government which shall be republican, and in no wise contravening said oath. Either he did not know how a republican state government was instituted, or if he knew, then he was a participant in that perversity and wickedness which was above charged to be the characteristic of his war administration. It will now be shown how he sought to enforce a fiction or establish a fallacy to be as good as truth. Of the government thus established by 1/10 of the voters, he says, "Such shall be recognized as the true government of the state, and the state shall receive thereunder the benefits of the constitutional provision which declares that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government." It is proper here to inquire who and what was the 10th to whom this power to rule the state was to be given. It will be seen by reference to the proclamation that each voter of the 1/10, in order to be qualified, is required to take an oath with certain promises in it, which are prescribed by an outside or foreign authority. This condition of itself is fatal to a republican state government that derives its just powers from the consent of the governed. Free consent, not cheerful consent, but unconstrained and unconditioned consent, is required that just powers may be derived from it. In this instance, the invader prescribes the requisite qualifications of the voter, and makes it a condition that the government established shall in no wise contravene certain stipulations expressed in the oath taken to give the qualification. A state government thus formed derives its powers from the consent of the invader, and not from the consent of the governed. It has no just powers whatever. It is a groundless fabrication. Yet the President of the United States declared, "The state shall receive thereunder the benefits of the constitutional provision which declares that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government." Is not this an attempt, while pretending to establish, to destroy true republicanism? Now, let the reader bear in mind that these remarks relate to Louisiana alone, of which more remains to be told, and that there were 11 states that withdrew from the Union, whose restoration was to be effected on this rotten system, in addition to several constitutional amendments, the adoption of which was to be effected and secured by the votes of these groundless fabrications, in which a fiction was to be considered as good as the truth. Having attained all these facts which are yet to be stated, he may begin to form some estimate of the remnants of the Constitution, and of the probable existence of any true union of the States. To proceed with the narration. Under the above-mentioned proclamation of the President of the United States, Major General Banks issued at New Orleans on January 11, 1864, a proclamation for an election of State officers and for members of a State Constitutional Convention. The state officers, when elected, were to constitute, as the proclamation said, the civil government of the state under the Constitution and laws of Louisiana, except so much of the said Constitution and laws as recognize, regulate, or relate to slavery, which, being inconsistent with the present condition of public affairs, and plainly inapplicable to any class of persons now existing within its limits, must be suspended. The number of votes given for state officers was 10,270. The population of the state in 1860 was 708,902. The so-called government was inaugurated on March 4th, and on March 11th he was invested with the powers hitherto exercised by the military governor for the President of the United States. On the same day, Major General Banks issued an order relative to the election of delegates to a so-called state convention. The most important provisions of it defined the qualifications of voters. The delegates were elected entirely within the army lines of the forces of the United States. The so-called convention assembled and adopted a so-called constitution declaring instantaneous, universal, uncompensated, unconditional emancipation of slaves. The meager vote on the Constitution was, for its adoption, 6,836, for its rejection, 1,566. The vote of New Orleans was yeas 4,664, nays 789. This state of affairs continued after the close of the war. Violent disputes arose as to the validity of the so-called Constitution. The so-called legislature elected under it adopted Article 13 as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, prohibiting the existence of slavery in the United States. It will be seen from these facts that the state of Louisiana was not a republican state instituted by the consent of the governed, that its legislature was an unconstitutional body without any just powers, and that the vote which it gave for the amendment of the Constitution of the United States was no vote at all, for it was given by a body that had no authority to give it, because it had no just powers whatever. Yet this vote was counted among those necessary to secure the passage of the constitutional amendment. Was this an attempt to enforce a fiction or to establish the truth? Such are the deeds which go to make up the record of crime against the liberties of mankind. The proceedings in Arkansas to institute a Republican state government were inaugurated by an order from the President of the United States to Major General Steele, commanding the United States forces in Arkansas. At this time, the regular government of the state, established by the consent of the people, was in full operation outside the lines of the United States Army. The military order of the President, dated January 20th, 1864, said, "Sundry citizens of the State of Arkansas petitioned me that an election may be held in that State, in which to elect a governor, that it be assumed at that election and thenceforward that the Constitution and laws of the State, as before the rebellion, are in full force, except that the Constitution is so modified as to declare that there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude," etc. The order then directs the election to be held for state officers, prescribes the qualifications of voters and the oath to be taken, and directs the general to administer to the officers thus chosen an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the modified Constitution of the State of Arkansas, when they shall be declared qualified and empowered immediately to enter upon the duties of their offices. The reader can scarcely fail to notice the novel method here adopted to modify or amend the state constitution. It should be called the process by assumption, that is, assume it to be modified, and it is so modified. Then the President orders the officers elect to be required to swear on their oath to support the modified Constitution of the State of Arkansas. Now, unless the Constitution was thus modified by assuming it to be modified, these state officers were required by oath to support that which did not exist. But it was not so modified. No constitution or other instrument in the world containing a grant of powers can be modified by assumption, unless it be the Constitution of the United States, as shown by recent experience. Yet the chief object for which these officers were elected and qualified was to carry out these so-called modifications of the state constitution. This adds another to the deeds of darkness done in the name of republicanism. Meantime, some persons in the northern part of Arkansas, acting under the proclamation of December 8, 1863, got together a so-called state convention on January 8, 1864, and adopted a revised constitution, containing the slavery prohibition, etc. This was ordered to be submitted to a popular vote, and at the same time state officers were to be elected. President Lincoln acceded to these proceedings after they had been placed under the direction of the military commander, General Steele. The election was held, the Constitution received 12,000 votes, and the state officers were declared to be elected. Then Arkansas came forth a so-called Republican state, instituted by military authority, and of course received the benefit of the constitutional provision which declares that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a Republican form of government. It should be added that Arkansas, thus instituted a state, was regarded by the government of the United States as competent to give as valid a vote as New York, Massachusetts, or any other northern state for the ratification of Article 13, as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, prohibiting the existence of slavery in the United States. The vote was thus given. It was counted and served to make up the exact number deemed by the managers to be necessary. Thus was fraud and falsehood triumphant over popular rights and fundamental law. The perversion of true Republican principles was greater in Virginia than in any other state, through the cooperation of the government of the United States. In the winter of 1860-61, a special session of the legislature of the state convened at Richmond and passed an act directing the people to elect delegates to a state convention to be held on February 14, 1861. The convention assembled and was occupied with the subject of federal relations and the adjustment of difficulties until the call for troops by President Lincoln was made, when an ordinance of secession was passed. The contiguity of the northwestern counties of the state of Ohio and Pennsylvania led to the manifestation of much opposition to the withdrawal of the state from the Union, and the determination to reorganize that portion into a separate state. This resulted in the assembling of a so-called Convention of Delegates at Wheeling on June 11th. One of its first acts was to provide for a reorganization of the state government of Virginia by declaring its offices vacant and the appointment of new officers throughout. This new organization assumed to be the true representative of the state of Virginia, and after various fortunes was recognized as such by President Lincoln, as will be presently seen. The next act of the convention was to provide for the formation of a new state out of a portion of the territory of this state. Under this act, delegates were elected to a so-called Constitutional Convention, which framed a so-called Constitution for the new state of West Virginia, which was submitted to a vote of the people in April 1862 and carried by a large majority of that section. Meantime, the governor of the reorganized government of Virginia, above mentioned, issued his proclamation calling for an election of members and the assembling of an extra session of this so-called legislature. This body assembled on May 6, 1862, and, adopting the new federal process of assumption, it assumed to be the legislature of the state of Virginia. This body, or legislature, so called, immediately passed an act giving its consent to the formation of a new state out of the territory of Virginia. The formal act of consent and the draft of the new Constitution of West Virginia above mentioned were ordered by this so-called legislature to be sent to the Congress of the United States, then in session, with the request that the said new state be admitted into the Union. On December 31, 1862, the President of the United States approved an act of Congress entitled, "An Act for the Admission of the State of West Virginia into the Union," etc. The act recited as follows. Whereas, the legislature of Virginia, by an act passed May 13, 1862, did give its consent to the formation of a new state within the jurisdiction of the said state of Virginia to be known by the name of West Virginia, etc. Again it recites. And whereas both the convention and the legislature aforesaid have requested that the new state should be admitted into the Union, and the Constitution aforesaid being republican in form, Congress doth hereby consent that the said 48 counties may be formed into a separate and independent state. It were well to pause for a moment and consider these proceedings in the light of fundamental republican principles. The state of Virginia was not a confederation, but a republic, or nation. Its government was instituted with the consent of the governed, and its powers, therefore, were just powers. When the State Convention at Richmond passed an ordinance of secession, which was subsequently ratified by 6,000 majority, it was as valid an act for the people of Virginia as was ever passed by a representative body. The legally expressed decision of the majority was the true voice of the state. When, therefore, disorderly persons in the northwestern counties of the state assembled and declared the ordinance of secession to be null and void, they rose up against the authority of the state. When they proceeded to elect delegates to a convention to resist the act of the state, and that convention assembled and organized and proceeded to action, an insurrection against the government of Virginia was begun. When the convention next declared the state offices to be vacant and proceeded to fill them by the choice of Francis H. Pierpont for governor and other state officers, assuming itself to be the true state convention of Virginia, it not only declared what notoriously did not exist, but it committed an act of revolution. And when the so-called state officers elected by it entered upon their duties, they inaugurated a revolution. The subsequent organization of the state of West Virginia and its separation from the state of Virginia were acts of secession. Thus we have, in these movements, insurrection, revolution, and secession. The reader, in his simplicity, may naturally expect to find the government of the United States arrayed with all its military forces against these illegitimate proceedings. Oh no! It made all the difference in the world with the ministers of that government, whose ox it was that was gored by the bull. She was the nursing mother to the whole thing, and to ensure its vitality fed it not like the fabled bird with her own blood, but by the butchery of the mother of states. The words of the Constitution of the United States applicable to this case are these: No new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress. Will any intelligent person assert that the consent of the state of Virginia was given to the formation of this new state, or that the government of Francis H. Pierpont held the true and lawful jurisdiction of the state of Virginia? Yet the Congress of the United States asserted in the act above quoted that the legislature of Virginia did give its consent to the formation of a new state within the jurisdiction of the state of Virginia. This was not true, but was an attempt by an act of Congress to aid a fraud and perpetuate a monstrous usurpation. For there is no grant of power to Congress in the Constitution, nor in the American theory of government to justify it. If it is said that the government of Francis H. Pierpont was the only one recognized by Congress as the government of the state of Virginia, that does not alter the fact. The recognition of Congress cannot make a state of an organization which is not a state. There is no grant of power to Congress in the Constitution for that purpose. If it is said that the government of Francis H. Pierpont was established by the only qualified voters in the state of Virginia, that is as equally unfounded as the other assertions. Neither the Congress of the United States nor the government of the United States can determine the qualifications of voters at an election for delegates to a state constitutional convention, or for the choice of state officers. There was no grant of power either to the President or to Congress for that purpose. All these efforts were usurpations, by which it was sought, through groundless fabrications, to reach certain ends, and they add to the multitude of deeds which constitute the crime committed against states and the liberties of the people. When the question of the admission of West Virginia was before the House of Representatives of the United States Congress, Mr. Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania declared with expiatory frankness that he would not stultify himself by claiming the act to be constitutional. He said, "We know that it is not constitutional, but it is necessity." It now became necessary for the government of Virginia, represented by Francis H. Pierpont, to emigrate, for the new state of West Virginia embraced the territory in which he was located. He therefore departed with his carpet-bag and located at Alexandria on the Potomac, which became the seat of government of so-called East Virginia. On February 13, 1864, a convention, consisting of a representative from each of the 10 counties in part or wholly under the control of the United States forces, assembled at Alexandria to amend the Constitution of the state of Virginia. Some sections providing for the abolition of slavery were declared to be added to the Constitution, and the so-called convention adjourned. Nothing of importance occurred until after the occupation of Richmond by the United States forces. On May 9, 1865, President Johnson issued an executive order to reestablish the authority of the United States and execute the laws within the geographical limits known as the state of Virginia. The order closed in these words: that, to carry into effect the guarantee of the federal Constitution of a republican form of state government, and afford the advantage of the security of domestic laws, as well as to complete the reestablishment of the authority of the laws of the United States and the full and complete restoration of peace within the limits aforesaid, Francis H. Pierpont, Governor of the State of Virginia, will be aided by the federal government, so far as may be necessary, in the lawful measures which he may take for the extension and administration of the state government throughout the geographical limits of said state. This order recognized the factitious organization, which was begun in West Virginia and then transplanted to Alexandria, as the true government of the state of Virginia, and, by the aid of the United States government, was now removed to Richmond and set up there. No person was allowed to take any part in this government or to vote under it unless he had previously taken the purgatorial oath above mentioned and had not held office under the Confederate or any state government. Thus, the taking of this oath, which was prescribed by the President of the United States, became the most important of the qualifications of a voter. Here was a condition prescribed by a foreign authority as necessary to be fulfilled before the first act could be done by a citizen relative to his state government. Such a government was not republican, for its powers were not derived from the consent of the governed. Its powers were derived from voters who had, under oath, said, "I will abide by and faithfully support all acts of Congress, passed during the existing rebellion with reference to slaves, so long and so far as not repealed, modified, or held void by Congress or by decision of the Supreme Court. And that I will in like manner abide by and faithfully support all proclamations of the President made during the existing rebellion having reference to slaves, so long and so far as not modified or declared void by decision of the Supreme Court." Such a state government was not in the interest of the people, but in the interest of the United States government. The true republican organization which had been instituted by the free consent of the governed to effect their safety and happiness had been repudiated by the government of the United States as in rebellion to it. And this fiction had been set up not by the free consent of the people, which alone could give to it any just powers, not to effect their safety and happiness, for which alone a republican state government can be instituted, but solely to secure the safety and supremacy of the government of the United States. The qualification of the voter was prescribed by the United States government, and the oath required him to recognize allegiance to the Union as supreme over that to the state of which he was a citizen. Thus the voters under the state government of Virginia were required first to protect the government of the United States, and then they were at liberty to look after their own interests through the state government. Now, it is charged that such acts on the part of the United States government were not only entirely unconstitutional, but they caused the complete subversion of the states. The Constitution of the United States knows states in the Union only as they are republican states. The government of the United States was conscious of this fact and publicly recognized it when it promised to guarantee a republican form of government to each one that it sought to reconstruct. But it violated the Constitution when it sought to place in the Union mere fictions which had not the first element of a republic, which were groundless fabrications of its own minions that could not have existed a day without the military support which they received. Further, it is to be remembered that it does not come within the grants of the Constitution, consequently not within the powers of the government of the United States, to institute a republican form of government at any time or in any place. Such an act is neither contemplated nor known in the Constitution, as such a government can be instituted only by the free consent of those who are to be governed by it. Any interference on the part of the United States to limit, modify, or control this consent goes directly to the nature and objects of the state government, and it ceases to be republican. To admit a state under such a government is entirely unauthorized, revolutionary, subversive of the Constitution, and destructive of the Union of States. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Foster. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 34. Address to the Army of Eastern Virginia by the President. Army of General Pope. Position of McClellan. Advance of General Jackson. Atrocious orders of General Pope. Letter of McClellan on the conduct of war. Letter of the President to General Lee. Battle of Cedar Run. Results of the engagement. Reinforcements to the enemy. Second Battle of Manassas. Capture of Manassas Junction. Captured stores. The Old Battlefield. Advance of General Longstreet. Attack on him. Attack on General Jackson. Darkness of the night. Battle at Ox Hill. Losses of the enemy. This defeat of McClellan's army led me to issue the following address. Richmond, July 5, 1862. To the Army of Eastern Virginia. Soldiers, I congratulate you on the series of brilliant victories which, under the favor of divine providence, you have lately won, and, as the President of the Confederate States, do heartily tender to you the thanks of the country, whose just cause you have so skillfully and heroically served. 10 days ago an invading army, vastly superior to you in numbers and the materials of war, closely beleaguered your capital and vauntingly proclaimed its speedy conquest. You marched to attack the enemy in his entrenchments. With well-directed movements and death-defying valor, you charged upon him in his strong positions, drove him from field to field over a distance of more than 35 miles, and despite his reinforcements, compelled him to seek safety under the cover of his gunboats, where he now lies cowering before the army so lately derided and threatened with entire subjugation. The fortitude with which you have borne toil and privation, the gallantry with which you have entered into each successive battle, must have been witnessed to be fully appreciated. But a grateful people will not fail to recognize you, and to bear you in loved remembrance. Well may it be said of you that you have done enough for glory, but duty to a suffering country and to the cause of constitutional liberty claims from you yet further effort. Let it be your pride to relax in nothing which can promote your future efficiency. Your one great object being to drive the invader from your soil, and, carrying your standards beyond the other boundaries of the Confederacy, to wring from an unscrupulous foe the recognition of your birthright, community, independence. Jefferson Davis. After the retreat of General McClellan to Westover, his army remained inactive about a month. His front was closely watched by a brigade of cavalry, and preparations made to resist a renewal of his attempt upon Richmond from his new base. The main body of our army awaited the development of his intentions, and no important event took place. Meantime, another army of the enemy, under Major General Pope, advanced southward from Washington, and crossed the Rappahannock as if to seize Gordonsville, and moved thence upon Richmond. Contemporaneously, the enemy appeared in force at Fredericksburg, and threatened the railroad from Gordonsville to Richmond, apparently for the purpose of cooperating with the movements of General Pope. To meet the advance of the latter, and restrain, as far as possible, the atrocities which he threatened to perpetrate upon our defenseless citizens, General Jackson, with his own and Ewell's division, was ordered to proceed on July 13th toward Gordonsville. The nature of the atrocities here alluded to may be inferred from the orders of Major General Pope, which were as follows. Headquarters of the Army of Virginia, Washington, July 18, 1862. General Orders, No. 5. Hereafter, as far as practicable, the troops of this command will subsist upon the country in which their operations are carried on. In all cases, supplies for this purpose will be taken by the officers to whose department they properly belong, under the orders of the commanding officer of the troops for whose use they are intended. Vouchers will be given to the owners, stating on their face that they will be payable at the close of the war upon sufficient testimony being furnished that such owners have been loyal citizens of the United States since the date of the vouchers. By command of Major General Pope, George D. Ruggles, Colonel, Assistant Adjutant General, and Chief of Staff. Headquarters of the Army of Virginia, July 18, 1862. General Orders No. 6. Hereafter, in any operations of the cavalry forces in this command, no supply or baggage trains of any description will be used, unless so stated especially in the order for the movement. 2 days' cooked rations will be carried on the persons of the men, and all villages and neighborhoods through which they pass will be laid under contribution in the manner specified by General Orders No. 5, current series, from these headquarters, for the subsistence of men and horses. By command of Major General Pope, George D. Ruggles, Colonel, Assistant Adjutant General, and Chief of Staff. Headquarters, Army of Virginia, Washington, July 18, 1862. General Orders No. 7. The people of the valley of the Shenandoah and throughout the region of operations of this army, living along the lines of railroad and telegraph and along routes of travel in the rear of United States forces, are notified that they will be held responsible for any injury done the track, line, or road, or for any attacks upon the trains or straggling soldiers, by bands of guerrillas in their neighborhood. Evil-disposed persons in the rear of our armies, who do not themselves engage directly in these lawless acts, encouraged by refusing to interfere or give any information by which such acts can be prevented or the perpetrators punished. Safety of the life and property of all persons living in the rear of our advancing army depends upon the maintenance of peace and quiet among themselves, and upon the unmolested movements through their midst of all pertaining to the military service. They are to understand distinctly that the security of travel is their only warrant of personal safety. If a soldier or legitimate follower of the army be fired upon from any house, the house shall be razed to the ground, and the inhabitants sent prisoners to the headquarters of this army. If such an outrage occur at any place distant from settlements, the people within 5 miles around shall be held accountable, and made to pay an indemnity sufficient for the case. And any person detected in such outrages, either during the act or at any time afterward, shall be shot without waiting civil process. By command of Major General Pope, George D. Ruggles, Colonel. Headquarters, Army of Virginia, Washington, July 23, 1862. General Orders No. 11. Commanders of Army Corps, divisions, brigades, and detached commands will proceed immediately to arrest all disloyal male citizens within their lines, or within their reach in the rear of their respective stations. Such as are willing to take the oath of allegiance to the United States and will furnish sufficient security for its observance shall be permitted to remain at their homes and pursue in good faith their accustomed avocations. Those who refuse shall be conducted south beyond the extreme pickets of the army, and be notified that, if found again anywhere within our lines or at any point in the rear, they will be considered spies and subjected to the extreme rigor of the military law. By command of Major General Pope, George D. Ruggles, Colonel, Assistant Adjutant General, and Chief of Staff. Thus was announced a policy of pillage, outrage upon unarmed, peaceable people, arson, and ruthless insult to the defenseless. Had the vigor of the campaign been equal to the bombastic manifesto of this disgrace to the profession of arms, the injuries inflicted would have been more permanent. The conduct could scarcely have been more brutal. In recurring to the letter of General George B. McClellan, written at Camp near Harrison's Landing, Virginia, July 7, 1862, to the President of the United States, one must be struck with the strong contrast between the suggestions of General McClellan and the orders of General Pope. The inquiry naturally arises, was it because of this difference that Pope had been assigned to the command of the Army of Virginia? McClellan wrote, "This rebellion has assumed the character of a war, as such it should be regarded, and it should be conducted upon the highest principles known to Christian civilization. It should not be a war looking to the subjugation of the people of any state in any event. It should not be at all a war upon population, but against armed forces and political organizations. Neither confiscation of property, political executions of persons, territorial organizations of states, or forcible abolition of slavery should be contemplated for a moment. In prosecuting the war, all private property and unarmed persons should be strictly protected, subject only to the necessity of military operations. All private property taken for military use should be paid or receipted for. Pillage and waste should be treated as high crimes. All unnecessary trespass sternly prohibited, and offensive demeanor by the military toward citizens promptly rebuked. Military arrests should not be tolerated, except in places where active hostilities exist, and oaths not required by enactments constitutionally should be neither demanded nor received." Had these views been accepted, and the conduct of the government of the United States been in accordance with them, the most shameful chapters in American history could not have been written, and some of the more respectable newspapers of the North would not have had the apprehensions they expressed of the evils which would befall the country when an army habituated to thieving should be disbanded. On the reception of copies of the orders issued by General Pope, inserted above, I addressed to General Lee, commanding our army in Virginia, the following letter. Richmond, Virginia, July 31, 1862. Sir, on the 23rd of this month, a cartel for a general exchange of prisoners of war was signed between Major General D.H. Hill in behalf of the Confederate States and Major General John A. Dix in behalf of the United States. By the terms of that cartel, it is stipulated that all prisoners of war hereafter taken shall be discharged on parole until exchanged. Scarcely had that cartel been signed when the military authorities of the United States commenced a practice changing the character of the war from such as becomes civilized nations into a campaign of indiscriminate robbery and murder. The general order issued by the Secretary of War of the United States in the city of Washington on the very day that the cartel was signed in Virginia directs the military commanders of the United States to take the private property of our people for the convenience and use of their armies without compensation. The general order issued by Major General Pope on the 23rd of July, the day after the signing of the cartel, directs the murder of our peaceful inhabitants as spies if found quietly tilling their farms in his rear, even outside of his lines, and one of his brigadier generals, Steinwehr, has seized upon innocent and peaceful inhabitants to be held as hostages to the end that they may be murdered in cold blood if any of his soldiers are killed by some unknown persons whom he designates as bushwhackers. Under this state of facts, this government has issued the enclosed general order recognizing General Pope and his commissioned officers to be in the position which they have chosen for themselves, that of robbers and murderers, and not that of public enemies, entitled, if captured, to be considered as prisoners of war. We find ourselves driven by our enemies in their steady progress toward a practice which we abhor, and which we are vainly struggling to avoid. Some of the military authorities of the United States seem to suppose that better success will attend a savage war in which no quarter is to be given and no sex to be spared than has hitherto been secured by such hostilities as are alone recognized to be lawful by civilized men in modern times. For the present we renounce our right of retaliation on the innocent, and shall continue to treat the private enlisted soldiers of General Pope's army as prisoners of war. But if, after notice to the government at Washington of our confining repressive measures to the punishment only of commissioned officers, who are willing participants in these crimes, these savage practices are continued, we shall reluctantly be forced to the last resort of accepting the war on the terms chosen by our foes, until the outraged voice of a common humanity forces a respect for the recognized rules of war. While these facts would justify our refusal to execute the generous cartel by which we have consented to liberate in excess of thousands of prisoners held by us beyond the number held by the enemy, a sacred regard to plighted faith, shrinking from the mere semblance of breaking a promise, prevents our resort to this extremity. Nor do we desire to extend to any other forces of the enemy the punishment merited alone by General Pope and such commissioned officers as choose to participate in the execution of his infamous orders. You are therefore instructed to communicate to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armies of the United States the contents of this letter and a copy of the enclosed general order, to the end that he may be notified of our intention not to consider any officers hereafter captured from General Pope's army as prisoners of war. Very respectfully yours, etc., Jefferson Davis. When General Jackson arrived near Gordonsville on July 19, 1862, he was at his request reinforced by Major General A.P. Hill. Receiving information that only a part of General Pope's army was at Culpeper Courthouse, General Jackson, hoping to defeat it before reinforcements should arrive, moved in that direction the divisions of Ewell, Hill, and Jackson on August 7th from their encampments near Gordonsville. As the enemy's cavalry displayed unusual activity and the train of Jackson's division was seriously endangered, General Lawton with his brigade was ordered to guard it. On August 9th, Jackson arrived within 8 miles of Culpeper Courthouse and found the foe in his front near Cedar Run and a short distance west and north of Slaughter Mountain. When first seen, the cavalry in large force occupied a ridge to the right of the road. A battery opened upon it and soon forced it to retire. Our fire was responded to by some guns beyond the ridge from which the advance had just been driven. Soon after, the cavalry returned to the position where it was first seen, and General Early was ordered forward, keeping near the Culpeper Road, while General Ewell with his 2 remaining brigades diverged from the road to the right, advancing along the western slope of Slaughter Mountain. General Early, forming his brigade in line of battle, moved into the open field, and passing a short distance to the right of the road but parallel to it, pushed forward, driving the opposing cavalry before him to the crest of a hill which overlooked the ground between his troops and the opposite hill, along which the enemy's batteries were posted, and opened upon him as soon as he reached the eminence. Early retired his troops under the protection of the hill, and a small battery of ours, in advance of his right, opened. Meantime, General Winder with Jackson's brigade was placed on the left of the road, Campbell's brigade, Lieutenant Colonel Garnett commanding, being on the left, Taliaferro's parallel to the road, supporting the batteries, and Winder's own brigade under Colonel Rowland in reserve. The battle opened with a fierce fire of artillery, which continued about 2 hours, during which Brigadier General Charles S. Winder, while directing the positions of his batteries, received a wound, from the effects of which he expired in a few hours. General Jackson thus spoke of him in his report. It is difficult, within the proper reserve of an official report, to do justice to the merits of this accomplished officer. Urged by the medical director to take no part in the movements of the day, because of the then enfeebled state of his health, his ardent patriotism and military pride could bear no restraint. Richly endowed with those qualities of mind and person which fit an officer for command, and which attract the admiration and excite the enthusiasm of troops, he was rapidly rising to the front rank of his profession. His loss has been severely felt. Charles Winder had attracted my special notice when I was Secretary of War of the United States by an act of heroism and devotion to duty which it gives me pleasure to record. A regiment of artillery, in which he was a second lieutenant, being under orders for California, embarked on the steamer San Francisco, and in a storm became disabled. Drifting helplessly at sea, she was approached by a bark, which, to give succor, hove to. Not being able to receive all the passengers, the commissioned officers left, as the colonel naively reported, in the order of their rank. Winder alone remained with the troops, in great discomfort, and by strenuous exertion the wreck was kept afloat until a vessel bound for Liverpool came to the relief of the sufferers. Arriving at Liverpool, Winder left the soldiers there, went to the American consul in London, got means to provide for their needs, and returned with them. Soon afterward 4 regiments were added to the army, and for his good conduct, so full of promise, he was nominated to be a captain of infantry, and, notwithstanding his youth, was confirmed and commissioned accordingly. He died manifesting the same spirit as on the wreck, that which holds life light when weighed against honor. The enemy's infantry advanced about 5 p.m. and attacked General Early in front, while another body, concealed by the inequality of the ground, moved upon his right. Thomas's brigade, of A.P. Hill's division, which had now arrived, was sent to his support, and the contest soon became animated. In the meantime, the main body of the opposing army, under cover of a wood and the undulations of the field, gained the left of Jackson's division, now commanded by Brigadier General Taliaferro, and poured a destructive fire into its flank and rear. Campbell's brigade fell back in confusion, exposing the flank of Taliaferro's, which also gave way, as did the left of Early's. The rest of his brigade, however, firmly held its ground. Winder's brigade, with branches of A.P. Hill's division on its right, advanced promptly to the support of Jackson's division, and after a sanguinary struggle the assailants were repulsed with loss. Pender's and Archer's brigades, also of Hill's division, came up on the left of Winder's, and by a general charge the foe was driven back in confusion, leaving the ground covered with his dead and wounded. General Ewell, with the 2 brigades on the extreme right, had been prevented from advancing by the fire of our own artillery, which swept his approach to the enemy's left. The obstacle being now removed, he pressed forward under a hot fire, and came gallantly into action. Repulsed and vigorously followed on our left and center, and now hotly pressed on our right, the whole line of the enemy gave way and was soon in full retreat. Night had now set in, but General Jackson, desiring to enter Culpeper Courthouse before morning, determined to pursue. Hill's division led the advance, but, owing to the darkness, it was compelled to move slowly and with caution. The enemy was found about 1.5 miles in the rear of the field of battle, and information was received that reinforcements had arrived. General Jackson thereupon halted for the night, and the next day, becoming satisfied that the enemy's force had been so largely increased as to render a further advance on his part imprudent, he sent his wounded to the rear, and proceeded to bury the dead and collect the arms from the battlefield. On the 11th, the enemy asked and received permission to bury those of his dead not already interred. General Jackson remained in position during the day, and at night returned to the vicinity of Gordonsville. In this engagement 400 prisoners, including a brigadier general, were captured, and 5,300 stand of small arms, 1 piece of artillery, several caissons, and 3 colors fell into our hands. Our killed were 229, wounded 1,047, total 1,276. The loss on the other side exceeded 1,500, of whom nearly 300 were taken prisoners. The victory of Cedar Run effectually checked the invader for a time, but it soon became apparent that his army was receiving a large increase. The corps of Major General Burnside from North Carolina, which had reached Fredericksburg, was reported to have moved up the Rappahannock, a few days after the battle, to unite with General Pope, and a part of General McClellan's army had left Westover for the same purpose. It therefore seemed that active operations on the James were no longer contemplated, and that the most effectual way to relieve Richmond from any danger of an attack would be to reinforce General Jackson and advance upon General Pope. Accordingly, on August 13th, Longstreet, Anderson, and Stewart were ordered to proceed to Gordonsville. On the 16th, the troops began to move from the vicinity of Gordonsville toward the Rapidan, on the north side of which, extending along the Orange and Alexandria Railroad in the direction of Culpeper Courthouse, the army of invasion lay in great force. It was determined with the cavalry to destroy the railroad bridge over the Rappahannock in rear of the enemy, while Jackson and Longstreet crossed the Rapidan and attacked his left flank. But the enemy, becoming apprised of our design, hastily retreated beyond the Rappahannock. On the 21st, our forces moved toward that river, and some sharp skirmishing ensued with our cavalry that had crossed at Beverly's Ford. As it had been determined in the meantime not to attempt the passage of the river at that point with the army, the cavalry withdrew to the south side. Soon afterward the enemy appeared in great strength on the opposite bank, and an active fire was kept up during the rest of the day between his artillery and the batteries attached to Jackson's leading division under Brigadier General Taliaferro. But as our positions on the south bank of the Rappahannock were commanded by those on the north bank, and which served to guard all the fords, General Lee determined to seek a more favorable place to cross higher up the river, and thus gain his adversary's right. Accordingly, General Longstreet was directed to leave Kelly's Ford on the 21st, and take the position in the vicinity of Beverly's Ford and the Orange and Alexandria Railroad Bridge, then held by Jackson, in order to mask the movement of the latter, who was instructed to ascend the river. On the 22nd, Jackson proceeded up the Rappahannock, leaving Trimble's brigade near Freeman's Ford to protect his train. In the afternoon, Longstreet sent General Hood with his own and Whiting's brigade to relieve Trimble. Hood had just reached the position when he and Trimble were attacked by a considerable force which had crossed at Freeman's Ford. After a short but spirited engagement, the enemy was driven precipitately over the river with heavy loss. General Jackson attempted to cross at Warrenton Springs Ford, but was interrupted by a heavy rain, which caused the river to rise so rapidly as to be impassable for infantry and artillery, and he withdrew the troops that had reached the opposite side. General Stuart, who had been directed to cut the railroad in rear of General Pope's army, crossed the Rappahannock on the morning of the 22nd, about 6 miles above the springs, with parts of Lee's and Robertson's brigades. He reached Catlett Station that night, but was prevented destroying the railroad bridge there by the same storm that arrested Jackson's movements. He captured more than 300 prisoners, including a number of officers. Apprehensive of the effect of the rain upon the streams, he recrossed the Rappahannock at Warrenton Springs. The rise of the river, rendering the lower fords impassable, enabled the enemy to concentrate his main body opposite General Jackson, and on the 24th Longstreet was ordered by General Lee to proceed to his support. Although retarded by the swollen condition of Hazel River and other tributaries of the Rappahannock, he reached Jeffersonton in the afternoon. General Jackson's command lay between that place and the Springs Ford, and a warm cannonade was progressing between the batteries of General A.P. Hill's division and those in his front. The enemy was massed between Warrenton and the Springs, and guarded the fords of the Rappahannock as far above as Waterloo. The army of General McClellan had left Westover, and part had marched to join General Pope. It was reported that the rest would soon follow. The greater part of the army of General Cox had also been withdrawn from the Kanawha Valley from the same purpose. 2 brigades of D.H. Hill's division under General Ripley had already been ordered from Richmond, and the remainder were to follow. Also McLaws's division, 2 brigades under General Walker, and Hampton's cavalry brigade. In pursuance of the plan of operations now determined upon, Jackson was directed, on the 25th, to cross above Waterloo and move around the enemy's right, so as to strike the Orange and Alexandria Railroad in his rear. Longstreet, in the meantime, was to divert his attention by threatening him in front, and to follow Jackson as soon as the latter should be sufficiently advanced. General Jackson crossed the Rappahannock on the 25th about 4 miles above Waterloo, and after sunset on the 26th reached the railroad at Bristow Station. At Gainesville he was joined by General Stuart with the brigades of Robertson and Fitzhugh Lee, who continued with him during his operations, and effectually guarded both his flanks. General Jackson was now between the large army of General Pope and Washington City, without having encountered any considerable force. At Bristow, 2 trains of cars were captured and a few prisoners taken, determining, notwithstanding the darkness of the night and the long and arduous march of the day, to capture the depot of the enemy at Manassas Junction, about 7 miles distant. General Trimble volunteered to proceed at once to that place with the 21st North Carolina and the 21st Georgia regiments. The offer was accepted, and to render success more certain, General Stuart was directed to accompany the expedition with part of his cavalry. About midnight the place was taken with little difficulty. 8 pieces of artillery with their horses, ammunition, and equipments were captured. More than 300 prisoners, 175 horses, besides those belonging to the artillery, 200 new tents, and immense quantities of commissary and quartermaster's stores fell into our hands. Ewell's division, with the 5th Virginia Cavalry under Colonel Bosser, were left at Bristow Station, and the rest of the command arrived at the junction early on the 27th. Soon a considerable force of the enemy under Brigadier General Taylor of New Jersey approached from the direction of Alexandria, and pushed forward boldly to recover the stores. After a sharp engagement he was routed and driven back, leaving his killed and wounded on the field. The troops remained at Manassas Junction during the day, and supplied themselves with everything they required. In the afternoon 2 brigades advanced against General Ewell at Bristow from the direction of Warrenton Junction, but were broken and repulsed. Their place was soon supplied with fresh troops, but it was apparent that the commander had now become aware of the situation of affairs, and had turned upon General Jackson with his whole force. General Ewell, perceiving the strength of the column, withdrew and rejoined General Jackson, having first destroyed the railroad bridge over Broad Run. The enemy halted at Bristoe. General Jackson, having a much inferior force to General Pope, retired from Manassas Junction and took a position west of the turnpike road from Warrenton to Alexandria, where he could more readily unite with the approaching column of Longstreet. Having supplied the wants of his troops, he was compelled, through lack of transportation, to destroy the rest of the captured property. Many thousand pounds of bacon, 1,000 barrels of corned beef, 2,000 barrels of salt pork, and 2,000 barrels of flour, besides other property of great value, were burned. During the night of the 27th of August, Taliaferro's division crossed the turnpike near Groveton and halted on the west side, near the battlefield of July 21, 1861, where it was joined on the 28th by the divisions of Hill and Ewell. During the afternoon, the enemy, approaching from the direction of Warrenton down the turnpike toward Alexandria, exposed his left flank, and General Jackson determined to attack him. A fierce and sanguinary conflict ensued, which continued until about 9 p.m., when he slowly fell back and left us in possession of the field. The loss on both sides was heavy. On the next morning, the 29th, the enemy had taken a position to interpose his army between General Jackson and Alexandria, and about 10 a.m. opened with artillery upon the right of Jackson's line. The troops of the latter were disposed in rear of Groveton, along the line of the unfinished branch of the Manassas Gap Railroad, and extending from a point a short distance west of the turnpike towards Sudley Mill, Jackson's division under Brigadier General Stark being on the right, Swell's under General Lawton in the center, and A.P. Hill on the left. The attacking columns were evidently concentrating on Jackson with the design of overwhelming him before the arrival of Longstreet. This latter officer left his position opposite Warrenton Springs on the 26th and marched to join Jackson. On the 28th, arriving at Thoroughfare Gap, he found the enemy prepared to dispute his progress. Holding the eastern extremity of the pass with a large force, the enemy directed a heavy fire of artillery upon the road leading to it and upon the sides of the mountain. An attempt was made to turn his right, but before our troops reached artillery upon the road leading to it and upon the sides of the mountain. Holding the eastern extremity of the pass with a large force, the enemy directed a heavy fire of artillery upon the road leading to it and upon the sides of the mountain. An attempt was made to turn his right, but before our troops reached their destination he advanced to the attack, and, being vigorously repulsed, withdrew to his position at the eastern end of the gap, keeping up an active fire of artillery until dark. He then retreated. On the morning of the 29th, Longstreet's command resumed its march, the sound of cannon at Manassas announcing that Jackson was already engaged. The head of the column came upon the field in rear of the enemy's left, which had already opened with artillery upon Jackson's right, as above stated. Longstreet immediately placed some of his batteries in position, but before he could complete his dispositions to attack the force before him, it withdrew to another part of the field. He then took position on the right of Jackson, Hood's 2 brigades, supported by Evans, being deployed across the turnpike and at right angles to it. These troops were supported on the left by 3 brigades under General Wilcox and by a like force on the right under General Kemper. D.B. Jones's division formed the extreme right of the line, resting on the Manassas Gap Railroad. The cavalry guarded our right and left flanks, that on the right being under General Stuart in person. After the arrival of Longstreet, the enemy changed his position and began to concentrate opposite Jackson's left, opening a brisk artillery fire, which was responded to by some of A.P. Hill's batteries. Soon after, General Stuart reported the approach of a large force from the direction of Bristoe Station, threatening Longstreet's right, but no serious attack was made, and after firing a few shots, that force withdrew. Meanwhile, a large column advanced to assail the left of Jackson's position, occupied by the division of General A.P. Hill. The attack was received by his troops with their accustomed steadiness, and the battle raged with great fury. The enemy was repeatedly repulsed, but again pressed on the attack with fresh troops. Once he succeeded in penetrating an interval between General Gregg's brigade on the extreme left and that of General Thomas, but was quickly driven back with great slaughter by the 14th South Carolina Regiment, then in reserve, and the 49th Georgia of Thomas's brigade. The contest was close and obstinate. The combatants sometimes delivered their fire at a few paces. General Gregg, who was most exposed, was reinforced by Hayes's brigade under Colonel Forno. Gregg had successfully and most gallantly resisted the attack until the ammunition of his brigade was exhausted, and all his field officers but 2 killed or wounded. The reinforcement was of like high-tempered steel, and together in hand-to-hand fight they held their post until they were relieved, after several hours of severe fighting, by Early's brigade and the 8th Louisiana Regiment. General Early drove the enemy back with heavy loss and pursued about 200 yards beyond the line of battle when he was recalled to the position on the railroad where Thomas, Pender, and Archer had firmly held their ground against every attack. While the battle was raging on Jackson's left, Hood and Evans were ordered by Longstreet to advance, but before the order could be obeyed, Hood was himself attacked, and his command became at once warmly engaged. The enemy was repulsed by Hood after a severe contest and fell back, closely followed by our troops. The battle continued until 9 p.m., the foe retreating until he reached a strong position, which he held with a large force. Our troops remained in their advanced position until early next morning, when they were withdrawn to their first line. One piece of artillery, several stands of colors, and a number of prisoners were captured. Our loss was severe. On the morning of the 30th, the enemy again advanced, and skirmishing began along the line. The troops of Jackson and Longstreet maintained their position of the previous day. At noon, the firing of the batteries ceased, and all was quiet for some hours. About 3 p.m., the enemy, having massed his troops in front of General Jackson, advanced against his position in strong force. His front line pushed forward until it was engaged at close quarters by Jackson's troops, when its progress was checked, and a fierce and bloody struggle ensued. A second and third line of great strength moved up to support the first, but in doing so came within easy range of a position a little in advance of Longstreet's left. He immediately ordered up 2 batteries, and, 2 others being thrown forward about the same time by Colonel S.D. Lee, the supporting lines were broken, and fell back in confusion under their well-directed and destructive fire. Their repeated efforts to rally were unavailing, and Jackson's troops, being thus relieved from the pressure of overwhelming numbers, began to press steadily forward, driving everything before them. The enemy retreated in confusion, suffering severely from our artillery, which advanced as he retired. General Longstreet, anticipating the order for a general advance, now threw his whole command against the center and left. The whole line swept steadily on, driving the opponents with great carnage from each successive position until 10 p.m., when darkness put an end to the battle and the pursuit. The obscurity of the night and the uncertainty of the fords of Bull Run rendered it necessary to suspend operations until morning, when the cavalry, being pushed forward, discovered that the retreat had continued to the strong position of Centreville, about 4 miles beyond Bull Run. The prevalence of a heavy rain, which began during the night, threatened to render Bull Run impassable, and to impede our movements. Longstreet remained on the battlefield to engage attention and to protect parties for the burial of the dead and the removal of the wounded, while Jackson proceeded by Sudley's Ford to the Little River Turnpike to turn the enemy's right and intercept his retreat to Washington. Jackson's progress was retarded by the inclemency of the weather and the fatigue of his troops. He reached the turnpike in the evening, and the next day, September 1st, advanced by that road toward Fairfax Courthouse. The enemy, in the meantime, was falling back rapidly toward Washington, and had thrown a strong force to Germantown on the Little River Turnpike to cover his line of retreat from Centreville. The advance of Jackson encountered him at Ox Hill, near Germantown, about 5 p.m. Line of battle was at once formed, and 2 brigades were thrown forward to attack and ascertain the strength of the position. A cold and drenching rainstorm drove in the faces of our troops as they advanced and gallantly engaged. They were subsequently supported, and the conflict was obstinately maintained until dark, when the enemy retreated, having lost 2 general officers, one of whom, Major General Kearney, was left dead on the field. Longstreet's command arrived after the action was over, and the next morning it was found that the retreat had been so rapid that the attempt to intercept was abandoned. The proximity of the fortifications around Alexandria and Washington was enough to prevent further pursuit. Our army rested during the 2nd near Chantilly, the retreating foe being followed only by our cavalry, who continued to harass him until he reached the shelter of his entrenchments. In the series of engagements on the plains of Manassas, more than 7,000 prisoners were taken, in addition to about 2,000 wounded left in our hands. 30 pieces of artillery, upward of 20,000 stand of small arms, numerous colors, and a large amount of stores, besides those taken by General Jackson at Manassas Junction, were captured. Major General Pope in his report says, "The whole force that I had at Centreville, as reported to me by the corps commanders, on the morning of the 1st of September, was as follows: McDowell's corps, 10,000 men; Sigel's corps, about 7,000; Heintzelman's corps, about 6,000; Reno's, 6,000; Banks's, 5,000; Sumner's, 11,000; Porter's, 10,000; Franklin's, 8,000. In all, 63,000 men. The small fraction of 20,500 men was all of the 91,000 veteran troops from Harrison's Landing which ever drew trigger under my command. Our losses in the engagement at Manassas Plains were considerable. The number killed was 1,090, wounded 6,154, total 7,244. The loss of the enemy in killed, wounded, and missing was estimated between 15,000 and 20,000. The strength of our army in July and September is stated on a preceding page. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucas Chang. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis, Part 4, Chapter 35. Return of the Enemy to Washington. War transferred to the frontier. Condition of Maryland. Crossing the Potomac. Evacuation of Martinsburg. Advance into Maryland. Large force of the enemy. Resistance at Boonesboro. Surrender of Harper's Ferry. Our forces reach Sharpsburg. Letter of the President to General Lee. Address of General Lee to the people. Position of our forces at Sharpsburg. Battle of Sharpsburg. Our strength. Forces withdrawn. Casualties. The enemy having retired to the protection of the fortifications around Washington and Alexandria, Lee's army marched on September 3rd toward Leesburg. The armies of Generals McClellan and Pope had now been brought back to the point from which they set out on the campaign of the spring and summer. The objects of these campaigns had been frustrated, and the hostile designs against the coast of North Carolina and in western Virginia thwarted by the withdrawal of the main body of the forces from those regions. Northeastern Virginia was freed from the presence of the invader. His forces had withdrawn to the entrenchments of Washington. Soon after the arrival of our army at Leesburg, information was received that the hostile troops which had occupied Winchester had retired to Harper's Ferry. The war was thus transferred from the interior to the frontier, and the supplies of rich and productive districts were made accessible to our army. To prolong a state of affairs in every way desirable, and not to permit the season for active operations to pass without endeavoring to impose further check on our assailant, the best course appeared to be the transfer of our army into Maryland. Although not properly equipped for invasion, lacking much of the material of war, and deficient in transportation, the troops poorly provided with clothing, and thousands of them without shoes, it was yet believed to be strong enough to detain the opposing army upon the northern frontier until the approach of winter should render its advance into Virginia difficult, if not impracticable. The condition of Maryland encouraged the belief that the presence of our army, though numerically inferior to that of the North, would induce the Washington government to retain all its available force to provide against contingencies which its conduct toward the people of that state gave reason to apprehend. At the same time, it was hoped that military success might afford us an opportunity to aid the citizens of Maryland in any efforts they should be disposed to make to recover their liberty. The difficulties that surrounded them were fully appreciated, and we expected to derive more assistance in the attainment of our object from the just fears of the Washington government than from any active demonstration on the part of the people of Maryland, unless success should enable us to give them assurance of continued protection. Influenced by these considerations, the army was put in motion. It was decided to cross the Potomac east of the Blue Ridge, in order, by threatening Washington and Baltimore, to cause the enemy to withdraw from the south bank, where his presence endangered our communications and the safety of those engaged in the removal of our wounded, and the captured property from the late battlefield. Having accomplished this result, it was proposed to move the army into western Maryland, establish our communication with Richmond through the valley of the Shenandoah, and, by threatening Pennsylvania, induced the enemy to withdraw from our territory for the protection of his own. General D. H. Hill's division, being in advance, crossed the Potomac between September 4th and 7th at the ford near Leesburg, and encamped in the vicinity of Frederick. It had been supposed that this advance would lead to the evacuation of Martinsburg and Harper's Ferry, thus opening the line of communication through the Shenandoah Valley. This not having occurred, it became necessary to dislodge the garrisons from those positions before concentrating the army west of the mountains. For this purpose, General Jackson marched very rapidly, crossed the Potomac near Williamsport on the 11th, sent Hill's division directly to Martinsburg, and disposed of the rest of the command so as to cut off retreat to the westward. The enemy evacuated Martinsburg and retired to Harper's Ferry on the night of the 11th, and Jackson entered the former on the 12th. Meanwhile, General McLaws had been ordered to seize Maryland Heights on the north side of the Potomac, opposite Harper's Ferry, and General Walker took possession of Loudon Heights on the east side of the Shenandoah, where it unites with the Potomac, and was in readiness to open fire upon Harper's Ferry. But McLaws found the heights in possession of the foe, with infantry and artillery, protected by entrenchments. On the 13th he assailed the works, and after a spirited contest they were carried. The troops made good their retreat to Harper's Ferry, and on the next day its investment was complete. At the same time that the march of these troops upon Harper's Ferry began, the remainder of General Longstreet's command and the division of D. H. Hill crossed the South Mountain and moved toward Boonesboro. General Stuart with the cavalry remained east of the mountains to observe the enemy and retard his advance. Longstreet continued his march to Hagerstown, and Hill halted near Boonesboro to support the cavalry and to prevent the force invested at Harper's Ferry from escaping through Pleasant Valley. The advance of the hostile army was then so slow as to justify the belief that the reduction of Harper's Ferry would be accomplished, and our troops concentrated before they would be called upon to meet the foe. In that event, it had not been intended to oppose his passage through South Mountain, as it was desired to engage him as far as possible from his base. But a copy of Lee's order directing the movement of the army from Frederick happening to fall into the hands of McClellan, disclosed to him the disposition of our forces. He immediately began to push forward rapidly, and on the afternoon of the 13th was reported as approaching the pass in South Mountain on the Boonesboro and Frederick road. General Stuart's cavalry impeded his progress, and time was thus gained for preparations to oppose his advance. In Taylor's 4 Years with General Lee, some facts relative to this lost order are stated. An order of battle was issued, stating in detail the position and duly assigned to each command of the army. Quote, "It was the custom to send copies of such orders, marked confidential, to the commanders of separate corps or divisions only, and to place the address of such separate commander in the bottom left-hand corner of the sheet containing the order. General D. H. Hill was in command of a division which had not been attached to nor incorporated with either of the two wings of the Army of Northern Virginia. A copy of the order was, therefore, in the usual course sent to him. After the evacuation of Frederick City by our forces, a copy of General Lee's order was found in a deserted camp by a soldier, and was soon in the hands of General McClellan. The copy of the order, it was stated at the time, was addressed to General D. H. Hill, commanding division. General Hill has assured me that it could not have been his copy, because he still has the original order received by him in his possession." End quote. Footnote. To these remarks, Colonel W. H. Taylor adds the following note. Quote, "Colonel Venable, one of my associates on the staff of General Lee, says in regard to this matter, 'This is very easily explained. One copy was sent directly to Hill from headquarters. General Jackson sent him a copy, as he regarded Hill in his command. It is Jackson's copy, in his own handwriting, which General Hill has. The other was undoubtedly left carelessly by someone at Hill's quarters.' Says General McClellan, 'Upon learning the contents of this order, I at once gave orders for a vigorous pursuit.'" End quote. General McClellan's testimony, Report on the Conduct of the War, Part 1, page 440. End quote. End of footnote. General D.H. Hill guarded the Boonesboro Gap, and Longstreet was ordered to support him in order to prevent a force from penetrating the mountains at this point, in the rear of McLaws, so as to relieve the garrison at Harper's Ferry. Early on the 14th, a large body of the enemy attempted to force its way to the rear of the position held by Hill, by a road south of the Boonesboro and Frederick Turnpike. The small command of Hill, with Garland's brigade, repelled the repeated assaults of the army, and held it in check for 5 hours. Longstreet, leaving a brigade at Hagerstown, hurried to the assistance of Hill, and reached the scene of action between 3 and 4 p.m. The battle continued with great animation until night. On the south of the turnpike, the assailant was driven back some distance, and his attack on the center repulsed with loss. Darkness put an end to the contest. The effort to force the pass of the mountain had failed, but it was manifest that without reinforcements Lee could not hazard a renewal of the engagement, for McClellan, by his great superiority of numbers, could easily turn either flank. Information was also received that another large body of his troops had, during the afternoon, forced its way through Crampton Gap, only 5 miles in rear of McLaws. Under these circumstances it was determined to retire to Sharpsburg, where we would be on the flank and rear of the enemy should he move against McLaws, and where we could more readily unite with the rest of our army. This movement, skillfully and efficiently covered by the cavalry brigade of General Fitzhugh Lee, was accomplished without interruption. The advance of McClellan's army did not appear on the west side of the pass at Boonesboro until about 8 a.m. on the following morning. The resistance that our troops had offered there secured sufficient time to enable General Jackson to complete the reduction of Harper's Ferry. The attack on the garrison began at dawn on the 15th. A rapid and vigorous fire was opened by the batteries of General Jackson, in conjunction with those on Maryland and Loudon Heights. In about 2 hours the garrison, consisting of more than 11,000 men, surrendered. 73 pieces of artillery, about 13,000 small arms, and a large quantity of military stores fell into our hands. General A. P. Hill remained formally to receive the surrender of the troops and to secure the captured property. The commands of Longstreet and D. H. Hill reached Sharpsburg on the morning of the 15th. General Jackson arrived early on the 16th, and General J. G. Walker came up in the afternoon. The movements of General McLaws were embarrassed by the presence of the enemy in Crampton Gap. He retained his position until the 14th, when, finding that he was not to be attacked, he gradually withdrew his command toward the Potomac, then crossed at Harper's Ferry, and marched by way of Shepherdstown. His progress was slow, and he did not reach the battlefield at Sharpsburg until some time after the engagement of the 17th began. At this time the letter, from which the following extract is made, was addressed by me to General R. E. Lee, commanding our forces in Maryland. Quote, "Sir, it is deemed proper that you should, in accordance with established usage, announce, by proclamation, to the people of Maryland, the motives and purposes of your presence among them at the head of an invading army, and you are instructed in such proclamation to make known," end quote, etc. In obedience to instructions, General Lee issued the following address. Quote, "Headquarters, Army of Northern Virginia, near Frederick, September 8, 1862. To the people of Maryland, it is right that you should know the purpose that has brought the army under my command within the limits of your state, so far as that purpose concerns yourselves. The people of the Confederate States have long watched, with the deepest sympathy, the wrongs and outrages that have been inflicted upon the citizens of a commonwealth allied to the states of the South by the strongest social, political, and commercial ties, and reduced to the condition of a conquered province. Under the pretense of supporting the Constitution, but in violation of its most valuable provisions, your citizens have been arrested and imprisoned upon no charge, and contrary to the forms of law. a faithful and manly protest against this outrage, made by a venerable and illustrious Marylander, to whom in his better days no citizen appealed for right in vain, was treated with scorn and contempt. The government of your chief city has been usurped by armed strangers. Your legislature has been dissolved by the unlawful arrest of its members. Freedom of the press and of speech has been suppressed. Words have been declared offenses by an arbitrary decree of the federal executive, and citizens ordered to be tried by military commissions for what they may dare to speak. Believing that the people of Maryland possess a spirit too lofty to submit to such a government, the people of the South have long wished to aid you in throwing off this foreign yoke, to enable you again to enjoy the inalienable rights of freemen, and restore the independence and sovereignty of your state. In obedience to this wish, our army has come among you, and is prepared to assist you with the power of its arms in regaining the rights of which you have been so unjustly despoiled. This, citizens of Maryland, is our mission, so far as you are concerned. No restraint upon your free will is intended. No intimidation will be allowed, within the limits of this army at least. Marylanders shall once more enjoy their ancient freedom of thought and speech. We know no enemies among you, and will protect all of you in every opinion. It is for you to decide your destiny, freely and without constraint. This army will respect your choice, whatever it may be, and, while the Southern people will rejoice to welcome you to your natural position among them, they will only welcome you when you come of your own free will. R.E. Lee, General Commanding. End quote. The commands of Longstreet and D.H. Hill, on their arrival at Sharpsburg, were placed in position along the range of hills between the town and the Antietam, nearly parallel to the course of that stream, Longstreet on the right of the road to Boonesboro, and Hill on the left. The advance of the enemy was delayed by the determined opposition he encountered from Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry, and he did not appear on the opposite side of the Antietam until about 2 p.m. During the afternoon, the batteries on each side were partially engaged. On the 16th, the artillery fire became warm, and continued throughout the day. A column crossed the Antietam beyond the reach of our batteries, and menaced our left. In anticipation of this movement, Hood's 2 brigades had been transferred from the right, and posted between D.H. Hill and the Hagerstown road. General Jackson was now directed to take position on Hood's left, and formed his line with his right resting on the Hagerstown road and his left extending toward the Potomac, protected by General Stuart with the cavalry and horse artillery. General Walker with his 2 brigades was stationed on Longstreet's right. As evening approached, the enemy fired more vigorously with his artillery, and bore down heavily with his infantry upon Hood, but the attack was gallantly repulsed. At 10 p.m., Hood's troops were relieved by the brigades of Lawton and Trimble, of Ewell's division, commanded by General Lawton. Jackson's own division, under General J. K. Jones, was on Lawton's left, supported by the remaining brigades of Ewell. At early dawn on the 17th, his artillery opened vigorously from both sides of the Antietam, the heaviest fire being directed against our left. Under cover of this fire, a large force of infantry attacked General Jackson's division. They were met by his troops with the utmost resolution, and for several hours the conflict raged with intense fury and alternate success. Our troops advanced with great spirit. The enemy's lines were repeatedly broken and forced to retire. Fresh troops, however, soon replaced those that were beaten, and Jackson's men were in turn compelled to fall back. Nearly all the field officers, with a large proportion of the men, were killed or wounded. Our troops slowly yielded to overwhelming numbers, and fell back, obstinately disputing every point. General Early, in command of Ewell's division, was ordered with his brigade to take the place of Jackson's division, most of which was withdrawn, its ammunition being nearly exhausted and its numbers much reduced. The battle now raged with great violence, the small commands under Hood and Early holding their ground against many times their own infantry force and under a tremendous fire of artillery. Hood was reinforced, then the enemy's lines were broken and driven back, but fresh numbers advanced to their support, and they began to gain ground. The desperate resistance they encountered, however, delayed their progress until the troops of McLaws arrived, and those of General J. G. Walker could be brought from the right. Hood's brigade, though it had suffered extraordinary loss, only withdrew to replenish their ammunition, their supply being entirely exhausted. They were relieved by Walker's command, who immediately attacked vigorously, driving his combatant back with much slaughter. Upon the arrival of the reinforcements under McLaws, General Early attacked resolutely the large force opposed to him. McLaws advanced at the same time, and the forces before them were driven back in confusion, closely followed by our troops beyond the position occupied at the beginning of the engagement. The attack on our left was speedily followed by one in heavy force on the center. This was met by part of Walker's division and the brigades of G. B. Anderson and Rhodes, of D. H. Hill's command, assisted by a few pieces of artillery. General R. H. Anderson's division came to Hill's support, and formed in rear of his line. At this time, by a mistake of orders, Rhodes's brigade was withdrawn from its position. During the absence of that command, a column pressed through the gap thus created, and G. B. Anderson's brigade was broken and retired. The heavy masses moved forward, being opposed only by 4 pieces of artillery, supported by a few hundred of our men belonging to different brigades, rallied by Hill and other officers, and parts of Walker's and B. H. Anderson's commands. Colonel Cook, with the 27th North Carolina Regiment, stood boldly in line without a cartridge. The firm front presented by this small force and the well-directed fire of the artillery checked the progress of the enemy, and in about an hour and a half he retired. Another attack was made soon afterward a little farther to the right, but was repulsed by Miller's guns of the Washington artillery, which continued to hold the ground until the close of the engagement, supported by a part of R. H. Anderson's troops. The corps designated the Washington artillery was composed of Louisiana batteries, organized at New Orleans in the beginning of the war, under Colonel I. B. Walton. It was distinguished by its services in the first great battle of Manassas, and in nearly every important conflict, as well of the Army of Virginia as that of Tennessee, to the close of the war. In the official reports and in the traditions of both armies, the names of the batteries of the Washington artillery have frequent and honorable mention. While the attack on the center and left was in progress, repeated efforts were made to force the passage of the bridge over the Antietam, opposite the right wing of Longstreet, commanded by Brigadier General D. R. Jones. The bridge was defended by General Toombs with 2 regiments of his brigade and the batteries of General Jones. This small command repulsed 5 different assaults made by a greatly superior force. In the afternoon, the enemy, in large numbers, having passed the stream, advanced against General Jones, who held the ridge with less than 2,000 men. After a determined and brave resistance, he was forced to give way, and the summit was gained. General A. P. Hill, having arrived from Harper's Ferry, was now ordered to reinforce General Jones. He moved to his support and attacked the force now flushed with success. Hill's batteries were thrown forward and united their fire with those of Jones, and one of D. H. Hill's also opened with good effect from the left of the Boonesboro Road. The progress of the enemy was immediately arrested, and his line began to waver. At this moment General Jones ordered Toombs to charge the flank, while Archer, supported by Branch and Gregg, moved on the front of the enemy's line. After a brief resistance, he broke and retreated in confusion toward the Antietam, pursued by the troops of Hill and Jones, until he reached the protection of the batteries on the opposite side of the river. It was now nearly dark, and McClellan had massed a number of batteries to sweep the approach to the Antietam, on the opposite side of which the corps of General Porter, which had not been engaged, now appeared to dispute our advance. Our troops were much exhausted, and greatly reduced in numbers by fatigue and the casualties of battle. Under these circumstances, it was deemed injudicious to push our advantage further in the face of these fresh troops added to an army previously much exceeding the number of our own. Ours were accordingly recalled, and formed on the line originally held by General Jones. The repulse on the right ended the engagement, a protracted and sanguinary conflict in which every effort to dislodge us from our position had been defeated with severe loss. This great battle was fought by less than 40,000 men on our side, all of whom had undergone the greatest labors and hardships in the field and on the march. Nothing could surpass the determined valor with which they met the large army of the enemy, fully supplied and equipped, and the result reflected the highest credit on the officers and men engaged. On the 18th, our forces occupied the position of the preceding day, except in the center, where our line was drawn in about 200 yards. Our ranks were increased by the arrival of a number of troops who had not been engaged the day before, and, though still too weak to assume the offensive, Lee waited without apprehension a renewal of the attack. The day passed without any hostile demonstration. During the night of the 18th, our army was withdrawn to the south side of the Potomac, crossing near Shepherdstown without loss or molestation. The enemy advanced on the next morning, but was held in check by General Fitzhugh Lee with his cavalry. The condition of our troops now demanded repose, and the army marched to the Opequon, near Martinsburg, where it remained several days, and then moved to the vicinity of Bunker Hill and Winchester. General McClellan seemed to be concentrating in and near Harper's Ferry, but made no forward movement. The contest on our left in this battle was the most violent. This and the deprivation of our men are very forcibly shown in the following account of Major General Hood. Quote, "On the morning of the 15th, my forces were again in motion. My troops at this period were sorely in need of shoes, clothing, and food. We had issued to us no meat for several days, and little or no bread. The men had been forced to subsist principally on green corn and green apples. Nevertheless, they were in high spirits and defiant as we contended with the advanced guard of McClellan on the 15th and forenoon of the 16th. During the afternoon of this day, I was ordered, after great fatigue and hunger endured by my soldiers, to take position near the Hagerstown Turnpike, in open field in front of the Dunkard Church. General Hooker's corps crossed the Antietam, swung round with its front on the pike, and about an hour before sunset encountered my division. I had stationed 1 or 2 batteries on a hillock in a meadow, near the edge of a cornfield and just by the pike. The Texas Brigade had been disposed on the left, and that of Law on the right. We opened fire, and a spirited action ensued, which lasted till a late hour in the night. When the firing had in a great measure ceased, we were so close to the enemy that we could distinctly hear him massing his heavy bodies in our immediate front. The extreme suffering of my troops for want of food induced me to ride back to General Lee, and request him to send 2 or more brigades to our relief, at least for the night, in order that the soldiers might have a chance to cook their meager rations. He said that he would cheerfully do so, but he knew of no command that could be spared for the purpose. He, however, suggested that I should see General Jackson, and endeavor to obtain assistance from him. After riding a long time in search of the latter, I finally discovered him alone, lying upon the ground, asleep by the root of a tree. I aroused him, and made known the half-starved condition of my troops. He immediately ordered Lawton's, Trimble's, and Hayes's brigades to our relief. He exacted of me, however, a promise that I would come to the support of these forces the moment I was called upon. I quickly rode off in search of my wagons, that the men might prepare and cook their flour, as we were still without meat. Unfortunately, the night was then far advanced, and, although every effort was made in the darkness to get the wagons forward, dawn of the morning of the 17th broke upon us before many of the men had time to do more than prepare the dough. Soon thereafter, an officer of Lawton's staff dashed up to me, saying, "General Lawton sends his compliments, with the request that you come at once to his support." To arms was instantly sounded, and quite a large number of my brave soldiers were again obliged to march to the front, leaving their uncooked rations in camp. Not far distant in our front were drawn up, in close array, heavy columns of Federal infantry. Not less than 2 corps were in sight to oppose my small command, numbering approximately 2,000 effectives. However, with the trusty Law on my right, in the edge of the wood, and the gallant Colonel Wofford, in command of the Texas Brigade on the left, near the pike, we moved forward to the assault. Notwithstanding the overwhelming odds of over 10 to 1 against us, we drove the enemy from the wood and cornfield back upon his reserves, and forced him to abandon his guns on our left. This most deadly combat raged till our last round of ammunition was expended. The 1st Texas Regiment had lost in the cornfield fully 2/3 of its number, and whole ranks of brave men, whose deeds were unrecorded save in the hearts of loved ones at home, were mowed down in heaps to the right and left. Never before was I so continually troubled with fear that my horse would further injure some wounded fellow soldier lying helpless upon the ground. Our right flank, during this short but seemingly long space of time, was toward the main line of the Federals, and after several ineffectual efforts to procure reinforcements and our last shot had been fired, I ordered my troops back to Dunkard Church for the same reason which had previously compelled Lawton, Hayes, and Trimble to retire, a want of cartridges. Upon the arrival of McLaws's division, we marched to the rear, renewed our supply of ammunition, and returned to our position in the wood near the church, which ground we held till a late hour in the afternoon, when we moved somewhat farther to the right and bivouacked for the night. With the close of this bloody day ceased the hardest-fought battle of the war." End quote. The following account of Colonel Taylor, in his 4 Years with General Lee, is more comprehensive, embracing the other forces besides Hood's brigade. Quote, "On the afternoon of the 16th, General McClellan directed an attack by Hooker's corps on the Confederate left, Hood's 2 brigades, and during the whole of the 17th the battle was waged, with varying intensity, along the entire line. When the issue was first joined, on the afternoon of the 16th, General Lee had with him less than 18,000 men, consisting of the commands of Longstreet and D. H. Hill, the 2 divisions of Jackson, and 2 brigades under Walker. Couriers were sent to the rear to hurry up the divisions of A. P. Hill, Anderson, and McLaws, hastening from Harper's Ferry, and these several commands, as they reached the front at intervals during the day on the 17th, were immediately deployed and put to work. Every man was engaged. We had no reserve. The fighting was heaviest and most continuous on the Confederate left. It is established by Federal evidence that the 3 corps of Hooker, Mansfield, and Sumner were completely shattered in the repeated but fruitless efforts to turn this flank, and 2 of these corps were rendered useless for further aggressive movements. The aggregate strength of the attacking column at this point reached 40,000 men, not counting the 2 divisions of Franklin's corps sent at a late hour in the day to rescue the Federal right from the impending danger of being itself destroyed, while the Confederates, from first to last, had less than 14,000 men on this flank, consisting of Jackson's 2 divisions, McLaws's division, and the 2 small divisions of 2 brigades each, under Hood and Walker, with which to resist their fierce and oft-repeated assaults. The disproportion in the center and on our right was as great as, or even more decided than, on our left." End quote. In the Report of Committee on the Conduct of the War, Part 1, page 368, General Sumner testifies as follows, quote, "General Hooker's corps was dispersed. There is no question about that. I sent one of my staff officers to find where they were, and General Ricketts, the only officer he could find, said that he could not raise 300 men of the corps. There were troops lying down on the left, which I took to belong to Mansfield's command. In the meantime General Mansfield had been killed, and a portion of his corps had also been thrown into confusion." End quote. The testimony of General McClellan in the same report, Part 1, page 441, is to the same effect. Quote, "The next morning, the 18th, I found that our loss had been so great, and there was so much disorganization in name of the commands, that I did not consider it proper to renew the attack that day, especially as I was sure of the arrival that day of 2 fresh divisions, amounting to about 15,000 men. As an instance of the condition of some of the troops that morning, I happened to recollect the returns of the 1st Corps. General Hooker's, made on the morning of the 18th, by which there were 3,500 men reported present for duty. 4 days after that, the returns of the same corps showed 13,500. End quote. On the night of the 19th, our forces crossed the Potomac, and some brigades of the enemy followed. In the morning, General A. P. Hill, who commanded the rear guard, was ordered to drive them back. Having disposed his forces, an attack was made, and, as the foe massed in front of General Pender's brigade and endeavored to turn his flank, General Hill says, in his report, quote, "A simultaneous daring charge was made, and the enemy driven pell-mell into the river. Then commenced the most terrible slaughter that this war has yet witnessed. The broad surface of the Potomac was blue with the floating bodies of our foe, but few escaped to tell the tale. By their own account, they lost 3,000 men killed and drowned from one brigade alone. Some 200 prisoners were taken." End quote. General McClellan states in his official report that he had in this battle in action 87,164 men of all arms. The official reports of the commanding officers of our forces made at the time show our total effective infantry to have been 27,255. The estimate made for the cavalry and artillery, which is rather excessive, is 8,000. This would make General Lee's entire strength 35,255. The official return of the Army of Northern Virginia on September 22, 1862, after its return to Virginia, and when the stragglers had rejoined their commands, shows present for duty 36,187 infantry and artillery. The cavalry, of which there is no report, would perhaps increase these figures to 40,000 of all arms. The return of the United States Army of the Potomac on September 20, 1862, shows present for duty at that date of the commands that participated in the Battle of Sharpsburg 85,930 of all arms. The loss of the enemy at Boonesboro and Sharpsburg was 14,794. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis, Part 4, Chapter 36. Efforts of the enemy to obtain our cotton. Demands of European manufacturers. Thousands of operatives resorting to the poor rates. Complaint of Her Majesty's Secretary of State. Letter of Mr. Seward. Promise to open all channels of commerce. Series of measures adopted by the United States. Act of Congress, its provisions, its operation, unconstitutional measures. President Lincoln an accomplice, not authorized by a state of war. Case before Chief Justice Taney, his decision. Expedition sent by the United States government to seize localities. An act providing for the appointment of special agents to seize abandoned or captured property. The views of General Grant, weakening his strength 1/3. Our country divided into districts, and federal agents appointed, continued to the close of the war. A class of measures was adopted by the government of the United States, the object of which was practically and effectively to plunder us of a large portion of our crop of cotton, and secure its transportation to the manufacturers of Europe. The foreign necessity for our cotton is represented in these words of Her Majesty's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs on May 6, 1862, when speaking of the blockade of our ports. Thousands are now obliged to resort to the poor rates for subsistence owing to this blockade. Yet Her Majesty's government have not sought to take advantage of the obvious imperfections of this blockade in order to declare it ineffective. They have, to the loss and detriment of the British nation, scrupulously observed the duties of Great Britain to a friendly state. The severity of the distress thus alluded to was such, both in Great Britain and France, as to produce an intervention of the governments of those countries to alleviate it. Instead, however, of adopting those measures required in the exercise of justice to the Confederacy, and which would have been sustained by the law of nations by declaring the blockade ineffective, as it really was, they sought through informal applications to Mr. Seward, the Secretary of State for the United States, to obtain opportunities for an increased exportation of cotton from the Confederacy. This is explained by Mr. Seward in a letter to Mr. Adams, the minister at London, dated July 28, 1862, in which he writes as follows: "The President has given respectful consideration to the desire informally expressed to me by the governments of Great Britain and France for some farther relaxation of the blockade in favor of that trade. They are not rejected, but are yet held under consideration, with a view to ascertain more satisfactorily whether they are really necessary, and whether they can be adopted without such serious detriment to our military operations as would render them injurious rather than beneficial to the interest of all concerned." In the same letter, Mr. Seward had previously said, "We shall speedily open all the channels of commerce and free them from military embarrassments, and cotton, so much desired by all nations, will flow forth as freely as heretofore. We have ascertained that there are 3.5 millions of bales yet remaining in the region where it was produced, though large quantities of it are yet unginned and otherwise unprepared for market. We have instructed the military authorities to favor, so far as they can consistently with the public safety, its preparation for and dispatch to the markets where it is so much wanted." It has been stated elsewhere in these pages that it became apparent that by some understanding, express or tacit, Europe had decided to leave the initiative in all actions touching the contest on this continent to the two powers just named, Great Britain and France, who were recognized to have the largest interest involved. By the preceding extracts, the demands of the governments of Great Britain and France for increased facilities by which to obtain a greater supply of cotton are evident. At the same time, the determination of the government of the United States to fulfill those demands is apparent, although it placed itself under the necessity of fitting out some military expeditions against those portions of our territory where it was supposed the foraging for cotton would be likely to meet with the greatest success. By reference to the series of measures adopted by the government of the United States to secure possession of our cotton, it will be seen that it was inaugurated as early as July 13, 1861. This was within 10 days after the commencement of the first and extra session of Congress under the administration of President Lincoln. It is scarcely credible that that government, at so early a day, foresaw the pressing demand from Europe for cotton which would ensue a year later. Yet it would seem that we must suppose such to have been its foresight, or else conclude that the first of these measures was the inauguration of a grand scheme for the plunder of our cotton crop, to enrich whomsoever it might concern. The act of the United States Congress of July 13, 1861, above mentioned, was entitled, "An Act to Provide for the Collection of Duties on Imports and for Other Purposes." Under the other purposes, the important features of the act are contained. Section 5 provides that when said insurgents claim to act under the authority of any state or states, and such claim is not disclaimed or repudiated by the persons exercising the functions of government in such state or states, or in part or parts thereof in which said combination exists, or such insurrection suppressed by said state or states, then and in such case it may be and shall be lawful for the President, by proclamation, to declare that the inhabitants of any such state, or any section or part thereof, where such insurrection exists, are in a state of insurrection against the United States, and thereupon all commercial intercourse by and between the same and the citizens thereof and the citizens of the rest of the United States shall cease and be unlawful, so long as such condition of hostility shall continue, and all goods and chattels, wares and merchandise, coming from said state or section into the other parts of the United States, and all proceeding to such state or section by land or water, shall together with the vessel or vehicle conveying the same, or conveying persons to or from such state or section, be forfeited to the United States, provided, however, that the President may, in his discretion, license and permit commercial intercourse with any such part of said state or section, the inhabitants of which are so declared in a state of insurrection, in such articles and for such time, and by such persons as he, in his discretion, may think most conducive to the public interest, and such intercourse, so far as by him licensed, shall be conducted and carried on only in pursuance of rules and regulations prescribed by the Secretary of the Treasury, and the Secretary of the Treasury may appoint such officers at places where officers of the customs are not now authorized by law, as may be needed to carry into effect such licenses, rules, and regulations. It was provided in Section 9 as follows: Proceedings on seizures for forfeitures under this act may be pursued in the courts of the United States in any district into which the property so seized may be taken, and proceedings instituted. It will be seen by reference to the provisions of this section that the President of the United States was authorized to issue his proclamation declaring the inhabitants of any of our states, or of a portion of any one of them, to be in insurrection, and thereupon all commercial intercourse became unlawful, and was required to cease, and all goods and chattels, wares and merchandise, on the way to or from the state or part of a state, were forfeited to the United States, together with the vessel or vehicle in which they were conveyed. Two effects follow this proclamation. First, the cessation of all commercial intercourse with the citizens of the United States. Second, the forfeiture of all goods in transit to. When this condition has been reached, the act then authorizes the President, at his discretion, by license, to reopen trade in such articles and for such time, and by such persons as he may think most conducive to the public interest. The articles of trade were to be chiefly cotton and tobacco. The time during which it might be continued was evidently so long as it could be used for the purpose in view. The persons were those who would most skillfully advance the end to be accomplished, and the public interest was the collection and transportation of the cotton to the European manufacturers. One may search the Constitution of the United States in vain to find any grant of power to Congress by which it could be authorized to pass this act, much less to find any authority conferred upon the President to approve the act, or to justify him in a violation of the oath he had taken to support and maintain the provisions of the Constitution. Congress was guilty of a most flagrant usurpation by the passage of this act, and the President, instead of being a check upon their unconstitutional measures, for which object the veto power was granted to him, became by his approval an accomplice in their usurpation. For nothing is more evident than that it is one of the powers reserved to the states to regulate the commercial intercourse between their citizens, to the extent even of establishment of inspection and quarantine regulations. The former of these is a benefit to commerce, and the latter, in some special cases, only retards it temporarily to secure the health of a community. Neither did a state of war authorize the government of the United States to interfere with the commercial intercourse between the citizens of the states, although under the law of nations it might be so justified with regard to foreign enemies, but this relation it persistently refused to concede to the Confederate States or to their citizens. It consistently asserted that they were its subjects in a state of insurrection, and if so, they were equally entitled to the provisions of the Constitution as for their protection as well as to its penalties. Still less could the government make an absolute forfeiture of the goods seized, as has already been shown when treating of the Confiscation Act. But that a state of war did not enlarge the powers of the government, as was assumed by this act, was expressly decided by Chief Justice Taney in a case that arose under this act. The Secretary of the Treasury issued the regulations for trade, as the act assumed the power to authorize him to do in the section presented on a previous page. One carpenter neglected or refused to obtain the permit required, and his goods were seized. He contested the right of seizure, and the Chief Justice gave a decision at Baltimore in May 1863. He said, "If these regulations had been made directly by Congress, they could not be sustained by a court of justice whose duty it is to administer the law according to the Constitution of the United States. For from the commencement of the government to this day, it has been admitted on all hands and repeatedly decided by the Supreme Court that the United States have no right to interfere with the internal and domestic trade of a state. They have no right to compel it to pass through their custom houses nor to tax it. This is so plainly set forth in the Constitution that it has never been supposed to be open to controversy or question. Undoubtedly, the United States authorities may take proper measures to prevent trade or intercourse with the enemy, but it does not by any means follow that they disregard the limits of all their own powers as prescribed by the Constitution, or the rights and powers reserved to the states and the people. A civil war, or any other, does not enlarge the powers of the federal government over the states or the people beyond what the compact has given to it in time of war. A state of war does not annul the 10th article of the amendment to the Constitution, which declares that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Nor does a civil war or any other war absolve the judicial department from the duty of maintaining with an even and firm hand the rights and powers of the federal government and of the states and of the citizens as they are written in the Constitution, which every judge is sworn to support. Upon the whole, the court is of opinion that the regulations in question are illegal and void, and that the seizure of the goods of Carpenter, because he refused to comply with them, cannot be sustained. The judgment of the district court must therefore be reversed, and the goods delivered to the claimant, his agent, or proctor. The proclamation of the precedent required by the act was issued on August 16, 1861, declaring certain states and parts of certain states to be in insurrection, etc. Under it, some licenses were issued to places in Kentucky and Missouri, where the United States forces were located without any fruitful results. Some strong military and naval expeditions were fitted out to invade us and occupy the ports where cotton and other valuable products were usually shipped. An advance was made up the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers and down the Mississippi, as has been stated elsewhere. The ports of Beaufort, North Carolina, Port Royal, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana, were declared by proclamation of the President of the United States to be open for trade under the new system. Licenses were granted to foreign vessels by United States consuls and to coasting vessels by the Treasury Department, and the blockade was relaxed so far as related to those ports, except as to persons, property, and information contraband of war. Collectors were appointed at the above-mentioned ports, and a circular was addressed to the foreign ministers at Washington, announcing the reopening of communication with conquered southern localities. Again, on March 3, 1863, an act was passed which authorized the Secretary of the Treasury to appoint special agents to receive and collect all abandoned or captured property in any state or portion of a state designated as in insurrection. Under this act, a paper division of the whole of our territory was made into 5 special districts, and to each a special agent was appointed with numerous assistants. Abandoned property was defined to be that which had been deserted by the owners, or that which had been voluntarily abandoned by them to the civil or military authorities of the United States. Property which had been seized or taken from hostile possessions by the military or naval forces was also to be turned over to the special agents to be sold. All property not transported in accordance with the Treasury regulations was forfeitable. All expenses incurred in relation to the property were charged upon it. The views of General Grant on the operation of this system of measures as tending to retard the success of subjugation, which was the object of the war, were presented to the Secretary of the United States Treasury in a letter dated at Vicksburg on July 21, 1863. He writes, "My experience in West Tennessee has convinced me that any trade whatever with the rebellious states is weakening to us at least 33% of our force. No matter what restrictions are thrown around trade, if any whatever is allowed, it will be made the means of supplying to the enemy what they want. Restrictions, if lived up to, make trade unprofitable, and hence none but dishonest men will go into it. I will venture to say that no honest man has made money in West Tennessee in the last year, while many fortunes have been made there during the time. The people in the Mississippi Valley are now nearly subjugated. Keep trade out for a few months, and I doubt not but that the work of subjugation will be so complete that trade can be opened freely with the states of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi." On September 11, 1863, revised regulations were issued by the Secretary which divided the country into 13 districts, from Wheeling, West Virginia, to Natchez on the Mississippi, and a complete system of trade and transportation was organized. In December 1864, new regulations were issued which authorized the purchase of our products at certain points from any persons with bonds furnished by the Treasury. The products were sold, transportation was allowed, and the proceeds were made to constitute a fund for further purchases. A vigorous traffic sprang up under these regulations, which were suspended by an order of General Grant issued on March 10, 1865, and revoked on April 11th by himself. On April 29, 1865, all restrictions upon internal domestic and coastwise commercial intercourse with all country east of the Mississippi River were discontinued. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 37. The enemy crosses the Potomac and concentrates at Warrenton. Advances upon Fredericksburg. Its position. Our forces. The enemy crosses the Rappahannock. Attack on General Jackson. The main attack. Repulse of the enemy on the right. Assaults on the left. The enemy's columns broke and fled. Recross the river. Casualties. Position during the winter. The enemy again crosses the Rappahannock. Also crosses at Kelly's Ford. Converging towards Chancellorsville to the rear of our position. Inactivity on our front. Our forces concentrate near Chancellorsville and encounter the enemy. Position of the enemy. Attempt to turn his right. The enemy surprised and driven in the darkness. Jackson fired upon and wounded. Stuart in command. Battle renewed. Fredericksburg reoccupied. Attack on the heights. Repulse of the enemy. The enemy withdraws in the night. Our strength. Losses. Death of General Jackson. Another account. About the middle of October, 1862, General McClellan crossed the Potomac east of the Blue Ridge and advanced southward, seizing the passes of the mountains as he progressed. In the latter part of the month he began to incline eastwardly from the mountains, moving in the direction of Warrenton, about which he finally concentrated, his cavalry being thrown forward beyond the Rappahannock in the direction of Culpeper Court House. On November 15th the enemy was in motion. The indications were that Fredericksburg was again to be occupied. Sumner's corps had marched in the direction of Falmouth, and gunboats and transports had entered Aquia Creek. McLaws and Ransom's divisions were ordered to proceed to that city, and on the 21st it became apparent that the whole army, under General Burnside, who had succeeded General McClellan, was concentrating on the north side of the Rappahannock. About November 26th Jackson was directed to advance toward Fredericksburg, and as some of the enemy's gunboats had appeared in the river at Port Royal, and it was possible that an attempt might be made to cross in that vicinity, D. H. Hill's division was stationed near that place, and the rest of Jackson's corps so disposed as to support Hill or Longstreet as occasion might require. The fords of the Rappahannock above Fredericksburg were closely guarded by our cavalry, and the brigade of General W. H. F. Lee was stationed near Port Royal to watch the river above and below. The interval before the advance of the foe was employed in strengthening our lines, extending from the river about a mile and a half above Fredericksburg along the range of hills in the rear of the city to the Richmond Railroad. As these hills were commanded by the opposite heights in possession of General Burnside's force, earthworks were constructed on their crest at the most eligible positions for artillery. To prevent gunboats ascending the river, a battery, protected by epaulements, was placed on the bank 4 miles below the city. The plain of Fredericksburg is so completely commanded by the Stafford Heights that no effectual opposition could be made to the passage of the river without exposing our troops to the destructive fire of the numerous batteries on the opposite heights. At the same time, the narrowness of the Rappahannock and its winding course presented opportunities for laying down pontoon bridges at points secure from the fire of our artillery. Our position was therefore selected with a view to resist an advance after crossing, and the river was guarded by detachments of sharpshooters to impede the laying of pontoons until our army could be prepared for action. Before dawn on December 11th General Burnside was in motion. About 2 a.m. he commenced preparations to throw 2 bridges over the Rappahannock opposite Fredericksburg, and one about a mile and a quarter below near the mouth of Deep Run. From daybreak until 4 p.m. the troops, sheltered behind the houses on the river bank, repelled his repeated efforts to lay bridges opposite the town, driving back his working parties and their supports with great slaughter. At the lower point, where there was no such protection, he was successfully resisted until nearly noon, when, being exposed to the severe fire of the batteries on the opposite heights and a superior force of infantry on the river banks, our troops were withdrawn, and about 1 p.m. the bridge was completed. Soon afterward 150 pieces of artillery opened a furious fire upon the city, causing our troops to retire from the river bank about 4 p.m. The enemy then crossed in boats and proceeded rapidly to lay down the bridges. His advance into the town was bravely contested until dark, when our troops were recalled, the necessary time for concentration having been gained. Brigadier General William Barksdale, who commanded the force placed in Fredericksburg to resist the crossing, performed that service with his well-known gallantry. The enemy was prevented from constructing bridges, and his attempts to cross in boats under the cover of artillery and musketry fire were repelled until late in the afternoon, when General Barksdale was ordered to retire. he had directed Lieutenant Colonel Fizer, commanding the 17th Mississippi Regiment of Barksdale's brigade, to select some skillful marksmen, and proceed to check the operations of the pioneers, who had commenced to lay pontoons above the city. Colonel Fizer described to me the novel and bold expedient to which he successfully resorted. He said his sharpshooters were placed in rifle pits, on the bank opposite to that from which the bridge was started, that his men were instructed to aim only at the bridge builders. At dawn the workmen came forward to lay the cover on the bridge, fire was opened, some were killed, and the rest of the party driven ashore. Then the enemy's batteries and riflemen opened a heavy fire on his position, when his men would sit down in the rifle pits and remain quiet until the cannonade ceased. Probably under the supposition that our sharpshooters had been driven off, the workmen would return. Our sharpshooters would arise and repeat the lesson lately given. This he said with intervals of about an hour, during which a continuous and heavy fire of artillery was kept up, occurred 9 times with the same result, a repulse with severe loss, and that for 12 hours every attempt to construct a bridge at that point was defeated. Then, under orders, they withdrew. During the night and the succeeding day the enemy crossed in large numbers at and below the town, secured from material interruption by a dense fog. Longstreet's corps constituted our left, with Anderson's division resting on the river, and those of McLaws, Pickett, and Hood extending to the right. A.P. Hill of Jackson's corps was posted between Hood's right and Hamilton's crossing on the railroad. His front line occupied the edge of a wood. Early and Taliaferro's divisions constituted Jackson's second line. D.H. Hill's division his reserve. His artillery was distributed along his line in the most eligible position, so as to command the open ground in front. Shortly after 9 a.m., the partial rising of the mist disclosed a large force moving in line of battle against Jackson. Dense masses appeared in front of A.P. Hill, stretching far up the river in the direction of Fredericksburg. As they advanced, Major Pelham, of Stuart's horse artillery, opened a rapid and well-directed enfilade fire, which arrested their progress. 4 batteries immediately turned upon him, and upon his withdrawal the enemy extended his left down the Port Royal road, and his numerous batteries opened with vigor upon Jackson's line. Eliciting no response, his infantry moved forward to seize the position occupied by Lieutenant Colonel Walker. The latter, reserving the fire of his 14 pieces until their line had approached within less than 800 yards, opened upon it with such destructive effect as to cause it to waver and soon retreat in confusion. About 1 p.m. the main attack on the right began by a furious cannonade, under cover of which 3 compact lines of infantry advanced against Hill's front. They were received as before and momentarily checked, but soon recovering they pressed forward until, coming within range of our infantry, the contest became fierce and bloody. Archer and Lane, who occupied the edge of a wood, repulsed those portions of the line immediately in front of them, but, before the interval between these commands could be closed, the assailants pressed through in overwhelming numbers, and turned the left of Archer and the right of Lane. Attacked in front and flank, 2 regiments of the former and a brigade of the latter, after a brave resistance, gave way. Archer held his line until the arrival of reinforcements. Thomas came to the relief of Lane and repulsed the column that had broken his line, and drove it back to the railroad. In the meantime a large force had penetrated the wood as far as Hill's reserve, where it was met by a fire for which it was not unprepared. General Hill says, "The advancing columns of the enemy encountered an obstacle at the military road which they little expected. Gregg's brigade of South Carolinians stood in the way." The advancing Federals were allowed to approach quite near, when that brigade poured a withering fire into the faces of Meade's men, and Early's division from the second line swept forward, and the contest in the woods was short and decisive. The enemy was quickly routed and driven out with very heavy loss, and though largely reinforced, was pressed back and pursued to the shelter of the railroad embankment. Here he was gallantly charged by the brigades of Hoke and Atkinson, and driven across the plain to his batteries. The attack on Hill's left was repulsed by the artillery on that part of the line, against which a hot fire from 24 guns was directed. The repulse of the foe on our right was decisive, and the attack was not renewed, but his batteries kept up an active fire at intervals, and sharpshooters skirmished along the front during the afternoon. While these events were transpiring on our right, the enemy, in formidable numbers, made repeated and desperate assaults upon the left of our line. About 11 a.m., having massed his troops under cover of the houses of Fredericksburg, he moved forward in strong columns to seize Mary's and Willis's Hills. All his batteries on the Stafford Heights directed their fire upon the positions occupied by our artillery, with a view to silence it and cover the movement of the infantry. Without replying to this furious cannonade, our batteries poured a rapid and destructive fire into the dense lines of the infantry as they advanced to the attack, frequently breaking their ranks, and forcing them to retreat to the shelter of the houses. 6 times did he, notwithstanding the havoc inflicted by our batteries, press on with great determination to within 100 yards of the foot of the hill, but here, encountering the deadly fire of our infantry, his columns were broken, and fled in confusion to the town. The last assault was made shortly before dark. This effort met the fate of those that preceded it, and when night closed in, his shattered masses had disappeared in the town, leaving the field covered with his dead and wounded. During the night our lines were strengthened by the construction of earthworks at exposed points, and preparations made to receive the enemy on the next day. The 14th passed, however, without a renewal of the attack. The hostile batteries on both sides of the river played upon our lines at intervals, our own firing but little. On the 15th General Burnside still retained his position, apparently ready for battle, but the day passed as the preceding. But, on the morning of the 16th it was discovered that he had availed himself of the darkness of the night, and the prevalence of a violent storm of wind and rain to recross the river. The town was immediately reoccupied, and our positions on the river bank resumed. In the engagement we captured more than 900 prisoners, and 9,000 stand of arms. A large quantity of ammunition was found in Fredericksburg. On our side 458 were killed and 3,743 wounded, total 4,201. The loss of the enemy was 1,152 killed, 9,101 wounded, and 3,234 missing, total 13,771. General Burnside testified before the Committee on the Conduct of the War that he had about 100,000 men on the south side of the river, and every single man of them was under artillery fire, and about half of them were at different times formed in columns of attack. Lee's then 20,000 Confederate troops were actively engaged. This number composed about 1/4 of the army under General Lee. The returns of the Army of Northern Virginia show that on the 10th of December, 1862, General Lee had present for duty 78,228, and on December 20th, 75,524 of all arms. Upon being asked what causes he assigned for the failure of his attack, General Burnside replied to the Committee on the Conduct of the War, it was found impossible to get the men up to the works. The enemy's fire was too hot for them. After the Battle of Fredericksburg, the Army of Northern Virginia remained encamped on the south side of the Rappahannock until the latter part of April, 1863. The Federal Army occupied the north side of the river opposite Fredericksburg, extending to the Potomac. 2 brigades of Anderson's division, those of Mahone and Posey, were stationed near United States Mine or Bank Mill Ford. The cavalry was distributed on both flanks, Fitzhugh Lee's brigade picketing the Rappahannock above the mouth of the Rapidan, and W.H.F. Lee's near Port Royal. General Longstreet, with 2 divisions of his corps, was detached for service south of the James River in February, and did not rejoin the army until after the Battle of Chancellorsville. Excepting a cavalry engagement near Kelly's Ford on March 17th, nothing of interest transpired during this period of inactivity. On April 14th, 1863, the enemy's cavalry was concentrating on the upper Rappahannock, but his efforts to establish himself on the south side of the river were successfully resisted. About the 21st, small bodies of infantry appeared at Kelly's Ford and the Rappahannock Bridge. At the same time a demonstration was made opposite Port Royal. These movements indicated that the army, now commanded by Major General Hooker, was about to resume active operations. On the 28th, early in the morning, the enemy crossed the river in boats near Fredericksburg, laid a pontoon bridge, and built another about a mile below. A considerable force crossed on these bridges during the day, and was massed under the high banks of the river, which afforded protection from our artillery, while the batteries on the opposite heights completely commanded the wide plain between our lines and the narrow river. As in the first battle at Fredericksburg, our dispositions were made with a view to resist a direct advance against us, but the indications were that the principal effort would be made in some other quarter. On the 29th it was reported that he had crossed in force near Kelly's Ford, and that a heavy column was moving from Kelly's toward Germania Ford on the Rapidan, and another toward Ely's Ford. The routes they were pursuing, after crossing the Rapidan, converged near Chancellorsville, whence several roads led to the rear of our position at Fredericksburg. General Anderson proceeded to cover these roads on the 29th, but learning that the enemy had crossed the Rapidan and was approaching in strong force, he retired early on the next morning to the intersection of the Mine and Plank roads near Tabernacle Church, and began to entrench himself. His rear guard, as he left Chancellorsville, was attacked by cavalry, but being vigorously repulsed, offered no further opposition to his march. The enemy on our front near Fredericksburg continued inactive, and it was now apparent that the main attack would be made upon our flank and rear. It was therefore determined to leave sufficient troops to hold our lines, and with the main body of the army to give battle to the approaching column. Early's division of Jackson's corps and Barksdale's brigade of McLaws' division, with part of the reserve artillery under General Pendleton, were entrusted with the defense of our position at Fredericksburg, and at midnight on the 30th General McLaws marched with the rest of his command toward Chancellorsville. General Jackson followed at dawn next morning with the remaining divisions of his corps. He reached the position occupied by General Anderson at 8 a.m. and immediately began to make preparations to advance. At 11 a.m. the troops moved forward on the Plank and Old Turnpike roads. The enemy was soon encountered on both roads, and heavy skirmishing with infantry and artillery ensued, our troops pressing steadily forward. A strong attack upon McLaws was repulsed with spirit by Semmes's brigade, and General Wright, by direction of General Anderson, diverging to the left of the Plank Road, marched by way of the unfinished railroad from Fredericksburg to Gordonsville, and turned the Federal right. His whole line thereupon retreated rapidly, vigorously pursued by our troops until they arrived within about 1 mile of Chancellorsville. Here the enemy had assumed a position of great natural strength, surrounded on all sides by a dense forest filled with a tangled undergrowth, in the midst of which breastworks of logs had been constructed with trees felled in front so as to form an almost impenetrable abattis. His artillery swept the few narrow roads by which his position could be approached from the front, and commanded the adjacent woods. The left of his line extended from Chancellorsville toward the Rappahannock, covering the Bank Mill Ford, where he communicated with the north bank of the river by a pontoon bridge. His right stretched westward along the Germania Ford road more than 2 miles. Darkness was approaching before the strength and the extent of his line could be ascertained, and as the nature of the country rendered it hazardous to attack by night, our troops were halted and formed in line of battle in front of Chancellorsville at right angles to the Plank Road, extending on the right to the Mine Road, and to the left in the direction of the furnace. It was evident that a direct attack by us would be attended with great difficulty and loss, in view of the strength of his position and his superiority of numbers. It was therefore resolved to endeavor to turn his right flank and gain his rear, leaving a force in front to hold him in check and conceal the movement. The execution of this plan was entrusted to Lieutenant General Jackson with his 3 divisions. The commands of Generals McLaws and Anderson, with the exception of Wilcox's brigade, which during the night had been ordered back to Banks's Ford, remained in front of the enemy. Early on the morning of the 2nd, General Jackson marched by the Furnace and Brock roads, his movement being effectually covered by Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry under General Stuart in person. As the rear of his train was passing the Furnace, a large force of the enemy advanced from Chancellorsville and attempted its capture, but this advance was arrested. After a long and fatiguing march, General Jackson's leading division under General Rhodes reached the Old Turnpike about 3 miles in rear of Chancellorsville at 4 p.m. As the different divisions arrived, they were formed at right angles to the road, Rhodes in front, Trimble's under Brigadier General Colston in the second, and A.P. Hill's in the third line. At 6 p.m. the advance was ordered. The enemy was taken by surprise and fled after a brief resistance. General Rhodes's men pushed forward with great vigor and enthusiasm, followed closely by the second and third lines. Position after position was carried, the guns captured, and every effort of the foe to rally defeated by the impetuous rush of our troops. In the ardor of pursuit through the thick and tangled woods, the first and second lines at last became mingled and moved on together as one. The fugitives made a stand at a line of breastworks across the road, but the troops of Rhodes and Colston dashed over the entrenchments together, and the flight and pursuit were resumed and continued until our advance was arrested by the abatis in front of the line of works near the central position at Chancellorsville. It was now dark, and General Jackson ordered the third line under General Hill to advance to the front and relieve the troops of Rhodes and Colston, who were completely blended and in such disorder from their advance through intricate woods and over broken ground that it was necessary to reform them. As Hill's men moved forward, General Jackson, with his staff and escort, returning from the extreme front, met the skirmishers advancing, and in the obscurity of the night were mistaken for the enemy and fired upon. Captain Boswell, chief engineer of the corps, and several others were killed and a number wounded, among whom was General Jackson, who was borne from the field. The command devolved under Major General Hill, whose division under General Heath was advanced to the line of entrenchments which had been reached by Rhodes and Colston. A furious fire of artillery was opened upon them, under cover of which infantry advanced to the attack, but were handsomely repulsed. General Hill soon afterward disabled, and the command was turned over to General Stuart. He immediately proceeded to reconnoitre the ground and make himself acquainted with the disposition of the troops. The darkness of the night and the difficulty of moving through the woods and undergrowth rendered it advisable to defer further operations until morning, and the troops rested on their arms in line of battle. As soon as the sound of cannon gave notice of Jackson's attack on the enemy's right, the troops in front began to press strongly on the left to prevent reinforcements being sent to the point assailed. They advanced up to the entrenchments, while several batteries played with good effect until prevented by the increasing darkness. Early on the morning of May 3d, General Stuart renewed the attack upon General Hooker, who had strengthened his right wing during the night with additional breastworks, while a large number of guns, protected by entrenchments, were posted so as to sweep the woods through which our troops had to advance. Hill's division was in front, with Colston in the second line and Rhodes in the third. The second and third lines soon advanced to the support of the first, and the whole became hotly engaged. The breastworks at which the attack was suspended on the preceding evening were carried by assault, under a terrible fire of musketry and artillery. In the rear of these breastworks was a barricade, from which the enemy was quickly driven. The troops on the left of the plank road, pressing through the woods, attacked and broke the next line, while those on the right bravely assailed the extensive earthworks behind which General Hooker's artillery was posted. 3 times were these works carried, and as often were the brave assailants compelled to abandon them, twice by the retirement of the troops on their left, who fell back after a gallant struggle with superior numbers, and once by a movement of the enemy on their right caused by the advance of General Anderson. The left, being reinforced, finally succeeded in driving back the enemy, and the artillery under Lieutenant Colonels Carter and Jones, being thrown forward to occupy favorable positions secured by the advance of the infantry, began to play with great precision and effect. Anderson in the meantime pressed gallantly forward directly upon Chancellorsville, his right resting upon the plank road and his left extending around the furnace, while McLaws made a strong demonstration to the right of the road. As the troops advancing upon the enemy's front and right converged upon his central position, Anderson effected a junction with Jackson's corps, and the whole line pressed irresistibly. General Hooker's army was driven from all its fortified positions with heavy loss in killed, wounded, and prisoners, and retreated toward the Rappahannock. By 10 a.m. we were in full possession of the field. The troops, having become somewhat scattered by the difficulties of the ground and the ardor of the contest, were immediately reformed, preparatory to renewing the attack. The enemy had withdrawn to a strong position nearer to the Rappahannock, which he had fortified. His superiority of numbers, the unfavorable nature of the ground, which was densely wooded, and the condition of our troops after the arduous and sanguinary conflict in which they had been engaged, rendered great caution necessary. Our operations were just completed, when further movements were arrested by intelligence received from Fredericksburg. Before dawn, on the morning of the 3rd, it was known that the enemy had occupied Fredericksburg in large force and laid down a bridge at the town. He made a demonstration against the extreme right of the force left to hold our lines, which was easily repulsed by General Early. Soon afterward a column moved from Fredericksburg along the river banks as if to gain the heights on the extreme left which commanded those immediately in rear of the town. This attempt was foiled. Very soon the enemy advanced in large force against Mary's, and the hills to the right and left of it. 2 assaults were gallantly repulsed. After the second, a flag of truce was sent from the town to obtain permission to provide for the wounded. 3 heavy lines advanced immediately upon the return of the flag and renewed the attack. They were bravely repulsed on the right and left, but the small force at the foot of Mary's Hill, overpowered by more than 10 times their numbers, was captured after an heroic resistance and the hill carried. The success of the enemy enabled him to threaten our communications by moving down the Telegraph Road, or to come upon our rear at Chancellorsville by the Plank Road. He began to advance on the Plank Road, his progress being gallantly disputed by the brigade of General Wilcox, who fell back slowly until he reached Salem Church on the Plank Road, about 5 miles from Fredericksburg. In this state of affairs in our rear, General Lee led General McLaws with his 3 brigades to reinforce General Wilcox. He arrived at Salem Church early in the afternoon, where he found General Wilcox in line of battle with a large force of the enemy, consisting, as it was reported, of 1 army corps and part of another, in his front. The enemy's artillery played vigorously upon our position for some time, when his infantry advanced in 3 strong lines, the attack being directed mainly against General Wilcox, but partially involving the brigades on his left. The assault was met with the utmost firmness, and after a fierce struggle the first line was repulsed with great slaughter. The second then came forward, but immediately broke under the close and deadly fire which it encountered, and the whole mass fled in confusion to the rear. They were pursued by the brigades of Wilcox and Semmes, which advanced nearly a mile, when they were halted to reform in the presence of the hostile reserve, which now appeared in large force. It being quite dark, General Wilcox deemed it imprudent to push the attack with his small numbers, and retired to his original position, the enemy making no attempt to follow. The next morning General Early advanced along the Telegraph Road, and recaptured Marye's and the adjacent hills without difficulty, thus gaining the rear of the enemy's left. In the meantime General Hooker had so strengthened his position near Chancellorsville that it was deemed inexpedient to assail it with less than our whole force, which had been reduced by the detachment led to Fredericksburg to relieve us from the danger that menaced our rear. It has been heretofore stated that General Longstreet had been sent with 2 divisions of Lee's array to cooperate with General French on the south side of the James River, in the capture of Suffolk, the occupation of which by the enemy interrupted our collection of supplies in the eastern counties of North Carolina and Virginia. When the advance of Hooker threatened General Lee's front, instructions were sent to General Longstreet to hasten his return to the army with the large force detached with him. These instructions were repeated with urgent insistence, yet his movements were so delayed that though the battle of Chancellorsville did not occur until many days after he was expected to join, his force was absent when it occurred. Had he rejoined his command in due time, Lee need not have diminished his force in front of Hooker, so as to delay the renewal of the attack and force him to a precipitate retreat, involving the loss of his artillery and trains. It was accordingly resolved still further to reinforce the troops in front in order, if possible, to drive Hooker across the Rappahannock. Some delay occurred in getting the troops into position, owing to the broken and irregular nature of the ground, and the difficulty of ascertaining the disposition of the opposing forces. The attack did not begin until 6 p.m., when the enemy's troops were rapidly driven across the plank road in the direction of the Rappahannock. The speedy approach of darkness prevented General McLaws from perceiving the success of the attack until the foe began to recross the river a short distance below Banks's Ford, where he had laid one of his pontoon bridges. His right brigades advanced through the woods in the direction of the firing, but the retreat was so rapid that they could only join in the pursuit. A dense fog settled over the field, increasing the obscurity and rendering great caution necessary to avoid collision between our own troops. Their movements were consequently slow. The next morning it was found that the enemy had made good his escape and removed his bridges. Fredericksburg was evacuated, and our rear no longer threatened. But as General Hooker had it in his power to recross, it was deemed best to leave a force to hold our lines as before. McLaws and Anderson being directed to return to Chancellorsville, they reached their destination during the afternoon in the midst of a violent storm, which continued throughout the night and most of the following day. Preparations were made to assail the enemy's works at daylight on the 6th, but, on advancing our skirmishers, it was found that under the cover of the storm and darkness of the night he had retreated over the river. A detachment was left to guard the battlefield, while the wounded were removed and the captured properly collected. The rest of the army returned to its former position. The loss of the enemy, according to his own statement, was 1,512 killed and 9,518 wounded, total 11,030. His dead and a large number of wounded were left on the field. About 5,000 prisoners exclusive of the wounded were taken, and 13 pieces of artillery, 19,500 stand of arms, 17 colors, and a large quantity of ammunition fell into our hands. Our loss was much less in killed and wounded than that of the enemy, but of the number was one, a host in himself, Lieutenant General Jackson, who was wounded and died on May 10th. Of this great captain, General Lee in his anguish at his death justly said, "I have lost my right arm." As an executive officer he had no superior, and war has seldom shown an equal. Too devoted to the cause he served to have any personal motive, he shared the toils, privations, and dangers of his troops when in chief command, and in subordinate position his aim was to understand the purpose of his commander and faithfully to promote its success. He was the complement of Lee. United they had achieved such results that the public felt secure under their shield. To us his place was never filled. The official return of the Army of Northern Virginia on March 31, 1863, shows as present for duty 57,112, of which 6,509 were cavalry and 1,621 reserve artillery. On May 20th, 2 weeks after the battle, and when Pickett's and Hood's divisions had rejoined the army, the total infantry force numbered but 55,261 effective men, from which, if the strength of Hood's and Pickett's divisions is deducted, there would remain 41,358 as the strength of the commands that participated in the battles of Chancellorsville. The Army of the Potomac numbered 120,000 men, infantry and artillery, with a body of 12,000 well-equipped cavalry, and an artillery force of 400 guns. A brief and forcible account of this battle is given by Taylor. A formidable force under General Sedgwick was thrown across the river below Fredericksburg and made demonstrations of an intention to assail the Confederate front. Meanwhile, with great celerity and secrecy, General Hooker, with the bulk of his array, crossed at the upper fords, and in an able manner and wonderfully short time had concentrated 4 of his 7 army corps, numbering 56,000 men, at Chancellorsville, about 10 miles west of Fredericksburg. His purpose was now fully developed to General Lee, who, instead of awaiting its further prosecution, immediately determined on the movement the least expected by his opponent. He neither proceeded to make strong his left against an attack from the direction of Chancellorsville, nor did he move southward so as to put his army between that of General Hooker and the Confederate capital, but, leaving General Early, with about 9,000 men, to take care of General Sedgwick, he moved with the remainder of his army, numbering 48,000 men, toward Chancellorsville. As soon as the advance of the enemy was encountered, it was attacked with vigor, and very soon the Federal army was on the defensive in its apparently impregnable position. It was not the part of wisdom to attempt to storm this stronghold, but Sedgwick would certainly soon be at work in the rear, and Early, with his inadequate force, could not do more than delay and harass him. It was therefore imperatively necessary to strike boldly, effectively, and at once. There could be no delay. Meanwhile 2 more army corps had joined General Hooker, who now had about Chancellorsville 91,000 men, 6 corps except 1 division of the 2nd Corps, Conks, which had been left with Sedgwick at Fredericksburg. It was a critical position for the Confederate commander, but his confidence in his trusted lieutenant and brave men was such that he did not long hesitate. Encouraged by the counsel and confidence of General Jackson, he determined to still further divide his army, and while he, with the divisions of Anderson and McLaws, less than 14,000 men, should hold the enemy in his front, he would hurl Jackson upon his flank and rear, and crush and crumble him as between the upper and nether millstone. The very boldness of the movement contributed much to ensure its success. The flank movement of Jackson's wing was attended with extraordinary success. On the afternoon of the 2nd day of May he struck such a blow to the enemy on their extreme right as to cause dismay and demoralization to their entire army. This advantage was promptly and vigorously followed up the next day, when Generals Lee and Stuart, the latter then in command of Jackson's wing, joined elbows, and after most heroic and determined effort, their now united forces finally succeeded in storming and capturing the works of the enemy. Meantime Sedgwick had forced Early out of the heights at Fredericksburg, and had advanced toward Chancellorsville, thus threatening the Confederate rear. General Lee, having defeated the greater force and driven it from its stronghold, now gathered up a few of the most available of his victorious brigades and turned upon the lesser. On May 3d Sedgwick's force was encountered near Salem Church, and its further progress checked by General McLaws, with the 5 brigades detached by General Lee for this service, including Wilcox's, which had been stationed at Banks's Ford. On the next day General Anderson was sent to reinforce McLaws with 3 additional brigades. Meanwhile General Early had connected with these troops, and in the afternoon, so soon as dispositions could be made for attack, Sedgwick's lines were promptly assailed and broken, the main assault being made on the enemy's left by Early's troops. The situation was now a critical one for the Federal lieutenant. Darkness came to his rescue, and on the night of the 4th he crossed to the north side of the river. On the 5th General Lee concentrated for another assault on the new line taken up by General Hooker, but on the morning of the 6th it was ascertained that the enemy, in General Lee's language, had sought safety beyond the Rappahannock, and the river flowed again between the hostile hosts. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Rise and the Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 38. Relations with Foreign Nations. The Public Questions. Ministers Abroad. Usages of Intercourse between Nations. Our Action. Mistake of European Nations. They follow the example of England and France. Different conditions of the belligerents. Injury to the Confederacy with a single exception. These agreements remained inoperative. Extent of the pretended blockade. Remonstrances against its recognition. Sinking vessels to block up harbors. Every prescription of maritime law violated by the United States Government. Protest. Addition made to the law by Great Britain. Policy pursued favorable to our enemies. Instances: mediation proposed by France to Great Britain, and Russian letter of French minister. Reply of Great Britain. Reply of Russia. Letter to French minister at Washington. Various offensive actions of the British government. Encouraging to the United States. Hollow profession of neutrality. The public questions arising out of our foreign relations were too important to be overlooked. At the end of the first year of the war, the Confederate States had been recognized by the leading governments of Europe as a belligerent power. This continued unchanged to the close. Mr. Mason became our representative in London, Mr. Slidell in Paris, Mr. Rost in Spain, and Mr. Mann in Belgium. They performed with energy and skill the positions, but were unsuccessful in obtaining our recognition as an independent power. The usages of intercourse between nations require that official communication be made to friendly powers of all organic changes in the constitution of states. To those who are familiar with the principles upon which the states known as the United States were originally constituted, as well as those upon which the Union was formed, the organic changes made by the secession and confederation of the Southern States are very apparent. But to others an explanation may be necessary. Each of the states was originally declared to be sovereign and independent. In this condition, at a former period, all of those then existing were severally recognized by name by the only one of the powers which had denied their right to independence. This gave to each a recognized national sovereignty. Subsequently they formed a compact of voluntary union, whereby a new organization was constituted, which was made the representative of the individual states in all general intercourse with other nations. So long as the compact continued in force, this agent represented merely the sovereignty of the states. But, when a portion of the states withdrew from the compact and formed a new one under the name of the Confederate States, they had made such organic changes in their constitution as to require official notice in compliance with the usages of nations. For this purpose the Provisional Government took early measures for sending to Europe commissioners charged with the duty of visiting the capitals of the different powers and making arrangements for the opening of more formal diplomatic intercourse. Prior, however, to the arrival abroad of these commissioners, the Government of the United States had addressed communications to the different cabinets of Europe in which it assumed the attitude of being sovereign over the Confederate States, and alleged that these independent states were in rebellion against the remaining states of the Union, and threatened Europe with manifestations of its displeasure if it should treat the Confederate States as having an independent existence. It soon became known that these pretensions were not considered abroad to be as absurd as they were known to be at home, nor had Europe yet learned what reliance was to be placed in the official statements of the Cabinet at Washington. The delegation of power granted by the states to the General Government to represent them in foreign intercourse had led European nations into the grave error of supposing that their separate sovereignty and independence had been merged into one common sovereignty, and had ceased to have a distinct existence. Under the influence of this error, which all appeals to reason and historical fact were vainly used to dispel, our commissioners were met by the declaration that foreign governments could not assume to judge between the conflicting representations of the two parties as to the true nature of their previous relations. The governments of Great Britain and France accordingly signified their determination to confine themselves to recognizing the self-evident fact of the existence of a war, and to maintain a strict neutrality during its progress. Some of the other powers of Europe pursued the same course of policy, and it became apparent that by some understanding, express or tacit, Europe had decided to leave the initiative in all action touching the contest on this continent to the two powers just named, who were recognized to have the largest interests involved, both by reason of proximity to and of the extent of intimacy of their commercial relations with the states engaged in war. It was manifest that the course of action adopted by Europe, while based on an apparent refusal to determine the question or to side with either party, was, in point of fact, an actual decision against our rights and in favor of the groundless pretensions of the United States. It was a refusal to treat us as an independent government. If we were independent states, the refusal to entertain with us the same international intercourse which was maintained with our enemy was unjust, and was injurious in its effects, whatever might have been the motive which prompted it. Neither was it in accordance with the high moral obligations of that international code, whose chief sanction is the conscience of sovereigns and the public opinion of mankind, that those eminent powers should have declined the performance of a duty peculiarly incumbent upon them, from any apprehension of the consequences to themselves. One immediate and necessary result of their declining the responsibility of a decision which must have been adverse to the extravagant pretensions of the United States was the prolongation of hostilities to which our enemies were thereby encouraged, and which resulted in scenes of carnage and devastation on this continent and of misery and suffering on the other such as have scarcely a parallel in history. Had those powers promptly admitted our right to be treated as all other independent nations, none can doubt that the moral effect of such action would have been to dispel the pretension under which the United States persisted in their efforts to accomplish our subjugation. There were other matters in which less than justice was rendered to the Confederacy by neutral Europe, an undue advantage conferred on the aggressors in a wicked war. At the inception of hostilities, the inhabitants of the Confederate States were almost exclusively agriculturists. Those of the United States were also to a large extent mechanics, merchants, and navigators. We had no commercial marine, while their merchant vessels covered the ocean. We were without a navy, while they had powerful fleets built by the money we had in full share contributed. The power which they possessed for inflicting injury on our coasts and harbors was thus counterbalanced in some measure by the exposure of their commerce to attack by private armed vessels. It was known to Europe that within a very few years past the United States had peremptorily refused to accede proposals for the abolition of privateering on the ground, as alleged by them, that nations owning powerful fleets would thereby obtain undue advantage over those possessing inferior naval force. Yet no sooner was war flagrant between the Confederacy and the United States than the maritime powers of Europe issued orders prohibiting either party from bringing prizes into their ports. This prohibition, directed with apparent impartiality against both belligerents, was in reality effective against the Confederate States only, for they alone could find a hostile commerce on the ocean. Merely nominal against the United States, the prohibition operated with intense severity on the Confederacy by depriving it of the only means of maintaining its struggle on the ocean against the crushing superiority of naval force possessed by its enemies. The value and efficiency of the weapon which was thus wrested from our grasp by the combined action of neutral European powers in favor of a power which professes openly its intention of ravaging their commerce by privateers in any future war is strikingly illustrated by the terror inspired among commercial classes of the United States by a single cruiser of the Confederacy. One small steamer, commanded by officers and manned by a crew who were debarred by the closure of neutral ports from the opportunity of causing captured vessels to be condemned in their favor as prizes, sufficed to double the rates of maritime insurance in northern ports, and consign to forced inaction numbers of northern vessels in addition to the direct damage inflicted by captures at sea. But it was especially in relation to the so-called blockade that the policy of European powers was so shaped as to cause the greatest injury to the Confederacy, and to confer signal advantages on the United States. A few words in explanation may here be necessary. Prior to the year 1856, the principles regulating this subject were to be gathered from the writings of eminent publicists, the decisions of admiralty courts, international treaties, and the usages of nations. The uncertainty and doubt which prevailed in reference to the true rules of maritime law in time of war, resulting from the discordant and often conflicting principles announced from such varied and independent sources, had become a grievous evil to mankind. Whether a blockade was allowable against a port not invested by land as well as by sea, whether a blockade was valid by sea if the investing fleet was merely sufficient to render ingress to the blockaded port evidently dangerous, or whether it was further required for its legality that it should be sufficient really to prevent access, and numerous other similar questions had remained doubtful and undecided. Animated by the highly honorable desire to put an end to differences of opinion between neutrals and belligerents, which may occasion serious difficulties and even conflicts, such was the official language, the five great powers of Europe, together with Sardinia and Turkey, adopted in 1856 the following declaration of principles. 1. Privateering is and remains abolished. 2. The neutral flag covers enemies' goods, with the exception of contraband of war. 3. Neutral goods, with the exception of contraband of war, are not liable to capture under enemy's flag. 4. Blockades, in order to be binding, must be effective, that is to say, maintained by a force sufficient really to prevent access to the coast of the enemy. Not only did this solemn declaration announce to the world the principles to which the signing powers agreed to conform in future wars, but it contained a clause to which these powers gave immediate effect, and which provided that the States, not parties to the Congress of Paris, should be invited to accede to the declaration. Under this invitation every independent State in Europe yielded its assent, at least no instance is known to me of a refusal, and the United States, while declining to assent to the proposition which prohibited privateering, declared that the three remaining principles were in accordance with their own views of international law. No instance is known in history of the adoption of rules of public law under circumstances of like solemnity, with like unanimity, and pledging the faith of nations with a sanctity so peculiar. When, therefore, this confederacy was formed, and when neutral powers, while deferring action on its demand for admission into the family of nations, recognized it as a belligerent power, Great Britain and France made informal proposals about the same time that their own rights as neutrals should be guaranteed by our acceding as belligerents to the declaration of principles made by the Congress of Paris. The request was addressed to our sense of justice, and therefore met immediate and favorable response in the resolutions of the Provisional Congress of the 13th of August, 1861, by which all the principles announced by the Congress of Paris were adopted as the guide of our conduct during the war, with the sole exception of that relative to privateering. As the right to make use of privateers was one in which neutral nations had, as to the then existing war, no interest, as it was a right which the United States had refused to abandon, and which they remained at liberty to employ against us, as it was a right of which we were already in actual enjoyment, and which we could not be expected to renounce flagrante bello against an adversary possessing an overwhelming superiority of naval forces, it was reserved with the entire confidence that neutral nations could not fail to perceive that just reason existed for the reservation. Nor was this confidence misplaced, for the original documents published by the British government contain the expression of that satisfaction of that government with the conduct of officials who conducted successfully the delicate transaction confided to their charge. These solemn declarations of principle, this implied agreement between the Confederacy and the two powers just named, were suffered to remain inoperative against the menaces and outrages on neutral rights committed by the United States with unceasing and progressing arrogance during the whole period of the war. Neutral Europe remained passive when the United States, with a naval force insufficient to blockade effectively the coast of a single state, proclaimed a paper blockade of thousands of miles of coast, extending from the capes of the Chesapeake to those of Florida, encircling the Gulf of Mexico from Key West to the mouth of the Rio Grande. Compared with this monstrous pretension of the United States, the blockades known in history under the names of the Berlin and Milan decrees, and the British orders in council in the years 1806 and 1807 sink into insignificance. Those blockades were justified by the powers that declared them on the sole ground that they were retaliatory, yet they have since been condemned by the publicists of those very powers as violations of international law. It will be remembered that those blockades evoked angry remonstrances from neutral powers, among which the United States were the most conspicuous, and were in their consequences the chief cause of the war between Great Britain and the United States in 1812. Also, that they formed one of the principal motives that led to the declaration of the Congress of Paris in 1856, in the fond hope of imposing an enduring check on the very abuse of maritime power which was renewed by the United States in 1861 and 1862, under circumstances and with features of aggravated wrong without precedent in history. Repeated informal remonstrances were made by the Confederate Government to neutral powers against the recognition of that blockade. It was shown by evidence not capable of contradiction, and which was furnished in part by the officials of neutral nations, that the few ports of the Confederacy, before which any naval forces at all were stationed, were invested so inefficiently that hundreds of entries were effected into them after the declaration of the blockade, that our enemies admitted the inefficiency of their blockade in the most forcible manner, by repeated official complaints of the sale to us of goods contraband of war, a sale which could not possibly have affected their interests if their pretended blockade had been sufficient really to prevent access to our coasts. Repeated informal remonstrances were made by the Confederate Government to neutral powers against the recognition of that blockade. It was shown by evidence not capable of contradiction, and which was furnished in part by the officials of neutral nations, that the few ports of the Confederacy, before which any naval forces at all were stationed, were invested so inefficiently that hundreds of entries were effected into them after the declaration of the blockade, that our enemies admitted the inefficiency of their blockade in the most forcible manner, by repeated official complaints of the sale to us of goods contraband of war, a sale which could not possibly have affected their interests if their pretended blockade had been sufficient really to prevent access to our coasts, that they alleged their inability to render their paper blockade effective as the excuse for the odious barbarity of destroying the entrance to one of the harbors by sinking vessels loaded with stone in the channel, that our commerce with foreign nations was interrupted, not by the effective investment of our ports, but by watching the ports of the West Indies, not only by the seizure of ships in the attempt to enter the Confederate ports, but by the capture on the high seas of neutral vessels by the cruisers of our enemies, whenever supposed to be bound to any point on our extensive coast, without inquiry whether a single blockading vessel was to be found at such a point, that blockading vessels had left the ports at which they were stationed for distant expeditions, were absent for many days, and returned without notice either of the cessation or renewal of the blockade. In a word, that every prescription of maritime law and every right of neutral nations to trade with the belligerent under the sanction of principles heretofore universally respected were systematically and persistently violated by the United States. Neutral Europe received our remonstrances, and submitted in almost unbroken silence to all the wrongs that the United States chose to inflict on its commerce. The Cabinet of Great Britain, however, did not confine itself to such implied acquiescence in these breaches of international law which resulted from simple inaction, but, in a published dispatch of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, assumed to make a change in the principle enunciated by the Congress of Paris, to which the faith of the British Government was considered to be pledged. The change was so important and so prejudicial to the interests of the Confederacy that, after a vain attempt to obtain satisfactory explanations from that Government, I directed a solemn protest to be made. In a published dispatch from Her Majesty's Foreign Office to her minister at Washington, under the date of February 11, 1862, occurred the following passage: Her Majesty's Government, however, are of the opinion that, assuming that the blockade was duly notified, and also that a number of ships is stationed and remains at the entrance of a port sufficient really to prevent access to it, or to create an evident danger of entering it or leaving it, and that these ships do not voluntarily permit ingress or egress, the fact that various ships may have successfully escaped through it, as in the particular instance here referred to, will not of itself prevent the blockade from being an effectual one by international law. The words which I have italicized were an addition made by the British Government of its own authority to a principle, the exact terms of which were settled with deliberation by the common consent of civilized nations, and by implied convention with our Government, as already explained, and their effect was clearly to reopen to the prejudice of the Confederacy one of the very disputed questions of the law of blockade which the Congress of Paris proposed to settle. The importance of this change was readily illustrated by taking one of our ports as an example. There was evident danger in entering the port of Wilmington from the presence of a blockading force, and by this test the blockade was effective. Access is not really prevented by the blockading fleet to the same port, for steamers were continually arriving and departing, so that, tried by this test, the blockade was ineffective and invalid. Thus, while every energy of our country was evoked in the struggle for maintaining its existence, the neutral nations of Europe pursued a policy which, nominally impartial, was practically most favorable to our enemies and most detrimental to us. The exercise of the neutral right of refusing entry into their ports to prizes taken by both belligerents was especially hurtful to the Confederacy. It was sternly adhered to and enforced. The assertion of the neutral right of commerce with a belligerent, whose ports are not blockaded by fleets sufficient really to prevent access to them, would have been eminently beneficial to the Confederate States and only thus hurtful to the United States. It was complacently abandoned. The duty of neutral states to receive with cordiality and recognize with respect any new confederation that independent states may think proper to form was too clear to admit of denial, but its postponement was equally beneficial to the United States and detrimental to the Confederacy. It was postponed. In this statement of our relations with the nations of Europe, it has been my purpose to point out distinctly that the Confederacy had no complaint to make that those nations declared their neutrality. They could neither expect nor desire more. The complaint was that the declared neutrality was delusive, not real, that recognized neutral rights were alternately asserted and waived in such manner as to bear with great severity on us, while conferring signal advantages on our enemy. Perhaps it may not be out of place here to notice a correspondence between the cabinets of France, Great Britain, and Russia, relative to a mediation between the Confederacy and the United States. On October 30, 1862, the French Minister of Foreign Affairs, Drouin de l'Huys, addressed a note to the ambassadors of France at London and St. Petersburg. In this dispatch he stated that the Emperor had followed with painful interest the struggle which had then been going on for more than a year on this continent. He observed that the proofs of energy, perseverance, and courage on both sides had been given at the expense of innumerable calamities and immense bloodshed. To the accompaniments of civil conflict was to be added the apprehension of servile war, which would be the climax of so many irreparable misfortunes. If these calamities affected America only, the sufferings of a friendly nation would be enough to excite the anxiety and sympathy of the Emperor, but Europe also had suffered in one of the principal branches of her industry, and her artisans had been subjected to most cruel trials. France and the maritime powers had, during the struggle, maintained the strictest neutrality, but the sentiments by which they were animated, far from imposing on them anything like indifference, seem on the contrary to require that they should assist the two belligerent parties in an endeavor to escape from a position which appeared to have no issue. The forces of the two sides had hitherto fought with balanced success, and the latest accounts did not show any prospect of a speedy termination of the war. These circumstances, taken together, seemed to favor the adoption of measures which might bring about a truce. The Emperor of the French, therefore, was of the opinion that there was now an opportunity of offering to the belligerents the good offices of the maritime powers. He therefore proposed to Her Majesty as well as to the Emperor of Russia that the three courts should endeavor, both at Washington and in communication with the Confederate States, to bring about a suspension of arms for 6 months, during which time every act of hostility, direct or indirect, should cease, at sea as well as on land. This armistice might, if necessary, be renewed for a further period. This proposal, he proceeded to say, would not imply, on the part of the three powers, any judgment on the origin of the war, or any pressure on the negotiations for peace, which it was hoped would take place during the armistice. The three powers would only interfere to smooth the obstacles, and only within the limits which the two interested parties would prescribe. The French government was of the opinion that, even in the event of a failure of immediate success, those overtures might have proved useful in leading the minds of men heated by passion to consider the advantages of conciliation and peace. The reply of Great Britain, through Lord John Russell, on November 13, 1862, is really contained in this extract. After weighing all the information which has been received from America, Her Majesty's Government are led to the conclusion that there is no ground at the present moment to hope that the Federal Government would accept the proposal suggested, and a refusal from Washington at the present time would prevent any speedy renewal of the offer. The Russian Government, in reply, said: According to the information we have hitherto received, we are inclined to believe that a combined step between France, England, and Russia, no matter how conciliatory, and how cautiously made, if it were taken with an official and collective character, would run the risk of causing precisely the very opposite of the object of pacification, which is the aim of the wishes of the three courts. The unfavorable reception of the proposal was communicated by the French Minister of Foreign Affairs to the representative of France at Washington. In this communication he said: Convinced as we were that an understanding between the three powers in the sense presented by us would answer as much the interests of the American people as our own, that even that understanding was, in the existing circumstances, a duty of humanity, you will easily form an idea of our regret at seeing the initiative we have taken after mature reflection remains without results. Being also desirous of informing Mr. Dayton, the United States Minister, of our project, I confidently communicated it to him, and even read in his presence the dispatch sent to London and St. Petersburg. I could not but be surprised that the Minister of the United States should oppose his objections to the project I communicated to him, and to hear him express personally some doubts as to the reception which would be given by the Cabinet at Washington to the joint offers of the good offices of France, Russia, and Great Britain. It has already been stated that by common understanding the initiative in all action touching the contest on this continent had been left by foreign powers to the two great maritime nations of Western Europe, and that the governments of these two nations had agreed to take no measures without previous concert. The result of these arrangements, therefore, placed it in the power of either France or England to obstruct at pleasure the recognition to which the Confederacy was justly entitled, or even to prolong the continuance of hostilities on this side of the Atlantic, if the policy of either could be promoted by the postponement of peace. Each two thus became possessed of great influence in so shaping the general exercise of neutral rights in Europe as to render them subservient to the purpose of aiding one of the belligerents, to the detriment of the other. Perhaps it may not be out of place to present a few examples by which to show the true nature of the neutrality professed in this war. In May, 1861, the government of Her Britannic Majesty assured our enemies that the sympathies of this country, Great Britain, were rather with the North than with the South. On June 1, 1861, the British government interdicted the use of its ports to armed ships and privateers both of the United States and the so-called Confederate States with their prizes. The Secretary of State of the United States fully appreciated the character and motive of this interdiction when he observed to Lord Lyons, who communicated it, that this measure and that of the same character which had been adopted by France would probably prove a death blow to Southern privateering, a means, it will be remembered, which the United States had refused to abandon for themselves. On the 12th of June, 1861, the United States Minister in London informed Her Majesty's Minister for Foreign Affairs that the fact of his having held interviews with the commissioners of our government had given great dissatisfaction, and that a protraction of this would be viewed by the United States as hostile in spirit, and to require some corresponding action accordingly. In response to this intimation, Her Majesty's minister gave assurance that he had no expectation of seeing them any more. Further extracts will show the marked encouragement to the United States to persevere in its paper blockade, and unmistakable intimations that Her Majesty's Government would not contest its validity. On May 21, 1801, Earl Russell pointed out to the United States minister in London that the blockade might no doubt be made effective, considering the small number of harbors on the southern coast, even though the extent of 3,000 miles were comprehended in the terms of that blockade. On January 14, 1862, Her Majesty's minister in Washington communicated to his government that, in extenuation of the barbarous attempt to destroy the port of Charleston by sinking a stone fleet in the harbor, Mr. Seward had explained that the Government of the United States had last spring, with a navy very little prepared for so extensive an operation, undertaken to blockade upward of 3,000 miles of coast. The Secretary of the Navy had reported that he could stop up the large holes by means of his ships, but that he could not stop up the small ones. It has been found necessary, therefore, to close some of the numerous small inlets by sinking vessels in the channel. On May 6, 1862, so far from claiming the right of British subjects as neutrals to trade with us as belligerents, and to disregard the blockade on the grounds of this explicit confession by our enemy of his inability to render it effective, Her Majesty's Minister for Foreign Affairs claimed credit with the United States for friendly action in respecting it. His lordship stated that the United States Government, on the allegation of a rebellion pervading from 9 to 11 States of the Union, have now, for more than 12 months, endeavored to maintain a blockade of 3,000 miles of coast. This blockade, kept up irregularly, but when enforced severely, has seriously injured the trade and manufactures of the United Kingdom. Thousands are now obliged to resort to the poor rates for subsistence owing to this blockade. Yet Her Majesty's Government has never sought to take advantage of the obvious imperfections of this blockade in order to declare it ineffective. They have, to the loss and detriment of the British nation, scrupulously observed the duties of Great Britain toward a friendly state. It is not necessary to pursue this subject further. Suffice it to say that the British Government, when called upon to redeem its pledge made at Paris in 1856 and renewed to the Confederacy in 1861, replied that it could not regard the blockade of Southern ports as having been otherwise than practically effective in February, 1862, and that the manner in which it has since been enforced gives to neutral governments no excuse for asserting that the blockade had not been effectively maintained. The partiality of Her Majesty's Government in favor of our enemies was further evinced in the marked difference of its conduct on the subject of the purchase of supplies by the two belligerents. This difference was conspicuous from the very commencement of the war. As early as May 1, 1861, the British minister in Washington was informed by the Secretary of State of the United States that he had sent agents to England, and that others would go to France, to purchase arms, and this fact was communicated to the British Foreign Office, which interposed no objection. Yet, in October of the same year, Earl Russell entertained the complaint of the United States minister in London that the Confederate States were importing contraband of war from the island of Nassau, directed inquiry into the matter, and obtained a report from the authorities of the island denying the allegations, which report was enclosed to Mr. Adams, and received by him as satisfactory evidence to dissipate the suspicion thrown upon the authorities by that unwarrantable act. So, too, when the Confederate Government purchased in Great Britain, as a neutral country, with strict observance both of the law of nations and the municipal law of Great Britain, vessels which were subsequently armed and commissioned as vessels of war after they had been far removed from English waters, the British Government, in violation of its own laws and in deference to the inopportune demands of the United States, made an ineffectual attempt to seize one vessel, and did actually seize and detain another which touched at the island of Nassau, on her way to a Confederate port, and subjected her to all unfounded prosecution, at the very time when cargoes of munitions of war were openly shipped from British ports to New York, to be used in warfare against us. Further instances need not be adduced to show how detrimental to us, and advantageous to our enemy, was the manner in which the leading European power observed its hollow profession of neutrality toward the belligerents. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 39A. Chapter 39A. Advance of General E. K. Smith. Advance of General Bragg. Retreat of General Buell to Louisville. Battle at Perryville, Kentucky. General Morgan at Hartsville. Advance of General Rosecrans. Battle of Murfreesboro. General Van Dorn and General Price. Battle at Iuka. General Van Dorn. Battle of Corinth. General Little. Captures at Holy Springs. Retreat of Grant to Memphis. Operations against Vicksburg. The Canal. Concentration. Raid of Grierson. Attack near Port Gibson. Orders of General Johnston. Reply of General Pemberton. Baker's Creek. Big Black Bridge. Retreat to Vicksburg. Siege. Surrender. Losses. Surrender of Port Hudson. Some movements for its relief. Operations in the West now claim attention. General Bragg, soon after taking command, as has been previously stated, advanced from Tupelo and occupied Chattanooga. Meantime, General E.K. Smith with his force held Knoxville in East Tennessee. Subsequently, in August, he moved toward Kentucky and entered that state through Big Creek Gap, some 20 miles south of Cumberland Gap. After several small and successful affairs, he reached Richmond in the afternoon of August 30th. Here a force of the enemy had been collected to check his progress, but it was speedily routed, with the loss of some 100 killed and several thousand made prisoners, and a large number of small arms, artillery, and wagons were captured. Lexington was next occupied. Thence he advanced to Frankfort, and, moving forward toward the Ohio River, a great alarm was created in Cincinnati, then so little prepared for defense that, had his campaign been an independent one, he probably could and would have crossed the Ohio and captured that city. His division was but the advance of General Bragg's, and his duty to cooperate with it was a sufficient reason for not attempting so important a movement. General Bragg marched from Chattanooga on September 5th, and, without serious opposition, entered Kentucky by the eastern route, thus passing to the rear of General Buell in Middle Tennessee, who, becoming concerned for his line of communication with Nashville and Louisville, and especially for the safety of the latter city, collected all his force and retreated rapidly to Louisville. This was a brilliant piece of strategy on the part of General Bragg, by which he maneuvered the foe out of a large and to us important territory. By it, North Alabama and Middle Tennessee were relieved from the presence of the enemy, without necessitating a single engagement. General Buell, in his retreat, followed the line of the railroad from Nashville to Louisville. General Bragg moved more to the eastward, so as to unite with the forces under General E.K. Smith, which was subsequently effected when the army was withdrawing from Kentucky. On September 18th, General Bragg issued an address to the citizens of Kentucky. Some recruits joined him, and an immense amount of supplies was obtained, which he continued to send to the rear until he withdrew from the state. The enemy, having received reinforcements, as soon as our army began to retire, moved out, and pressed so heavily on its rear, under Major General Hardee, that he halted and checked them near Perryville. General Bragg then determined there to give battle. Concentrating 3 of the divisions of his old command, then under Major General Polk, he directed them to attack on the morning of October 8th. The 2 armies were formed on opposite sides of the town. The action opened at 12:30 p.m. between the skirmishers and artillery on both sides. Finding the enemy indisposed to advance, General Bragg ordered him to be assailed vigorously. The engagement became general soon after, and was continued furiously until dark. Although greatly outnumbered, our troops did not hesitate to engage at any odds, and, though the battle raged with varying fortune, our men eventually carried every position, and drove the Federals about 2 miles. The intervention of night terminated the action. Our force captured 15 pieces of artillery, killed 1 and wounded 2 brigadier generals and a very large number of inferior officers and men, estimated at no less than 4,000, and captured 400 prisoners. Our loss was 2,500 killed, wounded, and missing. Ascertaining that the enemy was heavily reinforced during the night, General Bragg on the next morning withdrew his troops to Harrodsburg. General Smith arrived the next day with most of his forces, and the whole were then withdrawn to Bryantsville, the foe following slowly but not closely. General Bragg finally took position at Murfreesboro, and the hostile forces concentrated at Nashville, General Buell having been superseded by General Rosecrans. Meantime, on November 30th, General Morgan with 1,300 men made an attack on a brigade of the enemy at Hartsville. It was found strongly posted on a hill in line of battle. Our line was formed under fire, and the advance was made with great steadiness. The enemy was driven from his position, through his camps, losing a battery of Parrott guns, and finally hemmed in on the river bank, where he surrendered. The contest was severe and lasted an hour and a half. The prisoners numbered 2,100. Late in the month of December, General Rosecrans commenced his advance from Nashville upon the position of General Bragg at Murfreesboro. His movement began on December 26th by various routes, but such was the activity of our cavalry as to delay him 4 days in reaching the battlefield, a distance of 26 miles. On the 29th, General Wheeler with his cavalry brigade gained the rear of Rosecrans's army and destroyed several hundreds of wagons loaded with supplies and baggage. After clearing the road, he made a circuit of the enemy and joined our left. Their strength, as we have ascertained, was 65,000 men. The number of fighting men we had on the field on December 31st was 35,000, of which 30,000 were infantry and artillery. Our line was formed about 2 miles from Murfreesboro, and stretched transversely across Stone River, which was fordable from the Lebanon Pike on the right to the Franklin Road on the left. As General Rosecrans made no demonstration on the 30th, General Bragg determined to begin the conflict early on the morning of the 31st by the advance of his left. The enemy was taken completely by surprise, and his right was steadily driven until his line was thrown entirely back at a right angle to his first position and near to the railroad, along which he had massed reserves. Their resistance after the first surprise was most gallant and obstinate. At night he had been forced from every position except the one on his extreme left, which rested on Stone River, and was strengthened by a concentration of artillery, and now seemed too formidable for assault. On the next day, January 1st, the cannonading opened on the right center about 8 a.m., and after a short time subsided. The enemy had withdrawn from the advanced position occupied by his left flank. 1 or 2 short contests occurred on the 3rd, but his line was unchanged. Our forces had now been in line of battle 5 days and nights, with little rest, as there were no reserves. Their tents had been packed in the wagons, which were 4 miles to the rear. The rain was continuous and the cold severe. Intelligence was received that heavy reinforcements were coming to Rosecrans by a rapid transfer of all the troops from Kentucky, and for this and the reasons before stated, General Bragg decided to fall back to Tullahoma, and the army was withdrawn in good order. In the series of engagements near Murfreesboro, we captured over 6,000 prisoners, 30 pieces of artillery, 6,000 small arms, a number of ambulances, horses, and mules, and a large amount of other property. Our losses exceeded 10,000, and that of the enemy was estimated at over 25,000. After the Battle of Shiloh, West Tennessee and North Mississippi were occupied by a force under General Grant. Subsequently, this force was increased, and General Rosecrans assigned to its command. Many positions were held in West Tennessee and North Mississippi, extending from Memphis to the northeastern part of the state of Mississippi, with garrisons aggregating about 42,000 men. The most important of these positions was that of the fortified town of Corinth. As part of the plan to subjugate the southwestern states, extensive preparations were made for an advance through Mississippi and an attack on Vicksburg by combined land and naval forces. A large number of troops occupied Middle Tennessee and North Alabama. To defeat their general plan, and to relieve the last mentioned places of the presence of the enemy, General Bragg moved his army into Kentucky, which, by this time, the Federal Government thought it needless to overawe by the presence of garrisons. General Van Dorn and General Price commanded the Confederate troops then in North Mississippi. General Bragg, when he advanced into Kentucky, had left them with instructions to operate against the Federals in that region, and especially to guard against their junction with Buell in Middle Tennessee. Though Van Dorn was superior in rank, he had no power to command General Price, unless they should happen to join in the field and do duty together. General Price, on this, as on other occasions, manifested his entire willingness to make a junction with his superior officer, and about the last of August proposed to General Van Dorn to join him, but at that time Van Dorn's available force for the field had been sent with General Breckinridge in his campaign against Baton Rouge. After that force had rejoined General Van Dorn, he wrote to Price inviting him to unite with him, that, with their 2 divisions, they might make an attack upon Corinth, by the capture of which main position of the enemy in that section of the country, he hoped to be subsequently able to drive him from North Mississippi and West Tennessee. Price felt constrained by his instructions to observe, and if possible to prevent Rosecrans's forces in Mississippi from effecting a junction with Buell's in Tennessee. Therefore, the invitation was unfortunately postponed to a future time. Subsequently, General Price learned that Rosecrans was moving to cross the Tennessee and join Buell. He therefore marched from Tupelo and reached Iuka on the 19th of September. His cavalry advance found the place occupied by a force which retreated toward Corinth, abandoning a considerable amount of stores. On the 24th, Van Dorn renewed in urgent terms his request for Price to come with all his forces to unite with him and make an attack upon Corinth. On the same day Price received a letter from General Ord, informing him that "Lee's army had been destroyed at Antietam, that, therefore, the rebellion must soon terminate, and that, in order to spare the further effusion of blood, he gave him this opportunity to lay down his arms." Price replied, correcting the rumor about Lee's army, thanked Ord for his kind feeling, and promised to "lay down his arms whenever Mr. Lincoln should acknowledge the independence of the Southern Confederacy, and not sooner." On that night General Price held a council of war, at which it was agreed on the next morning to fall back and make a junction with Van Dorn, it being now satisfactorily shown that the enemy was holding the line on our left instead of moving to reinforce Buell. The cavalry pickets had reported that a heavy force was moving from the south toward Iuka on the Jacinto road, to meet which General Little had advanced with his Missouri Brigade, an Arkansas battalion, the 3rd Louisiana Infantry, and the Texas Legion. It proved to be a force commanded by General Rosecrans in person. A bloody contest ensued, and the latter was driven back with a loss of 9 guns. Our own loss was very serious. General Maury states that the 3rd Louisiana Regiment lost half its men, that Whitfield's Legion suffered heavily, and adds that these 2 regiments and the Arkansas battalion of about 100 men had charged and captured the enemy's guns. In this action General Henry Little fell, an officer of extraordinary merit, distinguished on many fields, and than whom there was none whose loss could have been more deeply felt by his Missouri Brigade, as well as by the whole army, whose admiration he had so often attracted by gallantry and good conduct. It was afterward ascertained that this movement of Rosecrans was intended to be made in concert with one by Grant moving from the west, but the former had been beaten before the latter arrived. Before dawn Price moved to make the proposed junction with Van Dorn, which was effected at Ripley on the 28th of September, at which time Van Dorn in his report says, "Field returns showed my strength to be about 22,000. Rosecrans at Corinth had about 15,000, with about 8,000 additional men at outposts from 12 to 15 miles distant." In addition to this force, the enemy had at Memphis, under Sherman, about 6,000 men; at Bolivar, under Ord, about 8,000; at Jackson, Tennessee, under Grant, about 3,000; at bridges and less important points, 2,000 or 3,000, making an aggregate of 42,000 in West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Corinth, though the strongest, was from its salient position the point it was most feasible to attack, and, under the circumstances, the most important to gain. Van Dorn, therefore, decided to move so rapidly upon it as to take it by surprise, and endeavor to capture it before reinforcements could arrive. In a previous chapter notice has been taken of the character and conduct of General Price. Here it is proposed in like manner to say something of General Van Dorn, rendered the more appropriate because of the criticism to which his attack upon Corinth has been subjected. He was an educated soldier, had served with marked distinction in the war with Mexico; indeed, had been quite as often noticed in official reports for gallantry and good conduct as any officer who served in that war. After its close he had served on the western frontier, and in Indian warfare exhibited a like activity and daring as that shown in the greater battles with Mexico. Immediately on the secession of his native state, Mississippi, he resigned from the United States Army, and, together with his veteran commander in Texas, General Twiggs, commenced recruiting men for the anticipated war. He was among the first to leave the service of the United States, and came to offer his sword to Mississippi. In the military organization there authorized, he was appointed a brigadier general, and, when the state troops were transferred to the Confederacy, he entered its service. Gentle as he was brave, and generous, freely sharing all the dangers and privations to which his troops were subjected, he possessed, like his associate Price, both the confidence and affection of his men. Without entering into details of the disposition of his troops in the attack on the works at Corinth, the result shows that they were very skillfully made, and, though final success did not crown the effort, the failure was due to other causes than the defect of plan or want of energy and personal effort on the part of Van Dorn. His opponent, Rosecrans, was an engineer of high ability, and proved himself one of the best generals in the United States Army. He had materially strengthened the works around Corinth, and had interposed every possible obstacle to an assault. Our army had moved rapidly from Ripley, its point of junction, had cut the railroad between Corinth and Jackson, Tennessee, and at daybreak on the 3rd of March was deployed for attack. By 10 o'clock our force confronted the enemy inside his entrenchments. In half an hour the whole line of outer works was carried, the obstructions passed, and the battle opened in earnest. The foe, obstinately disputing every point, was finally driven from his second line of detached works, and at sunset had retreated to the innermost lines. The battle had been mainly fought by Price's division on our left. The troops had made a quick march of 10 miles over dusty roads, without water. The line of battle had been formed in forests with undergrowth. The combats of the day had been so severe that General Price thought his troops unequal to further exertion on that day, and it was decided to wait until morning. Of this, General Van Dorn says, "I saw with regret the sun sink behind the horizon as the last shot of our sharpshooters followed the retreating foe into their innermost lines. One more hour of daylight, and victory would have soothed our grief for the loss of the gallant dead who sleep on that lost but not dishonored field." During the night batteries were put into position to open on the town at 4 a.m. At daybreak the action was to begin on the left, to be immediately followed by an advance on the extreme right. The order was not executed, the commander of the wing which was to make the attack failed to do so, and another officer was sent to take his place. In the meantime the center became engaged, and the action extended to the left. The plan had been disarranged. Nevertheless, the center and left pushed forward and planted their colors on the last stronghold of the enemy. His "heavy guns were silenced, and all seemed about to be ended, when a heavy fire from fresh troops that had succeeded in reaching Corinth was poured into our thin ranks," and, with this combined assault on Price's exhausted corps, which had sustained the whole conflict, those gallant troops were driven back. The day was lost. The enemy, reinforced, was concentrated against our left, and Lovell's division, which was at this time advancing, pursuant to orders, and was on the point of assaulting the works, was ordered to move to the left to prevent a sortie, and cover their retreat. Our army retired during the day to Chewalla without pursuit, and rested for the night, free from molestation. Our loss was very heavy of gallant men and officers. In the fierce conflicts the officers displayed not only daring, but high military skill, their impetuous charges being marked by judicious selection of time and place. Colonel William S. Barry, who was commander of the burial party, visited General Rosecrans, was courteously received by that officer, who, while declining to admit the command within his lines, sent assurance to General Van Dorn that "every becoming respect should be shown to his dead and wounded. He had the grave of Colonel Rogers, who led the 2nd Texas Sharpshooters, enclosed and marked with a slab, in respect to the gallantry of his charge. Rogers fell before Gates called on me to reinforce him on the edge of the ditch of Battery Robinette." This officer, W.P. Rogers, was a captain in the 1st Regiment of Mississippi Rifles in the war with Mexico, and the gallantry which attracted the admiration of the enemy at Corinth was in keeping with the character he acquired in the former service referred to. Of this retreat, that able officer and military critic, General Dabney H. Maury, in a contribution to the Annals of the War, wrote, "Few commanders have ever been so beset as Van Dorn was in the forks of the Hatchie, and very few would have extricated a beaten army as he did then. One, with a force stated at 10,000 men, headed him at the Hatchie Bridge, while Rosecrans, with 20,000 men, was attacking his rear at the Tuscumbia Bridge, only 5 miles off. The whole road between was occupied by a train of nearly 400 wagons, and a defeated army of about 11,000 muskets. But Van Dorn was never for a moment dismayed. He repulsed Ord and punished him severely, while he checked Rosecrans at the Tuscumbia until he could turn his train and army short to the left, and cross the Hatchie by the Boneyard road without the loss of a wagon." He then moved near Holly Springs, Mississippi, to await farther developments. In the meantime General Grant massed a heavy force, estimated at 80,000 men, at various points on the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. Thence he moved south, through the interior of Mississippi, until he encamped near Water Valley. The country was teeming with great quantities of breadstuffs and forage, and he accumulated an immense depot of supplies at Holly Springs, and hastened every preparation necessary to continue his advance southward. Unless his progress was arrested, the interior of the State, its capital, Jackson, Vicksburg and its railroads would fall into his possession. As we had no force in front sufficient to offer battle, our only alternative was to attack his communications. For this purpose, General Van Dorn, on the night of December 15th, quietly withdrew our cavalry, amounting to less than 2,500 men, from the enemy's front, and marched for Holly Springs. That place was occupied by a brigade of infantry and a portion of the 7th Illinois Cavalry. The movement of Van Dorn was so rapid that early on the morning of the 19th he surprised and captured the garrison, and before 8 o'clock was in quiet possession of the town. The captured property, amounting to millions of dollars, was burned before sunset, with the exception of the small quantity used in arming and equipping his command. General Grant was thus forced to abandon his campaign and to retreat hastily from the State. After the battle of Murfreesboro, which closed in the first days of 1863, there was a cessation of active operations in that portion of Tennessee, and attention was concentrated upon the extensive preparations which were in progress for a campaign into Mississippi, with Vicksburg as the objective point. The plan, as it was developed, was for a combined movement by land and river, the former passing through the interior of Mississippi to approach Vicksburg in rear, the latter to descend the Mississippi River and attack the city in front. General Pemberton, with the main body of his command, held the position on the Tallahatchie and Yazoo rivers, and among the various devices to turn that position was one more ingenious than ingenuous. It was an offer to furnish, at prices lower than ruled in our markets, provisions of which we stood in need, to be sent through the Yazoo Pass and transported in boats through to the Yazoo River if we should desire. I had, some time before, directed that cypress rafts, as far as practicable, of sinking timber, should be thrown into the main channel leading down from the Yazoo Pass, and saw that, if it was not the purpose of the proposer, the effect of accepting the proposition would be to open a water line of approach from the Mississippi, below Memphis, then in the hands of the enemy, to the interior in rear of Vicksburg. For that reason I resisted much importunity in favor of allowing the supplies to be brought in that manner. In the latter part of December, General Sherman, having descended the Mississippi River, entered the Yazoo with 4 divisions of land troops and 5 gunboats, the object being to reduce our work at Haines' Bluff and turn Vicksburg so as to attack it in rear. The first point at which the range of hills extending from Vicksburg up the Yazoo approaches near to the river is at Haines' Bluff, some 20 miles by the course of the Yazoo from the Mississippi River. Here the troops were landed the 26th of December to attack the redoubts which had been built upon the bluff. On the 27th little progress was made. On the 28th the attempt by one division to approach the causeway north of the Chickasaw Bayou was repulsed with heavy loss. The troops were withdrawn and moved down the river to a point below the bayou, there to unite with the rest of the command. At daylight on the 29th the attack was resumed and continued throughout most of the day. The enemy were again repulsed with heavy loss. On the next day there was firing on both sides without conclusive results. On the 31st General Sherman sent in a flag of truce to bury the dead. Thereafter nothing important occurred until the latter part of January, when the troops under General Grant embarked at Memphis and moved down the Mississippi River to Young's Point, on the Louisiana shore, a few miles above Vicksburg. The expected cooperation by his forces with those of Sherman had been prevented by the brilliant cavalry expedition under Van Dorn, which captured and destroyed the vast supplies collected at Holly Springs for the use of Grant's forces in the land movement referred to. This compelled Grant to retreat to Memphis, and frustrated the combined movement which had been projected in connection with the river campaign by Sherman, and a new plan of operations resulted therefrom, in which, however, still prominently appears the purpose of turning Vicksburg on the north. After General Grant, descending the Mississippi from Memphis, arrived, 2nd of February, 1863, in the neighborhood of Vicksburg and assumed command of the enemy's forces, an attempt was made, by removing obstructions to the navigation of the Yazoo Pass and Coldwater, small streams which flow from the Mississippi into the Tallahatchie River, to pass to the rear of Fort Pemberton at the mouth of the latter. The never-to-be-realized hope was to reduce that work, and thus open the way down the Yazoo River to the right flank of the defenses of Vicksburg. At the same time another attempt was made, by means of the network of creeks and bayous on the north side of the Yazoo, to pass around and enter the Yazoo above Haines's Bluff, but our sharpshooters, availing themselves of every advantageous position, picked off the men upon the boats, and Colonel (afterward General) Ferguson, with a few men and a section of field pieces, so harassed and beset them that they were driven back utterly discomfited. Admiral Porter had, with his fleet, gone some distance up Deer Creek, and, but for the land forces sent to sustain him, would probably never have returned, an adventurous party having passed in below him with axes to fell trees so as to prevent his egress. He is described as follows: I soon found Admiral Porter, who was on the deck of one of his ironclads with a shield made of the section of a smokestack, and I doubt if he was ever more glad to meet a friend than he was to see me. He explained that he had almost reached the Rolling Fork, when the woods became full of sharpshooters, who, taking advantage of trees, stumps, and the levee, would shoot down every man that poked his nose outside the protection of their armor. He informed me at one time things looked so critical that he had made up his mind to blow up the gunboats, and to escape with his men through the swamp to the Mississippi River." This attempt to get through to Yazoo, above Haynes's Bluff, had so signally failed that the expedition was ordered back to the Louisiana shore above Vicksburg, where they arrived on the 27th of March, 1863. General Grant was now in command of a large army, holding various positions on the Mississippi River opposite to Vicksburg, extending from Milliken's Bend above to New Carthage below, with a fleet of gunboats in the river above Vicksburg, and another some 8 miles below. Lieutenant General Pemberton's military district included Vicksburg, and Major General Gardner was in command at Port Hudson. These posts, as long as they could be maintained, gave us some control over the intermediate space of the river, about 260 miles in length, and to that extent secured our communication with the trans-Mississippi. The enemy, after his repeated and disastrous attempts to turn the right flank of Vicksburg, applied his attention to the opposite direction. General Grant first endeavored to divert the Mississippi from its channel by cutting a canal across the peninsula opposite to Vicksburg, so as to make a practicable passage for transport vessels from a point above to one below the city. His attempt was quite unsuccessful, and, whatever credit may be awarded to his enterprise, none can be given to his engineering skill, as the direction given to his ditch was such that, instead of being washed out by the current of the river, it was filled up by its sediment. Another attempt to get into the Mississippi without passing the batteries at Vicksburg was by digging a canal to connect the river with the bayou in rear of Milliken's Bend, so as to have water communication by way of Richmond to New Carthage. These indications of a purpose to get below Vicksburg caused General Pemberton, early in February, 1863, to attach Brigadier General John S. Bowen, with his Missouri Brigade, to Grand Gulf, near the mouth of the Big Black, and establish batteries there to command the mouth of that small river, which might be used to pass to the rear of Vicksburg, and also by their fire to obstruct the navigation of the Mississippi. On the 19th of March the flagship of Admiral Farragut, with one gunboat from the fleet of New Orleans, passed up the river in defiance of our batteries, but on the 25th 4 gunboats from the upper fleet attempted to pass down and were repulsed, 2 of them completely disabled. On the 16th of April a fleet of ironclads with barges in tow, Admiral Porter commanding, under cover of the night ran the Vicksburg batteries. One of the vessels was destroyed and another one crippled, but towed out of range. Subsequently, on the night of the 26th, a fleet of transports with loaded barges was floated past Vicksburg. 1 or more of them was sunk, but enough escaped to give the enemy abundant supplies below Vicksburg and boats enough for ferriage uses. On the 20th of April the movement of the enemy commenced through the country on the west side of the river to their selected point of crossing below Grand Gulf. On the 29th the enemy's gunboats came down and took their stations in front of our batteries and rifle pits at Grand Gulf. A furious cannonade was continued for many hours, and the fleet withdrew, having 1 gunboat disabled, and otherwise receiving and inflicting but little damage. Among the casualties on our side was that of Colonel William Wade, the chief of artillery, an officer of great merit, alike respected and beloved, whose death was universally regretted. In a short time the fleet reappeared from behind a point which had concealed them from view. The gunboats now had transports lashed to their farther side, and, protected by their iron shields, ran by our batteries at full speed, losing but 1 transport on the way. On the evening of the 29th of April the enemy commenced ferrying over troops from the Louisiana to the Mississippi shore to a landing just below the mouth of Bayou Pierre. General Greene, with his brigade, moved thither, and, when the enemy on the night of the 30th commenced his advance, General Greene attacked him with such impressive vigor as to render their march both cautious and slow. As additional forces came up, Greene retired, skirmishing. In the meantime Generals Tracy and Baldwin, with their brigades, had by forced marches joined General Greene, and about daylight a more serious conflict occurred, lasting some 2 hours and a half, during which General Tracy, a distinguished citizen of Alabama, of whom patriotism made a soldier, fell while gallantly leading his brigade on the unequal combat in which it was engaged. Step by step, disputing the ground, Greene retired to the range of hills 3 miles southwest of Port Gibson, where General Bowen joined him and arranged a new line of battle. The enemy's forces were steadily augmented by the arrival of reinforcements from the rear. Our troops continued most valiantly to resist, until, between 9 and 10 o'clock, outflanked both on our right and left, their condition seemed almost hopeless, when, by a movement to which desperation gave a power quite disproportionate to the numbers, the right wing of the enemy was driven back, and our forces made good their retreat across the bridge over Bayou Pierre. General Cockerell, commanding our left wing, led this forlorn hope in person, and to the fortune which favors the brave must be attributed the few casualties which occurred in a service so hazardous. General Bowen promptly entrenched his camp on the east side of Bayou Pierre, and waited for future developments. The relative forces engaged in the battle of the 1st of May were, as nearly as I have been able to learn, 5,500 Confederates and 20,000 Federals. Fresh troops were reported to be joining Grant's army, and one of his corps had been sent to cross by a ford above, so as to get in rear of our position. The reinforcements which were en route to Bowen had not yet appeared so near as to give him assurance of cooperation. To divert notice of this movement to get in the rear of Bowen, on the morning of the 2d, Grant ordered artillery fire to be opened on our entrenchments across Bayou Pierre. It was quite ineffectual, and probably was not expected to do more than occupy attention. During the forenoon Bowen sent a flag of truce to ask suspension of hostilities for the purpose of burying the dead. This was refused, and a demand made for surrender. That was as promptly as decidedly rejected, and, as the day wore away without the arrival of reinforcement, Bowen, under cover of night, commenced a retreat, his march being directed toward Grand Gulf. General Loring with his division soon joined him. Directions were sent to the garrison at Grand Gulf to dismantle the fortifications and evacuate the place. On the morning of the 3d, General Grant commenced a pursuit of the retreating force, which, however, was attended with only unimportant skirmishes. Bowen, with the reinforcements which were marching to his support, recrossed the Big Black at Hankinson's Ferry, and all, under the orders of General Pemberton, were assigned to their respective positions in the army he commanded. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 39b. While the events which have just been narrated were transpiring, Colonel Grierson, with 3 regiments of cavalry, made a raid from the northern border of Mississippi through the interior of the State, and joined General Banks at Baton Rouge in Louisiana. Among the expeditions for pillage and arson, this stands prominent for savage outrages against defenseless women and children, constituting a record alike unworthy a soldier and a gentleman. Grant, with his large army, was now marching into the interior of Mississippi, his route being such as might either be intended to strike the capital, Jackson, or Vicksburg. The country through which he had to pass was for some distance composed of abrupt hills, and all of it poorly provided with roads. There was reasonable ground to hope that, with such difficult communications with his base of supplies, and the physical obstacles to his progress, he might be advantageously encountered at many points and be finally defeated. In such warfare as was possible, that portion of the population who were exempt or incapable of full service in the army could be very effective as an auxiliary force. I therefore wrote to the governor, Pettus, a man worthy of all confidence as well for his patriotism as his manhood, requesting him to use all practicable means to get every man and boy, capable of aiding their country in its need, to turn out, mounted or on foot, with whatever weapons they had, to aid the soldiers in driving the invader from our soil. The facilities the enemy possessed in river transportation, and the aid which their ironclad gunboats gave to all operations where land and naval forces could be combined, were lost to Grant in this interior march which he was making. Success gives credit to military enterprises. Had this failed, as I think it surely would have been pronounced an egregious blunder. Other efforts made to repel the invader will be noticed in the course of the narrative. After the retreat of Bowen, which has been described, General Pemberton, anticipating an attack on Vicksburg from the rear, concentrated all the troops of his command for its defense. All previous demonstrations indicated the special purpose of the enemy to be its capture. The strategic importance justified the belief that he would concentrate his efforts upon that object, and this opinion was enforced by the difficulty of supplying his army in the region into which he was marching, and the special advantages of Vicksburg as his base. The better mode of counteracting his views, whatever they might be, it would be more easy now to determine than it was when General Pemberton had to decide that question. The superior force of the enemy enabled him at the same time, while moving the main body of his troops through Louisiana to a point below Vicksburg, to send a corps to renew the demonstration against Haynes's Bluff. Finding due preparation made to resist an attack there, this demonstration was merely a feint, but had Pemberton withdrawn his troops, that feint could have been converted into a real attack, and the effort so often foiled to gain the heights above Vicksburg would have become a success. When that corps retired, and proceeded to join the rest of Grant's army, which had gone toward Grand Gulf, Pemberton commenced energetically to prepare for what was now the manifest object of the enemy. From his headquarters at Jackson, Mississippi, he, on the 23d of April, directed Major General Stevenson, commanding at Vicksburg, that communications, at least for infantry, should be made by the shortest practicable route to Grand Gulf. The indications now are that the attack will not be made on your front or right, and all troops not absolutely necessary to hold the works at Vicksburg should be held as a movable force for either Warrenton or Grand Gulf." On the 28th, Brigadier General Bowen, commanding at Grand Gulf, reported that transports and barges loaded down with troops are landing at Hard Times on the west bank." Pemberton replied by asking, "Have you force enough to hold your position? If not, give me the smallest additional number with which you can." At this time the small cavalry force remaining in Pemberton's command compelled him to keep infantry detachments at many points liable to be attacked by raiding parties of the enemy's mounted troops, a circumstance seriously interfering with the concentration of the forces of his command. Instructions were sent to all the commanders of his cavalry detachments to move toward Grand Gulf, to harass the enemy in flank and rear, obstructing, as far as might be, communications with his base. A dispatch was sent to Major General Buckner, commanding at Mobile, asking him to protect the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, as Pemberton required all the troops he could spare to strengthen General Bowen. A dispatch was also sent to General J.E. Johnston at Tullahoma, saying that the Army of Tennessee must be relied on to guard the approaches through North Mississippi. To Major General Stevenson at Vicksburg he sent a dispatch, "Hold 5,000 men in readiness to move to Grand Gulf, and, on the requisition of Brigadier General Bowen, move them. With your batteries and rifle pits manned, the city front is impregnable." At the same time the following was sent to General Bowen: I have directed General Stevenson to have 5,000 men ready to move on your requisition, but do not make requisition unless absolutely necessary for your position. I am also making arrangements for sending you 2,000 or 3,000 men from this direction in case of necessity." The policy was here manifested of meeting the enemy in the hills east of the point of his debarkation, yet all unfriendly criticism has treated General Pemberton's course on that occasion as having been voluntarily to withdraw his troops to within the intrenchments of Vicksburg. His published reports show what early and consistent efforts he made to avoid that result. After General J.E. Johnston had recovered from the wound received at Seven Pines, he was on the 24th of November, 1862, by Special Order No. 275, assigned to the command of a geographical department including the States of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of Louisiana, Georgia, and North Carolina. The order gives authority to establish his headquarters wherever, in his judgment, will best secure facilities for ready communication with the troops of his command, and provides that he "will repair to any part of said command whenever his presence may for the time be necessary or desirable." While the events which have been described were occurring in Pemberton's command, he felt seriously the want of cavalry, and was much embarrassed by the necessity for substituting portions of his infantry to supply the deficiency of cavalry. These embarrassments and the injurious consequences attendant upon them were frequently represented. In his report he states, after several other applications for cavalry, that on March 25th he wrote to General Johnston, commanding department, urgently requesting that the division of cavalry under Major General Van Dorn, which had been sent to the Army of Tennessee for special and temporary purposes, might be returned." He gives the following extract from General Johnston's reply of April 3d to his request: "In the present aspect of affairs, General Van Dorn's cavalry is much more needed in this department than in that of Mississippi and East Louisiana, and can not be sent back as long as this state of things exists. You have now in your department 5 brigades of the troops you most require, that is, infantry, belonging to the Army of Tennessee. This is more than a compensation for the absence of General Van Dorn's cavalry command." To this Pemberton rejoined that cavalry was dispensable, stating the positions where the enemy was operating on his communications, and the impossibility of defending the railroads by infantry. Referring to the advance of the enemy from Bruinsburg, Pemberton in his report makes the following statement: "With a moderate cavalry force at my disposal, I am firmly convinced that the Federal army under General Grant would have been unable to maintain its communication with the Mississippi River, and that the attempt to reach Jackson and Vicksburg would have been as signally defeated in May, 1863, as a like attempt from another base had, by the employment of cavalry, been defeated in December, 1862." Pemberton commenced, after the retreat of Bowen, to concentrate all his forces for the great effort of checking the invading army, and on the 6th of May telegraphed to the Secretary of War that the reinforcements sent to him were very insufficient, adding, "The stake is a great one. I can see nothing so important." On the 12th of May he sent a telegram to General J.E. Johnston, and a duplicate to the President, announcing his purpose to meet the enemy then moving with heavy force towards Edwards's Depot, and indicated that as the battlefield. He urgently asked for more reinforcements, "Also that 3,000 cavalry be at once sent to operate on this line. I urge this as a positive necessity. The enemy largely outnumbers me, and I am obliged to hold back a large force at the ferries on Big Black." This was done to prevent the foe passing to his rear. Large bodies of troops continued to descend the river, land above Vicksburg, and, to avoid our batteries at that place, to move on the west side of the river to reinforce General Grant. This seemed to justify the conclusion that the main effort in the west was to be made by that army, and, supposing that General Johnston would be convinced of the fact if he repaired to that field in person, as well as to avail ourselves of the public confidence felt in his military capacity, he was ordered, on the 9th of May, 1863, to "proceed at once to Mississippi and take chief command of the forces, giving to those in the field, as far as practicable, the encouragement and benefit of your personal direction. Arrange to take, for temporary service, with you, or to be followed without delay, 3,000 good troops," etc. On the 12th, the same day General Pemberton had applied for reinforcements, he instructed Major General Stevenson as follows: "From information received, it is evident that the enemy is advancing in force on Edwards's Depot and Big Black Bridge. Hot skirmishing has been going on all the morning, and the enemy are at 14 Mile Creek. You must move with your whole division to the support of Loring and Bowen at the bridge, leaving Baldwin's and Moore's brigades to protect your right." In consequence of that information, Brigadier General Gregg, who was near Raymond, received cautionary instruction, notwithstanding which he was attacked by a large body of the enemy's forces, and his single brigade, with great gallantry and steadiness, held them in check for several hours, and then retired in such good order as to attract general admiration. Meantime, bodies of the enemy's troops were sent into the interior villages, and much damage was done in them and to the defenseless, isolated homes in the country. General Johnston arrived at Jackson on the 13th of May, 1863, and telegraphed to J.A. Seddon, Secretary of War, as follows: "I arrived this evening, finding the enemy in force between this place and General Pemberton, cutting off the communication. I am too late." In the order assigning General Johnston to the Geographical Department of the West, he was directed to repair in person to any part of his command, whenever his presence might be for the time necessary or desirable. On the 9th of May, 1863, he was ordered to proceed at once to Mississippi and take chief command of the forces in the field. When he reached Jackson, learning that the enemy was between that place and the position occupied by General Pemberton's forces, about 30 miles distant, he halted there and opened correspondence with Pemberton, from which a confusion with consequent disaster resulted, which might have been avoided had he, with or without his reinforcements, proceeded to Pemberton's headquarters in the field. What that confusion or want of co-intelligence was, will best appear from citing the important part of the dispatches which passed between them. On May 13th, General Johnston, then at Jackson, sent the following dispatch to General Pemberton, which was received on the 14th. "I have lately arrived, and learn that Major General Sherman is between us, with 4 divisions, at Clinton. It is important to reestablish communications, that you may be reinforced. If practicable, come up in his rear at once. To beat such a detachment would be of immense value. Troops here could cooperate. All the troops you can quickly assemble should be brought. Time is all important." On the same day, the 14th, General Pemberton, then at Bovina, replied: "I have the honor to acknowledge receipt of your communication. I moved at once with whole available force, about 16,000, leaving Vaughan's brigade, about 1,500, at Big Black Bridge. Tilghman's brigade, 1,500, now at Baldwin's Ferry, I have ordered to bring up the rear of my column. He will be, however, from 15 to 20 miles behind it. Baldwin's Ferry will be left, necessarily, unprotected. To hold Vicksburg are Smith's and Forney's divisions, extending from Snyder's Mills to Warrenton, numbering effectives 7,800 men. I do not think that you fully comprehend the position that Vicksburg will be left in, but I comply at once with your order." On the same day, General Pemberton, after his arrival at Edwards's Depot, called a council of war of all the general officers present. He placed General Johnston's dispatch before them, and stated his own views against the propriety of an advance, but expressed the opinion that the only possibility of success would be by a movement on the enemy's communications. A majority of the officers present expressed themselves favorable to the plan indicated by General Johnston. The others, including Major Generals Loring and Stevenson, preferred a movement by which the army might attempt to cut off the enemy's supplies from the Mississippi River." General Pemberton then sent the following dispatch to General Johnston: "Edwards's Depot, May 14, 1863. I shall move as early tomorrow morning as practicable, with a column of 17,000 men, to Dillon's, situated on the main road leading from Raymond to Port Gibson, 7½ miles below Raymond, and 9½ miles from Edwards's Depot. The object is to cut the enemy's communication and to force him to attack me, as I do not consider my force sufficient to justify an attack on the enemy in position, or to attempt to cut my way to Jackson. At this point your nearest communication would be through Raymond." The movement commenced about 1 P.M. on the 15th. General Pemberton states that the force at Clinton was an army corps, numerically greater than his whole available force in the field, that "the enemy had at least an equal force to the south, on my right flank, which would be nearer Vicksburg than myself, in case I should make the movement proposed. I had, moreover, positive information that he was daily increasing his strength. I also learned, on reaching Edwards's Depot, that one division of the enemy, A.J. Smith's, was at or near Dillon's." On the morning of the 16th, about 6:30 o'clock, Colonel Wirt Adams, commanding the cavalry, reported to General Pemberton that his pickets were skirmishing with the enemy on the Raymond road in our front. At the same moment a courier arrived and delivered the following dispatch from General Johnston: "Canton Road, 10 miles from Jackson, May 15, 1863, 8:30 o'clock A.M. Our being compelled to leave Jackson makes your plan impracticable. The only mode by which we can unite is by your moving directly to Clinton and informing me, that we may move to that point with about 6,000." Pemberton reversed his column to return to Edwards's Depot and take the Brownsville road, so as to proceed toward Clinton on the north side of the railroad, and sent a reply to General Johnston to notify him of the retrograde movement and the route to be followed. Just as the reverse movement commenced, the enemy drove in the cavalry pickets and opened fire with artillery. The continuance of the movement was ordered, when, the demonstrations of the enemy becoming more serious, orders were issued to form a line of battle, with Loring on the right, Bowen in the center, and Stevenson on the left. Major General Stevenson was ordered to make the necessary dispositions for protecting the trains on the Clinton road and the crossing of Baker's Creek. The line of battle was quickly formed in a position naturally strong, and the approaches from the front well covered. The enemy made his first demonstration on the right, but, after a lively artillery duel for an hour or more, this attack was relinquished, and a large force was thrown against the left, where skirmishing became heavy. About 10 o'clock the battle began in earnest along Stevenson's entire front. About noon Loring was ordered to move forward and crush the enemy in his front, and Bowen to cooperate. No movement was made by Loring. He said the force was too strongly posted to be attacked, but that he would seize the first opportunity to assault if one should offer. Stevenson soon found that unless reinforced he would be unable to resist the heavy and repeated attacks along his line. Aid was sent to him from Bowen, and for a time the tide of battle turned in our favor. The enemy still continued to move troops from his left to his right, thus increasing on that flank his vastly superior forces. General Pemberton, feeling assured that there was no important force in front of Loring, again ordered him to move to the left as rapidly as possible. To this order the answer was given that the enemy was in strong force and endeavoring to turn his flank. As there was no firing on the right, the order was repeated. Much time was lost in exchanging these messages. At 4 P.M. a part of Stevenson's division broke badly and fell back. Some assistance finally came from Loring, but it was too late to save the day, and the retreat was ordered. Had the left been promptly supported when it was first so ordered, it was not improbable that the position might have been maintained, and the enemy possibly driven back, although his increasing numbers would have rendered it necessary to withdraw during the night to save our communications with Vicksburg unless promptly reinforced. The dispatch of the 15th from General Johnston, in obedience to which Pemberton reversed his order of march, gave him the first intelligence that Johnston had left Jackson; but, while making the retrograde movement, a previous dispatch from Johnston, dated May 14, 1863, camp 7 miles from Jackson, informed Pemberton that the body of Federal troops, mentioned in his dispatch of the 13th, had compelled the evacuation of Jackson, and that he was moving by the Canton road. He refers to the troops east of Jackson as perhaps able to prevent the enemy there from drawing provisions from that direction, and that his command might effect the same thing in regard to the country toward Panola, and then asks these significant questions: "Can he supply himself from the Mississippi? Can you not cut him off from it? Above all, should he be compelled to fall back for want of supplies, beat him? As soon as the reinforcements are all up, they must be united to the rest of the army. If prisoners tell the truth, the force at Jackson must be half of Grant's array. It would decide the campaign to beat it, which can only be done by concentrating, especially when the remainder of the eastern troops arrive. They are to be 12,000 or 13,000. From Pemberton's communication, it is seen that he did not feel his army strong enough to attack the corps in position at Clinton, and that he hoped by the course adopted to compel the enemy to attack our force in position. Whether the movement towards Dillon's was well or ill advised, it was certainly a misfortune to reverse the order of march in the presence of the enemy, as it involved the disadvantage of being attacked in rear. As has been described, the dispositions for battle were promptly made, and many of the troops fought with a gallantry worthy of all praise. Though defeated, they were not routed. Stevenson's single division for a long time resisted a force estimated by him at "more than 4 times" his own. In the afternoon he was reinforced by the unfaltering troops of Bowen's division. Cockerell, commanding the 1st Missouri Brigade, fought with like fortitude under like disadvantage. When Pemberton saw that the masses assailing his left and left center by their immense numbers were pressing our forces back into Old Fields, where the advantages of position would be in his adversary's favor, he directed his troops to retire, and sent to Brigadier General Lloyd Tilghman instructions to hold the Raymond road to protect the retreat. General Pemberton says of him, "It was in the execution of this important duty, which could not have been confided to a fitter man, that the lamented general bravely lost his life." He was the officer whose devoted gallantry and self-sacrificing generosity were noticed in connection with the fall of Fort Henry. This severe battle was signalized by so many feats of individual intrepidity that its roll of honor is too long for the limits of these pages. Though some gave way in confusion, and others failed to respond when called on, the heroism of the rest shed luster on the field, and "the main body of the troops retired in good order." The gallant brigades of Greene and Cockerell covered the rear. The topographical features of the position at the railroad bridge across the Big Black were such as, with the artificial strength given to it, made it quite feasible to defend it against a direct approach, even of an army as much superior in numbers to that of Pemberton as was that of Grant. But the attack need not be made by a direct approach. The position could be turned by moving either above or below by fords and ferries, and thus advancing upon Vicksburg by other and equally eligible routes. From what has already been quoted, it will be understood that General Pemberton considered the occupation of Vicksburg vitally important in connection with the command of the Mississippi River, and the maintenance of communication with the country beyond it. It was therefore that he had been so reluctant to endanger his connection with that point as his base. Pressed as he was by the enemy, whose object, it had been unmistakably shown, was to get possession of Vicksburg and its defenses, the circumstances made it imperative that he should abandon a position, the holding of which would not effect his object, and that he should withdraw his forces from the field to unite them with those within the defenses of Vicksburg, and endeavor, as speedily as possible, to reorganize the depressed and discomfited troops. One of the immediate results of the retreat from Big Black was the necessity of abandoning our defenses on the Yazoo at Snyder's Mills. This position and the line of Chickasaw Bayou were no longer tenable. All stores that could be transported were ordered to be sent into Vicksburg as rapidly as possible, the rest, including heavy guns, to be destroyed. During the night of the 17th nothing of importance occurred. On the morning of the 18th the troops were disposed from right to left on the defenses. On the entire line 102 pieces of artillery of different caliber, principally field guns, were placed in position at such points as were deemed most suitable to the character of the gun. Instructions had been given from Bovina that all the cattle, sheep, and hogs belonging to private parties, and likely to fall into the hands of the enemy, should be driven within our lines. Grant's army appeared on the 18th. The development of the entrenched line from our extreme right was about 8 miles, the shortest defensible line of which the topography of the country admitted. It consisted of a system of detached works, redans, lunettes, and redoubts, on the prominent and commanding points, with the usual profile of raised field works, connected in most cases by rifle pits. To hold the entire line there were about 18,500 infantry, but these could not be all put in the trenches, as it was necessary to keep a reserve always ready to reinforce any point heavily threatened. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 39C. The campaign against Vicksburg had commenced as early as November 1862, and reference has been made to the various attempts to capture the position both before and after General Grant arrived and took command in person. He had now, by a circuitous march, reached the rear of the city, established a base on the Mississippi River a few miles below, had a fleet of gunboats in the river, and controlled the navigation of the Yazoo up to Haynes's Bluff, and was relieved from all danger in regard to supplying his army. We had lost the opportunity to cut his communications while he was making his long march over the rugged country between Bruinsburg and the vicinity of Vicksburg. Pemberton had by wise prevision endeavored to secure supplies sufficient for the duration of an ordinary siege, and, on the importance which he knew the administration attached to the holding of Vicksburg, he relied for the cooperation of a relieving army to break any investment which might be made. Disappointed in the hope which I had entertained that the invading army would be unable to draw its supplies from Bruinsburg or Grand Gulf, and be driven back before crossing the Big Black, it now only remained to increase as far as possible the relieving army, and depend upon it to break the investment. The ability of the Federals to send reinforcements was so much greater than ours, that the necessity for prompt action was fully realized. Therefore, when General Johnston on May 9th was ordered to proceed to Mississippi, he was directed to take from the Army of Tennessee 3,000 good troops, and informed that he would find reinforcements from General Beauregard. On May 12th a dispatch was sent to him at Jackson, stating, "In addition to the 5,000 men originally ordered from Charleston (Beauregard), about 4,000 more will follow. I fear more cannot be spared to you." On May 22d I sent the following dispatch to General Bragg at Tullahoma, Tennessee: "The vital issue of holding the Mississippi at Vicksburg is dependent on the success of General Johnston in an attack on the investing force. The intelligence from there is discouraging. Can you aid him?" To this he replied, on the 23d of May, 1863, "Sent 3,500 with the general, 3 batteries of artillery, and 2,000 cavalry since. Will dispatch 6,000 more immediately." In my telegram to General Bragg, after stating the necessity, I submitted the whole question to his judgment, having full reliance in the large-hearted and comprehensive view which his self-denying nature would take of the case, and I responded to him: "Your answer is in the spirit of patriotism heretofore manifested by you. The need is sore, but you must not forget your own necessities." On the 1st of June, General Johnston telegraphed to me that the troops at his disposal available against Grant amounted to 24,100, not including Jackson's cavalry command and a few hundred irregular cavalry. Mr. Seddon, Secretary of War, replied to him stating the force to be 32,000. In another dispatch, of June 5th, the Secretary says his statement rested on official reports of numbers sent, regrets his inability to promise more, as we had drained our resources even to the danger of several points, and urged speedy action. "With the facilities and resources of the enemy time works against us." Again, on the 16th, Secretary Seddon says, "If better resources do not offer, you must hazard attack." On the 18th, while Pemberton was inspecting the intrenchments along which his command had been placed, he received by courier a communication from General Johnston, dated "May 17, 1863, camp between Livingston and Brownsville," in answer to Pemberton's report of the result of the battles of Baker's Creek and Big Black, and the consequent evacuation of Snyder's Mills. General Johnston wrote: "If Haines's Bluff is untenable, Vicksburg is of no value, and cannot be held. If, therefore, you are invested in Vicksburg, you must ultimately surrender. Under such circumstances, instead of losing both troops and place, we must, if possible, save the troops. If it is not too late, evacuate Vicksburg and its dependencies, and march to the northeast." Pemberton, in his report, remarks, "This meant the fall of Port Hudson, the surrender of the Mississippi River, and the severance of the Confederacy." He recurs to a former correspondence with myself in which he had suggested the possibility of the investment of Vicksburg by land and water, and the necessity for ample supplies to stand a siege, and says his application met my favorable consideration, and that additional ammunition was ordered. Confident in his ability, with the preparations which had been made, to stand a siege, and firmly relying on the desire of the President and of General Johnston to raise it, he "felt that every effort would be made, and believed it would be successful." He, however, summoned a council of war, composed of all his general officers, laid before them General Johnston's communication, and desired their opinion on "the question of practicability," and on the 18th reported to General Johnston that he had placed his instructions before the general officers of the command, and that "the opinion was unanimously expressed that it was impossible to withdraw the army from this position with such morale and material as to be of further service to the Confederacy." He then announces his decision to hold Vicksburg as long as possible, and expresses the hope that he may be assisted in keeping this obstruction to the enemy's free navigation of the Mississippi River. He closes his letter thus: "I still conceive it to be the most important point in the Confederacy." While the council of war was assembled, the guns of the enemy opened on the works, and the siege proper commenced. Making meager allowance for a reserve, it required the whole force to be constantly in the trenches, and, when they were all on duty, it did not furnish one man to the yard of the developed line. On the 19th 2 assaults were made at the center and left. Both were repulsed and heavy losses inflicted. Our loss was small. At the same time, the mortar fleet of Admiral Porter from the west side of the peninsula kept up a bombardment of the city. Vicksburg is built upon hills rising successively from the river. The entrenchments were upon ridges beyond the town, only approaching the river on the right and left flanks, so that the fire of Porter's mortar fleet was mainly effective upon the private dwellings, and the women, the children, and the other non-combatants. The hills on which the city is built are of a tenacious calcareous clay, and caves were dug in these to shelter the women and children, many of whom resided in them during the entire siege. From these places of refuge, heroically facing the danger of shells incessantly bursting over the streets, gentlewomen hourly went forth on the mission of humanity to nurse the sick, the wounded, and to soothe the dying of their defenders who were collected in numerous hospitals. Without departing from the softer character of their sex, it was often remarked that, in the discharge of the pious duties assumed, they seemed as indifferent to danger as any of the soldiers who lined the trenches. During the 20th, 21st, and the forenoon of the 22nd, a heavy fire of artillery and musketry was kept up by the besiegers, as well as by the mortar and gunboats in the river. On the afternoon of the 22nd preparation was made for a general assault. The attacking columns were allowed to approach to within good musket range, when every available gun was opened with grape and canister, and our infantry, "rising in the trenches, poured into their ranks volley after volley with so deadly an effect that, leaving the ground literally covered in some places with their dead and wounded, they (the enemy) precipitately retreated." One of our redoubts had been breached by their artillery previous to the assault, and a lodgment made in the ditch at the foot of the redoubt, on which 2 colors were planted. General Stevenson says in his report, "The work was constructed in such a manner that the ditch was commanded by no part of the line, and the only means by which they could be dislodged was to retake the angle by a desperate charge, and either kill or compel the surrender of the whole party by the use of hand grenades. A call for volunteers for this purpose was made, and promptly responded to by Lieutenant Colonel E.W. Pettus, 20th Alabama Regiment, and about 40 men of Wall's Texas Legion. A more gallant feat than this charge has not illustrated our arms during the war. The preparations were quietly and quickly made, but the enemy seemed at once to divine our intentions, and opened upon the angle a terrible fire of shot, shell, and musketry. Undaunted, this little band, its chivalrous commander at its head, rushed upon the work, and in less time than it required to describe it, the flags were in our possession. Preparations were then quickly made for the use of hand grenades, when the enemy in the ditch, being informed of our purpose, immediately surrendered. From this time forward, although on several occasions their demonstrations seemed to indicate other intentions, the enemy relinquished all idea of assaulting us, and confined himself to the more cautious policy of a system of gradual approaches and mining." His force was not less than 60,000 men. Thus affairs continued until July 1st, when General Pemberton thus describes the causes which made capitulation necessary. "It must be remembered that, for 47 days and nights, those heroic men had been exposed to burning suns, drenching rains, damp fogs, and heavy dews, and that during all this period they never had, by day or by night, the slightest relief. The extent of our works required every available man in the trenches, and even then they were in many places insufficiently manned. It was not in my power to relieve any portion of the line for a single hour. Confined to the narrow limits of trench, with their limbs cramped and swollen, without exercise, constantly exposed to a murderous storm of shot and shell, is it strange that the men grew weak and attenuated? They had held the place against an enemy 5 times their number, admirably clothed and fed, and abundantly supplied with all the appliances of war. Whenever the foe attempted an assault, they drove him back discomfited, covering the ground with his killed and wounded, and already had they torn from his grasp 5 stands of colors as trophies of their prowess, none of which were allowed to fall again into his hands." Under these circumstances, he says, he became satisfied that the time had arrived when it was necessary either to evacuate the city by cutting his way out, or to capitulate. Inquiries were made of the division commanders respecting the ability of the troops to make the marches and undergo the fatigues necessary to accomplish a successful sortie and force their way through the enemy, all of whom reported their several commands quite unequal to the performance of such an effort. Therefore, it was resolved to seek terms of capitulation. These were obtained, and the city was surrendered on July 4th. The report of General Pemberton contains this statement: "Knowing the anxious desire of the government to relieve Vicksburg, I felt assured that, if within the compass of its power, the siege would be raised; but, when 47 days and nights had passed, with the knowledge I then possessed that no adequate relief was to be expected, I felt that I ought not longer to place in jeopardy the brave men whose lives had been entrusted to my care. Hence, after the suggestion of the alternative of cutting my way out, I determined to make terms, not because my men were starved out, not because I could not hold out yet a little longer, but because they were overpowered by numbers, worn down with fatigue, and each day saw our defenses crumbling beneath their feet. With an unlimited supply of provisions, the garrison could, for the reasons already given, have held out much longer." At the close of General Pemberton's report he notices 2 officers, whose gallant services have been repeatedly mentioned in the foregoing pages, as follows: "I cannot close this report without a brief tribute to the memory of 2 of the best soldiers in the Confederate force. I refer to Major General John S. Bowen and Brigadier General Martin E. Greene. Always faithful, zealous, and brave, they fell, as became them, in the discharge of their duty. General Greene died upon the lines he had so long and so gallantly defended. General Bowen, having passed scatheless through the bloody scenes of Shiloh, Iuka, Corinth, Grand Gulf, Port Gibson, Baker's Creek, and Vicksburg, perished by disease after the capitulation." With an unlimited supply of provisions, the garrison could not, for the reasons already given, have held out much longer. Our loss in killed, wounded, and missing, from the landing of the enemy on the east to the capitulation, was 5,632. That of the enemy, according to his own statement, was 8,875. The number of prisoners surrendered, as near as I can tell, did not exceed 28,000. In addition to the efforts made to relieve Vicksburg by an attack on Grant's army in the rear, instructions were sent to General Kirby Smith, commanding on the west side of the river, to employ a part of his forces in cooperation with our troops on the east side. From General Richard Tyler's work, Destruction and Reconstruction, I learn that "the Federal army withdrew from Alexandria, a town on Red River, Louisiana, on the 13th of May, and on the 23d crossed the Mississippi and proceeded to invest Port Hudson. A communication from General Kirby Smith informed me that Major General Walker, with a division of infantry and 3 batteries, 4,000 strong, was on the march from Arkansas, and would reach me within the next few days; and I was directed to employ Walker's force to relieve Vicksburg, now invested by General Grant, who had crossed the Mississippi on the 1st of May." General Taylor states that his view was that this force might be best employed for the relief of Vicksburg by a movement to raise the siege of Port Hudson, which he regarded as feasible, while a direct movement toward Vicksburg he considered would be unavailing, because the peninsula opposite to that city was partially occupied by the enemy, and commanded by the gunboats in the river. He states, however, that he was overruled, and proceeded with Walker's division to cross the Tensas and attack 2 Federal camps on the bank of the Mississippi, the one 10 and the other 14 miles above Vicksburg, but that, after driving the troops over the levee, the gunboats in the river protected them from any further assault. Then, being convinced that nothing useful could be effected in that quarter, he, in conformity with his original idea, ordered General Walker to retire to Alexandria, intending to go thence to the Têche. He says this order was countermanded, and the division kept in the region between the Tensas and the Mississippi until the fall of Vicksburg. Taylor had left Mouton's and Green's brigades in the country west of the Têche, and thither he went in person. At Alexandria he found 3 regiments of Texan mounted men, about 650 aggregate, under the command of Colonel, afterward Brigadier General, Major, and these were ordered to Morgan's Ferry on the Atchafalaya. Taylor then proceeded to the camps of Mouton and Green on the lower Têche. After giving instructions preparatory to an attack on a work which the Federals had constructed at Berwick's Bay, Taylor returned to join Colonel Major's command on the Atchafalaya, and with it moved down the Fardoche and Gros Tête to Fausse Rivière, opposite to Port Hudson. Here the noise of the bombardment then in progress could be distinctly heard, and here he learned that the Federal force left in New Orleans did not exceed 1,000 men. It was now the 10th of June. He was about 100 miles from the Federal force at Berwick's Bay. He furnished Colonel Major with guides, informed him that he must be at Berwick's Bay on the morning of the 23rd, as Mouton and Green would attack at dawn on that day. Taylor then hastened to the camp of Mouton and Green. The country through which Major was to march was in possession of the enemy, therefore secrecy and celerity were alike required for success. The men carried their rations, and the wagons were sent back across the Atchafalaya. In his rapid march, Major captured 70 prisoners and burned 2 steamers, and the combined movements of Mouton, Green, and Major all reached their goal at the appointed time, of which General Taylor says, "Although every precaution had been taken to exclude mistakes and ensure cooperation, such complete success is not often attained in combined military movement, and I felt that sacrifices were due to fortune." At Berwick's Bay the Federals had constructed works to strengthen a position occupied as a depot of supplies. The effective garrison was small, the principal number of those present being sick and convalescents. The works mounted 12 guns, 32s and 24s, and a gunboat was anchored in the bay. Our object was to capture Berwick's Bay, and thence proceed to the execution of the plan above indicated. For this purpose, having arrived on the Têche, a short distance above Berwick's Bay, some small boats, skiffs, and a number of sugar coolers were collected, in which the men were embarked. Major Hunter, of the Texas Regiment, and Major Blair, of the 2nd Louisiana, were placed in command, and detachments were drawn from the forces. They embarked at night, and paddled down the Têche to the Atchafalaya and Grand Lake. They had about 12 miles to go, and were expected to reach the northeast end of the island, a mile from Berwick's, before daylight, where they were to remain until they heard the guns of our force on the west side of the bay. At dawn on June 23d our guns opened on the gunboat and speedily drove it away. Fire was then directed on the earthworks, and the enemy attempted to reply, when a shout was heard in the rear, and Hunter with his party came rushing on. Resistance ceased at once. The spoils of Berwick's were of vast importance. 12 32 and 24-pounder guns, many small arms and accoutrements, great quantities of quartermasters and commissaries, ordnance and medical stores, and 1,700 prisoners were taken. Then, as promptly as circumstances would permit, Taylor, with 3,000 men, of all arms, proceeded, with the guns and munitions he had acquired, to the execution of the object of his campaign, to raise the siege of Port Hudson by cutting Banks's communication with New Orleans, and making a demonstration which would arouse that city. "Its population of 200,000 was bitterly hostile to Federal rule, and the appearance of a Confederate force on the opposite bank of the river would raise such a storm as to bring Banks from Port Hudson, the garrison of which could then unite with General Joseph Johnston in the rear of General Grant." In the first week in July, 12 guns were placed on the river below Donaldsonville. Fire was opened and one transport destroyed and several turned back. Gunboats attempted to dislodge our batteries, but were driven away by dismounted men, protected by the levee. For 3 days the river was closed to transports, and mounted scouts were pushed down to a point opposite Kenner, 16 miles above New Orleans. A few hours more and there would have been great excitement in the city. But, by the surrender of Port Hudson on July 9th, the enemy were in sufficient force not only to arrest Taylor's movements, but to require a withdrawal from the exposed position which this little command had assumed for the great object of relieving that place, and thus giving of its garrison, perhaps about 5,000 men, as a reinforcement to break the investment of Vicksburg. Port Hudson, which thus capitulated, was situated on a bend of the Mississippi about 22 miles above Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and 147 above New Orleans. The defenses in front, or on the water side, consisted of 3 series of batteries situated on a bluff and extending along the river above the place. Farther up was an impassable marsh forming a natural defense, and in the rear the works were strong, consisting of several lines of entrenchments and rifle pits, with heavy trees felled in every direction. General Banks with a large force landed on May 21, 1863, and on the 27th an assault was made on the works, and repulsed. A bombardment from the river was then kept up for several days, and on June 14th another unsuccessful assault was made. This was their last assault, but the enemy, resorting to mines and regular approaches, was slowly progressing with these when the news of the surrender of Vicksburg was received. Major General Gardner, who was in command, then made a proposal to General Banks to capitulate, which was accepted by the latter, and the position was yielded to him on the next day. The surrender included about 6,000 persons all told, 51 pieces of artillery, and a quantity of ordnance stores. Our loss in killed and wounded in the assaults was small compared to that of the enemy, and by the fall of Vicksburg the position of Fort Hudson had ceased to have much importance. More than 6 weeks the garrison, which had resisted a vastly superior force attacking by both land and water, had cheerfully encountered danger and fatigue without a murmur, had borne famine and had repulsed every assault, and yielded Port Hudson only when the fall of Vicksburg had deprived the position of its importance. A chivalric foe would have recognized the gallantry of the defense in the terms usually given under like circumstances, such, for instance, as were granted to Major Anderson at Fort Sumter, or, at the least, have paroled the garrison. I had regarded it of vast importance to hold the 2 positions of Vicksburg and Port Hudson. Though gunboats had passed the batteries of both, they had found it hazardous, and transport vessels could not prudently risk it. The garrisons of both places had maintained them with extraordinary gallantry, inspired no doubt as well by consciousness of the importance of their posts as by the soldierly character common to Confederate troops. Taylor, on the 10th, received intelligence of the fall of Port Hudson, and some hours later learned that Vicksburg had surrendered. His batteries and outposts were ordered in to the Lafourche, and Mouton was sent to Berwick's to cross the stores to the west side of the bay. On the 13th a force of 6,000 men followed his retreat down the Lafourche, but Greene, with 1,400 dismounted men and a battery, attacked the Federals so vigorously as to drive them into Donaldsonville, capturing 200 prisoners, many small arms, and 2 guns. Undisturbed thereafter, Taylor continued his march, removed all the stores from the fortification at Berwick's, and on the 21st of July moved up the Teche. The pickets left at Berwick's reported that the enemy's scouts only reached the bay 24 hours after Taylor's troops had withdrawn. In the recital of those events connected with the sieges of Port Hudson and Vicksburg, enough has been given to show the great anxiety of the administration to retain those 2 positions as necessary to continued communication between the Confederate States on the east and west sides of the Mississippi River. The reader will not have failed to observe that General Johnston, commanding the department, and General Pemberton, the district commander, entertained quite different views. The former considered the safety of the garrisons of such paramount importance that the position should be evacuated rather than the loss of the troops hazarded. The latter regarded the holding of Vicksburg as of such vital consequence that an army should be hazarded to maintain its possession. When General Pemberton and his forces were besieged in Vicksburg, every effort was made to supply General Johnston with an army which might raise the siege. While General Johnston was at Jackson, preparing to advance against the army investing Vicksburg, the knowledge that the enemy was receiving large reinforcements made it evident that the most prompt action was necessary for success. Of this General Johnston manifested a dear perception, for on the 25th of May he sent Pemberton the following message: "Bragg is sending a division. When it comes, I will move to you." After all the troops which could be drawn from other points had been sent to him, it was suggested that he might defeat the force investing Port Hudson, and unite the garrison with his troops at Jackson, but he replied, "We cannot relieve Port Hudson without giving up Jackson, by which we should lose the Mississippi." On June 29th General Johnston reports that, "Field transportation and other supplies having been obtained, the army marched toward the Big Black, and on the evening of July 1st encamped between Brownsville and the river." The 2d and 3d of July were spent in reconnaissance, from which the conclusion was reached that an attack on the north side of the railroad was impracticable, and examinations were commenced on the south side of the railroad. On the 3d a messenger was sent to General Pemberton that an attempt would be made about the 7th by an attack on the enemy to create a diversion which might enable Pemberton to cut his way out. The message was not received, and Pemberton, despairing of aid from the exterior, capitulated on the 4th. General Grant, in expectation that an attack on his rear would be made by General J.E. Johnston, performed a provisional corps by taking brigades from several corps, and assigned General Sherman to command it. He was sent in the direction of Big Black. Colonel Wilson, then commanding the 15th Illinois Cavalry, was sent to the Big Black River to watch for the expected advance of Johnston, when Sherman was to be notified, so that he might meet and hold Johnston in check until additional reinforcements should arrive. Wilson never sent the notice. An officer of Grant's army, whose rank and position gave opportunity for accurate information, writes, "It was always a matter of surprise to Grant and his commanders that Johnston failed to make the attempt to break up the siege of Vicksburg, of which, from the long line and consequent weakness of the Army of the North, there seemed a fair chance of accomplishment." General Johnston, being informed on the 5th of the surrender of Vicksburg, fell back to Jackson, where his army arrived on the 7th. "On the morning of the 9th the enemy appeared in heavy force in front of the works thrown up for the defense of the place. These, consisting of a line of rifle pits prepared at intervals for artillery, were badly located and constructed, presenting but a slight obstacle to a vigorous assault." The weather was hot, deep dust covered the country roads, and for about 10 miles there was no water to supply the troops who were advancing in heavy order of battle from Clinton; and the circumstances above mentioned caused General Johnston, as he states, to expect that the enemy "would be compelled to make an immediate assault." Sherman, in command of the attacking column, did not, however, elect to assault the intrenchments, but moved the left of his line around so as to rest upon Pearl River above, and then, extending his right so as to reach the river below, commenced intrenching a line of investment. As early as May 27th, Brigadier General J.G. Rains had been directed to report to General Johnston in connection with torpedoes and sub-terra shells, and a request had been made for "all reasonable facilities and aid in the supply of men or material for the fair trial of his torpedoes and shells." There could scarcely have been presented a better opportunity for their use than that offered by the heavy column marching against Jackson, and the enemy would have been taken at great disadvantage if our troops had met them midway between Jackson and Clinton. As the defenses of Jackson had not been so corrected in location and increased in strength as to avail against anything other than a mere assault, it is greatly to be regretted that the railroad bridge across Pearl River was not so repaired that the large equipments of the Central Road might have been removed for use elsewhere, and at other times. One of the serious embarrassments suffered in the last 2 years of the war was from the want of rolling stock, with which to operate our railroads as required for the transportation of troops and supplies. On the 12th of July a heavy cannonade was opened, and the missiles reached all parts of the town. An assault was also made on Major General Breckinridge's position on our extreme left. His division, with the aid of Cobb's and Slocum's batteries, repulsed it, inflicting severe loss and capturing 200 prisoners, besides the wounded, and taking 3 regimental colors. On the 15th General Johnston was assured that the remainder of Grant's army was moving from Vicksburg to Jackson, and on the night of the 16th, he, having previously sent forward his sick and wounded, successfully withdrew his army across the Pearl River, and moved toward Brandon, and continued the march as far as Morton, about 35 miles from Jackson. The enemy followed no farther than Brandon, which was reached on the 19th, and manifested no higher purpose than that of arson, which was exhibited on a still larger scale at Jackson. Thus, within the first half of July, our disasters had followed close upon the heels of one another. Although not defeated at Gettysburg, we had suffered a check, and an army, to which nothing was considered impossible, had been compelled to retire, leaving its opponent in possession of the field of battle. The loss of Vicksburg and Port Hudson was the surrender of the Mississippi to the enemy. It was true that gunboats had run by our batteries, but not with impunity, and some of them had been sunk in the attempt. Transports for troops, supplies, and merchandise could not, except at great risk, use the river while our batteries at those 2 points remained effective, and gunboats cruising between them would have but a barren field. Moreover, they needed to be very numerous to prevent intercourse between the 2 sides of the river, which, thus far, they had never been able to effect. End of Section 27.
Section 28 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Chapter 40. Inactivity in Tennessee. Capture of Colburn's Expedition. Capture of Straight's Expedition. Advance of Rosecrans to Bridgeport. Burnside in East Tennessee. Our force at Chattanooga. Movement against Burnside. The enemy moves on our rear near Ringgold. Battle of Chickamauga. Strength and distribution of our forces. The enemy withdraws. Captures. Losses. The enemy evacuates passes of Lookout Mountain. His trains captured. Failure of General Bragg to pursue. Reinforcements to the enemy. And Grant to command. His description of the situation. Movements of the enemy. Conflict at Chattanooga. After the battle at Murfreesboro, in Tennessee, a period of inactivity ensued between the large armed forces, which was disturbed only by occasional expeditions by small bodies on each side. On March 5, 1863, an expedition of the enemy, under Colonel Colburn, was captured at Spring Hill, 10 miles south of Franklin, by Generals Van Dorn and Forrest. 1,300 prisoners were taken. In April, another expedition, under Colonel Streight, into northern Georgia, was captured near Rome by our vigilant, daring cavalry leader, Forrest. This was one of the most remarkable, and to the enemy, disastrous raids of the war. 1,700 prisoners were taken. In June, some movements were made by General Rosecrans, which were followed by the withdrawal of our forces from Middle Tennessee, and a return to the occupation of Chattanooga. At this time, General Buckner held Knoxville and commanded the district of East Tennessee. General Samuel Jones commanded the district of Southwest Virginia, his headquarters at Arlington, Virginia. Between the two was Cumberland Gap, the well-known pass by which the first pioneer, Daniel Boone, went into Kentucky, and the only one in that region through which it was supposed an army, with the usual artillery and wagon train, could march from the north into East Tennessee or Southwest Virginia. It was, therefore, occupied and partially fortified, which, with the precipitous heights flanking it on the right and left, would, it was hoped, suffice against an attack in front, and prove an adequate barrier to an advance on our important line of communication in its rear, which Buckner and Jones were relied on to defend. On the 20th of August, Brigadier General I.W. Frazier, an educated soldier in whom I had much confidence, assumed, by assignment, the command of this position, and energetically commenced to perfect the defenses, and ingeniously, though unsuccessfully, endeavored to bring a supply of water into the fortifications. He reported his force to amount to 1,700 effective infantry and artillery, and about 600 cavalry. The supply of ammunition was deficient, and some of it damaged by a badly constructed magazine. About August 20th it was ascertained that the army under General Rosecrans had crossed the mountains to Stevenson and Bridgeport. His force of infantry and artillery amounted to 70,000 men, divided into 4 corps. About the same time, General Burnside advanced from Kentucky, crossed, by using pack mules, the rugged mountains west of Cumberland Gap, and about the 1st of September approached Knoxville, East Tennessee, with a force estimated at over 25,000 men. General Buckner, therefore, evacuated Knoxville and took position at Loudoun, with a force of about 5,000 infantry, artillery, and cavalry. This rendered the occupation of Cumberland Gap hazardous to the garrison and comparatively of little value to us. But when its surrender was demanded by a force which might be resisted, General Frazier promptly refused to comply with the demand. Subsequently, General Burnside advanced with a large body of troops, and approaching from the south, renewed the demand, when General Frazier, recognizing the inutility as well as futility of resistance, surrendered on the 9th of September, 1863. The main body of our army was encamped near Chattanooga, while the cavalry force was recruiting from fatigue and exhaustion near Rome, Georgia. The enemy first attempted to strike Buckner in the rear, but failing, commenced a movement against our left and rear. On the last of August he had crossed his main force over the Tennessee River at Carpenter's Ferry, near Stevenson. Our effective force of infantry and artillery was about 35,000. By active reconnaissance of our cavalry, which had been brought forward, it was ascertained that Rosecrans' general movement was toward our left and rear, in the direction of Dalton and Rome, keeping Lookout Mountain between us. The want of supplies in the country, and the force under Burnside on our right, rendered hazardous a movement on the rear of the former with our force. General Lee, with commendable zeal for the public welfare and characteristic self-denial, had consented to remain for a time on the defensive for the purpose of reinforcing Bragg's army, and General Longstreet had been detached with his corps for that purpose. These troops were to come by rail from Atlanta, and might soon be expected to arrive. It was therefore determined to retire toward our expected reinforcements, as well as to meet the foe in front when he should emerge from the mountain gorges. As we could not thus hold Chattanooga, our army on September 7th and 8th took position from Lee and Gordon's Mill to Lafayette, on the road leading south from Chattanooga and fronting the east slope of Lookout Mountain. The forces on the Hiawassee and the Chickamauga Station took the route by Ringgold. A small cavalry force was left in observation at Chattanooga, and a brigade of infantry at Ringgold to cover the railroad. The enemy immediately moved the corps that threatened Buckner into Chattanooga, and shortly after it commenced to move on our rear by the roads to Lafayette and Ringgold. Another corps was nearly opposite the head of McLemore Cove at Will's Valley, and one at Colonel Winston's opposite Alpine. During the 9th, it was ascertained that a column between 4,000 and 5,000 had crossed Lookout Mountain by Stevens and Cooper's Gaps into McLemore's Cove. An effort was made by General Bragg to capture this column, with the intent then to turn upon the others and beat each in succession. But, some delay having occurred in the advance of our forces through the Gap, the enemy took advantage of it and retreated to the mountain passes. He then withdrew his corps from the route toward Alpine to unite with the one near McLemore's Cove, which was gradually extended toward Lee and Gordon Mills. It was now determined to turn upon the 3rd Corps of the enemy, approaching us from the direction of Chattanooga. The forces sent toward the Cove were accordingly withdrawn to Lafayette, and Polk's and Walker's corps were moved immediately in the direction of Lee and Gordon's Mills, Lieutenant General Polk commanding. He was ordered to attack early the next morning, as the enemy's corps was known to be divided, and it was hoped by successive attacks to crush his army in detail. But the expectation was not realized, as his forces withdrew and formed a junction. Our trains and supplies were then put in a safe position, and all our forces were concentrated along the Chickamauga, threatening the opposing force in front. Major General Wheeler, with 2 divisions of cavalry, occupied the extreme left, vacated by Hill's corps, and was directed to press the enemy in McLemore's Cove. To divert his attention from the real movement, General Forrest covered the movement on our front and right. General B.R. Johnson was moved from Ringgold to the extreme right of the line. Walker's corps formed on his left opposite Alexander's Bridge, Buckner's next near Tedford Fork, Polk opposite Lee and Gordon's Mills, and Hill on the extreme left. Orders were issued to cross the Chickamauga at 6 a.m., commencing by the extreme right. The movements were unexpectedly delayed by the difficulty of the roads and the resistance of the enemy's cavalry. The right column did not effect its crossing until late in the afternoon of the 18th. At this time, Major General Hood, from the Army of Northern Virginia, arrived and assumed command of the column. General W.H.T. Walker had a severe skirmish at Alexander's Bridge, from which he finally drove the enemy, but not before he had destroyed it. General Walker, however, found a ford, crossed, and Hood united with him after night. The advance was resumed at daylight on the 19th, when Buckner's corps, with Cheatham's division of Polk's corps, crossed the Chickamauga, and our line of battle was thus formed. Buckner's left rested on the bank of the stream about 1 mile below Lee and Gordon's Mills. On his right came Hood with his own and Johnson's divisions, and Walker's formed the extreme right. Forrest with his cavalry was in advance to the right. He soon became engaged with such a large force that 2 brigades were sent from Walker's division to his support. Forrest, here fighting with his usual tenacity, desperately held in check the comparatively immense force which he was resisting. General Walker, being ordered to commence the attack on the right, boldly advanced, and soon developed opposing forces greatly superior to his own. He, however, drove them handsomely, capturing several batteries of artillery by dashing charges. As he pressed back the force in his front, it rested upon such heavy masses in the rear that he was in turn repulsed. Cheatham's division was ordered to his support. It came too late. Before he could reach him, assailed on both flanks, he had been forced back to his first position. But the 2 commands united, though yet greatly outnumbered, and by a spirited attack recovered our advantage. These movements on our right were in such direction as to create an opening between the left of Cheatham's division and the right of Hood's, To fill this, Stewart's division, the reserve of Buckner's corps, was ordered up, and soon became engaged, as now did Hood's whole front. The enemy had transferred forces from his extreme right so as to concentrate his main body on his left, acutely perceiving the probability of an effort on our part to gain his rear and cut off his communication with his base at Chattanooga. The main part of the battle, therefore, was fought on the opposite flank from that where both armies had probably expected it. Lieutenant General Polk was now directed to move the remainder of his corps across the stream and to assume command in person. Hill's corps was also directed to move to our right. Stewart, by a gallant assault, broke the enemy's center and pushed forward until he became exposed to an enfilading fire. Hood steadily advanced, driving the force in his front until night. Cleburne, of Hill's corps, immediately on reaching the right, closed so impetuously with the enemy as to create surprise, and drove him in great disorder. From prisoners and otherwise, the commanding general became satisfied that his antagonist had, by marching night and day, succeeded in concentrating his whole force, and that it had that day been fought on the field of Chickamauga. A part of the forces on our extreme left had not reached the field of actual conflict in time to participate in the engagement of that day. They, together with the remainder of Longstreet's corps, were brought up and put in position to renew the battle in the morning. Our troops slept upon the field they had so bravely contested. The Confederate troops engaged on the right were as follows: General W.H.T. Walker's division, 5,500. Cheatham's division, 7,000. A.P. Stewart's division, 4,040. Cleburne's division, 5,115. Hood's, B.R. Johnson's, and Trigg's troops, 8,428. Forrest and Pegram's cavalry, 3,500. Total, 33,583. General Wheeler, with his cavalry, had been in observation on the left, and for a fortnight daily skirmishing with the enemy. On the 17th he was ordered to move into McLemore's Cove to make a demonstration in that direction, where, after a severe engagement, he developed a force too large to be dislodged. On the 18th he was directed to hold the gap in Pigeon Mountain, so as to prevent the enemy from moving on our left. As appeared subsequently, General Rosecrans, by forced marches, had made a detour and formed a junction of his forces in front of ours, so that it was no longer needful to hold the passes of the Pigeon Mountain, and Wheeler with his cavalry was called to take position on the left of our line. On the night of the 19th, the whole force having been assembled, including the 5,000 effective infantry sent for temporary service from Virginia, the command was organized as two corps, the one on the right to be commanded by Lieutenant General Polk, the other on the left to be commanded by Lieutenant General Longstreet. These corps consisted respectively as follows: Polk's right wing, of Breckinridge's, Cleburne's, Cheatham's, and Walker's divisions, and Forrest's cavalry, aggregate 22,471. Longstreet's left wing, of Preston's, Hindman's, Johnson's, Hood's, Law's, Kershaw's, Stewart's divisions, and Wheeler's cavalry, aggregate 24,850. Grand aggregate of both wings, 47,321. The forces under Rosecrans, as has been subsequently learned, consisted of McCook's corps, 14,345, Thomas's, 24,072, Crittenden's, 13,975, Granger's, about 5,000, cavalry, 7,000, whole number, 64,392. On the night of the 19th, General Bragg gave his instructions orally to the general officers whom he had summoned to his campfire, as to the position of the different commands, and the order of battle was that the attack should commence on the right at daybreak, and be taken up successfully to the left. From a combination of mishaps, it resulted that the attack was not commenced until 9 or 10 o'clock in the day, and, what was much more important, the troops from right to left did not, in rapid succession, engage, so as to have that effectiveness which would have resulted from concert of action. Prodigies of valor were performed. Many partial successes were gained in the beginning of the battle, but in the first operations the troops so frequently moved to the assault without the necessary cohesion in a charging line that nearly all early assaults by our right wing were successively repulsed with loss. Though at first invariably successful, our troops were subsequently compelled to retire before the heavy reinforcements constantly brought. Wheeler, with his cavalry, struck boldly at the enemy's extreme right and center, and with such effect that in the Federal battle reports it appears the attack was mistaken for a flank movement by General Longstreet. Rosecrans, having transferred his main strength to our right, the attack of the left met with less resistance, and was successfully and vigorously followed up. About 4 P.M. a general assault was made by the right, and the attack was pressed from right to left until the enemy gave way at different points, and finally, about dark, yielded along the whole line. Our army bivouacked on the ground it had so gallantly won. The foe, though driven from his lines, continued to confront us when the action closed, but it was found the next morning that he had availed himself of the night to withdraw from our front, and that his main body was soon in position within his lines at Chattanooga. We captured over 8,000 prisoners, 51 pieces of artillery, 15,000 stand of small arms, and quantities of ammunition, with wagons, ambulances, teams, and medicines, with hospital stores in large quantities. From the appearance of the field, the enemy's losses must have largely exceeded ours, and the victory was complete. But these results could not console us for the lives they cost. Pride in the gallantry of our heroes, rejoicing at the repulse of the invader, was subdued by the memory of our fallen brave. After General Rosecrans' retreat to Chattanooga, he withdrew his forces from the passes of Lookout Mountain, which covered his line of supplies from Bridgeport. These commanding positions were immediately occupied by our troops, and a cavalry force was sent across the Tennessee, which destroyed a large wagon train in the Sequatchie Valley, captured McMinnsville and other points on the railroad, and thus temporarily cut off the source of supplies for the army at Chattanooga. The reasons why General Bragg did not promptly pursue are stated in his report thus: "Our supplies of all kinds were greatly reduced, the railroad having been constantly occupied in transporting troops, prisoners, and our wounded, and the bridges having been destroyed to a point 2 miles south of Ringgold. These supplies were ordered to be replenished, and as soon as it was seen that we could be subsisted, the army was moved forward to seize and hold the only communication the enemy had with his supplies in the rear. His important road, and the shortcut by half to his depot at Bridgeport, lay along the south bank of the Tennessee. The holding of this all-important route was confided to Lieutenant General Longstreet's command, and its possession forced the enemy to a road double the length over 2 ranges of mountains by wagon transportation. At the same time, our cavalry, in large force, was thrown across the river to operate on this long and difficult route. These dispositions, faithfully sustained, ensured the enemy's speedy evacuation of Chattanooga for want of food and forage." These reverses caused the enemy to send forward reinforcements from the army at Vicksburg, and also to assign General Grant to the command in Tennessee. As early as September 23d, the 11th and 12th Corps of the Army of the Potomac were detached and sent under General Hooker to Tennessee, and assigned to protect Rosecrans' line of communication from Bridgeport to Nashville. It was on October 23d that General Grant arrived at Chattanooga, and only in time to save their army from starvation or evacuation. The investment by General Bragg had been so close, and their communications had been so destroyed, that Bragg was on the point of realizing the evacuation of Chattanooga which he had anticipated. The report of Grant thus describes the situation on his arrival. Quote, "Up to this period, our forces in Chattanooga were practically invested, the enemy's lines extending from the Tennessee River above Chattanooga to the river at and below the point of Lookout Mountain below Chattanooga, with the south bank of the river picketed nearly to Bridgeport, his main force being fortified in Chattanooga Valley at the foot of and on Missionary Ridge and Lookout Mountain, and a brigade in Lookout Valley. True, we held possession of the country north of the river, but it was from 60 to 70 miles over the most impracticable roads to army supplies. The artillery horses and mules had become so reduced by starvation that they could not have been relied upon for moving anything, and attempt at retreat must have been with men alone and with only such supplies as they could carry. A retreat would have been almost certain annihilation, for the enemy, occupying positions within gunshot of and overlooking our very fortifications, would unquestionably have pursued retreating forces. Already more than 10,000 animals had perished in supplying half rations to the troops by the long and tedious route from Stevenson and Bridgeport to Chattanooga over Waldron's Ridge. They could not have been supplied another week." End quote. The first movement under Grant was, therefore, to establish a new and shorter line of supplies. For this purpose, a night expedition was sent down the river from Chattanooga, which seized the range of hills at the mouth of Lookout Valley, and covered the Brown's Ferry road. By 10 a.m., a bridge was laid across the river at the ferry, which secured the end of the road nearest to our forces, and the shorter line over which the enemy could move troops. General Hooker also entered Lookout Valley at Wauhatchie, and took up positions for the defense of the road from Whitesides, over which he had marched, and also the road leading from Brown's Ferry to Kelly's Ferry. General Palmer crossed from the north side of the river, opposite Whitesides, and held the road passed over by Hooker. An unsuccessful attack was made on a portion of Hooker's troops the first night after he entered the valley. Subsequently, we lost the remaining heights held by us west of Lookout Creek. Further operations of the enemy were delayed until the arrival of Sherman's force from Memphis. After his arrival, on November 23d, an attempt was made to feel our lines. This was done with so much force as to obtain possession of Indian Hill and the low range of hills south of it. That night, Sherman began to move to obtain a position just below the mouth of the South Chickamauga, and by daylight on the 24th he had 8,000 men on the south side of the Tennessee and fortified in rifle trenches. By noon, pontoon bridges were laid across the Tennessee and the Chickamauga, and the remainder of his forces crossed. During the afternoon he took possession of the whole northern extremity of Missionary Ridge, nearly to the railroad tunnel, and fortified the position equally with that held by us. A raid was also made on our line of communication, cutting the railroad at Cleveland. On the same day, Hooker sealed the western slope of Lookout Mountain. On the 26th, he took possession of the mountain top with a part of his force, and with the remainder crossed Chattanooga Valley to Rossville. Our most northern point was assailed by Sherman, and the attack kept up all day. He was reinforced by a part of Howard's corps. In the afternoon, the whole force of the enemy's center, consisting of 4 divisions, was moved to the attack. They got possession of the rifle pits at the foot of Missionary Ridge, and commenced the ascent of the mountain from right to left, and continued it until the summit was reached, notwithstanding the volleys of grape and canister discharged at them. Our forces retreated from the ridge as the multitudinous assailants neared the thin line on the crest, and during the night withdrew from the positions on the plain below. General Grant, after advancing a short distance from Chattanooga, dispatched a portion of his forces to the relief of Burnside in East Tennessee, where he was closely besieged by General Longstreet in Knoxville. Longstreet moved east into Virginia, and ultimately joined General Lee. He had left the army of General Lee and moved to the west with his force on the condition that he should return when summoned. This summons had been sent to him, The loss of the enemy in the conflicts at Chattanooga was 757 killed, 4,529 wounded, and 337 missing. Total 5,616. Our loss in killed and wounded was much less than theirs. Footnote 78. Some of the garrison at Cumberland Gap escaped, and stated to General Jones that surrender had been made without resistance on the demands of the smaller detachments which had preceded General Burnside, and I was not advised of the fact that Buckner had previously retreated toward Chattanooga, and that Burnside was in possession of Knoxville. In my message of December 12, 1863, I referred to the event as reported to the War Department as follows: quote, "The country was painfully surprised by the intelligence that the officer in command of Cumberland Gap had surrendered that important and easily defensible pass without firing a shot, upon the summons of a force still believed to have been inadequate to its reduction, and when reinforcements were in supporting distance and had been ordered to his aid. The entire garrison, including its commander, being still held prisoners by the enemy. I am unable to suggest any explanation of this disaster, which laid open eastern Tennessee and southwestern Virginia to hostile operations." End quote. So far as censure of General Frazier was implied in these remarks, I am now fully satisfied it was unjust, and I can only regret that the authentic information recently furnished to me had not been received at an earlier date, so that I might have relieved General Frazier from the reflection while I held executive authority. It gives me pleasure now to say that full and exact information justifies the high estimate I placed upon him when he was assigned to the separate command of that important post. Full justice can be done to General Frazier only when his report and those of his subordinate officers shall have been published. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Chapter 41. Movement to draw forth the enemy. Advance to Culpeper Courthouse. Cavalry engagement at Beverly's and Kelly's Fords. Movement against Winchester. Milroy's force captured. Prisoners. The enemy retires along the Potomac. Maryland entered. Advance into Pennsylvania. The enemy driven back toward Gettysburg. Position of the respective forces. Battle at Gettysburg. The army retires. Prisoners. The Potomac swollen. No interruption by the enemy. Strength of our force. Strength of the enemy. The campaign closed. Observations. Kelly's Ford. Attempt to surprise our army. System of breastworks. Prisoners. In the spring of 1863, the enemy occupied his former position before Fredericksburg. He was in great strength, and so far as we could learn, was preparing on the grandest scale for another advance against Richmond, which in political, if not military circles, was regarded as the objective point of the war. The consolidated report of the Army of the Potomac, then under the command of Major General Hooker, states the force present on May 10, 1863, to be 136,704. General Lee's forces had been reorganized into 3 army corps, designated the 1st, 2d, and 3rd Corps. In the order named, they were commanded by Lieutenant Generals Longstreet, Ewell, and A.P. Hill. The zeal of our people in the defense of their country's cause had brought nearly all of the population fit for military service to the various armies then in the field, so that but little increase could be hoped for by the Army of Northern Virginia. Under these circumstances, to wait until the enemy should choose to advance was to take the desperate hazard of the great inequality of numbers, as well as ability to reinforce, which he possessed. In addition to the army under General Hooker, A considerable force occupied the lower part of the valley of the Shenandoah. It was decided by a bold movement to attempt to transfer hostilities to the north side of the Potomac by crossing the river and marching into Maryland and Pennsylvania, simultaneously driving the foe out of the Shenandoah Valley. Thus, it was hoped, General Hooker's army would be called from Virginia to meet our advance toward the heart of the enemy's country. In that event, the vast preparations which had been made for an advance upon Richmond would be foiled, the plan for a summer's campaign deranged, and much of the season for active operations be consumed in the new combinations and dispositions which would be required. If beyond the Potomac some opportunity should be offered so as to enable us to defeat the army on which our foe most relied, the measure of our success would be full. But if the movement only resulted in freeing Virginia from the presence of the hostile army, it was more than could fairly be expected from awaiting the attack which was clearly indicated. Actuated by these and other considerations, the campaign was commenced on June 3, 1863. Our forces advanced to Culpeper Court House, leaving A.P. Hill to occupy the lines in front of Fredericksburg. On the 5th, Hooker, having discovered our movement, crossed an army corps to the south side of the Rappahannock, but as this was apparently for observation, it was not thought necessary to oppose it. On the 9th, a large force of the enemy's cavalry crossed at Beverly's and Kelly's Fords and attacked General Stuart. A severe engagement ensued, continuing from early in the morning until late in the afternoon, when Stuart forced his assailant to recross the river with heavy loss, leaving 400 prisoners, 3 pieces of artillery, and several stands of colors in our hands. Meantime, General Jenkins, with a cavalry brigade, had been ordered to advance toward Winchester to cooperate with an infantry expedition into the lower valley, and General Imboden made a demonstration toward Romney to cover the movement against Winchester and prevent reinforcements from the line of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Both of these officers were in position when Ewell left Culpeper Court House on the 6th. Crossing the Shenandoah near Front Royal, Rhodes' division went to Berryville to dislodge the force stationed there and cut off the communication between Winchester and the Potomac. General Ewell, on the 13th of June, advanced directly upon Winchester, driving the enemy into his works around the town. On the next day he stormed the works, and the whole army of General Milroy was captured or put to flight. Most of those who attempted to escape were intercepted and made prisoners. Unfortunately, among the exceptions was their commander, who had been guilty of most unpardonable outrages upon defenseless non-combatants. General Rhodes marched from Berryville to Martinsburg, entering the latter place on the 14th, and capturing 700 prisoners, 5 pieces of artillery, and a considerable quantity of stores. These operations cleared the valley of the enemy. More than 4,000 prisoners, 29 pieces of artillery, 270 wagons and ambulances, with 400 horses, were captured, besides a large amount of military stores. Our loss was small. On the night that Ewell appeared at Winchester, the enemy at Fredericksburg recrossed the Rappahannock, and on the next day disappeared behind the hills of Stafford. The whole army of General Hooker, in retiring, pursued the roads near the Potomac, offering no favorable opportunity for attack. His purpose seemed to be to take a position which would enable him to cover the approaches to Washington City. To draw him farther from his base, and to cover the march of A.P. Hill, who had left for the valley, Longstreet moved from Culpeper Court House on the 15th, and occupied Ashby's and Snicker's Gaps. The cavalry under General Stuart was in front of Longstreet to watch the enemy, and encountered his cavalry on the 17th near Aldie, and drove it back. The engagement was renewed on the next day, but the cavalry of the latter being now strongly supported by infantry, Stuart was compelled to retire. He had, however, taken in these engagements about 400 prisoners and a considerable number of horses and arms. Meantime, General Ewell, with the advance of his corps, had entered Maryland. Jenkins, with his cavalry, penetrated as far as Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. As these demonstrations did not cause the hostile army to leave Virginia, nor did it seem disposed to advance upon Longstreet's position, he was withdrawn to the west side of the Shenandoah. General Hill had already reached the valley. General Stuart was left to guard the passes of the mountains and observe the movements of the enemy, whom he was instructed to harass and impede as much as possible should he attempt to cross the Potomac. In that event, General Stuart was directed to move into Maryland, crossing the Potomac east or west of the Blue Ridge, as in his judgment should seem best, and take position on the right of our column as it advanced. General Longstreet says, quote, "General Stuart held the gap for a while, and then hurried around beyond Hooker's army, and we saw nothing more of him until the evening of July 2d, when he came down from York and joined us, having made a complete circuit of the Federal army." End quote. Longstreet and Hill crossed the Potomac to be within supporting distance of Ewell, and advanced into Pennsylvania, encamping near Chambersburg on the 27th of June. The cavalry under Colonel White advanced to the Susquehanna. On the night of the 27th, information was received that General Hooker had crossed the Potomac and was advancing northward, and that the head of the column had reached South Mountain. This menaced our communications, and it was resolved to prevent his further progress by concentrating our army on the east side of the mountain. Accordingly, the different commands were ordered to proceed to Gettysburg. This march was conducted more slowly than it would have been had the movements of Hooker been known. Heth's, the leading division of Hill's corps, met the enemy in front of Gettysburg on the morning of July 1st, driving him back to within a short distance of the town. The advance there encountered a larger force, with which two of Hill's divisions became engaged. Ewell, coming up with two of his divisions, joined in the engagement, and the opposing force was driven through Gettysburg with heavy loss, including about 5,000 prisoners and several pieces of artillery. Under the instructions given to them not to bring on a general engagement, these corps bivouacked on the ground they had won. In an address delivered at Lexington, Virginia, on January 17, 1873, General W. N. Pendleton, Chief of Artillery, makes the following statement. Quote, "The ground southwest of the town was carefully examined by me after the engagement on July 1st. Being found much less difficult than the steep ascent fronting the troops already up, its practicable character was reported to our commanding general. He informed me that he had ordered Longstreet to attack on that front at sunrise the next morning, and he added to myself, 'I want you to be out long before sunrise, so as to re-examine and save time.' He also desired me to communicate with General Longstreet as well as with himself. The reconnaissance was accordingly made, as soon as it was light enough on the 2d, and made through a long distance, in fact, very close to what there was of the enemy's line. No insuperable difficulty appearing in the marching up, far off, the enemy's reinforcing columns being seen, the extreme desirableness of immediate attack there was at once reported to the commanding general, and according to his wish, message was also sent to the intrepid but deliberate corps commander whose sunrise attack there had been ordered. There was, however, unaccountable delay. My own messages went repeatedly to General Lee, and his, I know, was urgently pressed on General Longstreet, until, as I afterward learned from officers who saw General Lee, as I could not at the time, he manifested extreme displeasure with the tardy corps commander. That hard-fighting soldier, to whom it had been committed there to attack early in the day, did not, in person, reach the commanding general, and with him ride to a position whence to view the ground and see the enemy's arriving masses until 12 o'clock, and his column was not up and ready for the assault until 4 P.M. All this, as it occurred under my personal observation, is nothing short of imperative duty that I should thus fairly state." For the reasons set forth by General Pendleton, whose statement in regard to a fact coming under his personal observation none who know him will question, preparations for a general engagement were unfortunately delayed until the afternoon, instead of being made at sunrise. Then troops had been concentrated, and Round Top, the commanding position unoccupied in the morning, had received the force which inflicted such disaster on our assaulting columns. The question as to the responsibility for this delay has been so fully discussed in the Southern Historical Society papers as to relieve me from the necessity of entering into it. The position of Gettysburg was not the choice of either side. South from the town an irregular, interrupted line of hills runs, which is sometimes called Gettysburg Ridge. This ridge at the town turns eastward and then southward. At the turn eastward is Cemetery Hill, and at the turn southward Culp's Hill. From Cemetery Hill the line runs southward about 3 miles in a well-defined ridge, since the battle called Cemetery Ridge, and terminates in a high, rocky, and wooded peak named Round Top, which was the key of the enemy's position, as it flanked their line. The less elevated portion, near where the crest rises into Round Top, is termed Little Round Top, a rough and bold spur of the former. Thus, while Cemetery and Culp's Hills require the formation of a line of battle to face northward, the direction of Cemetery Ridge requires the line to face westward. The crest has a good slope to the rear, while to the west it falls off in a cultivated and undulating valley which it commands. About a mile distant is a parallel crest known as Seminary Ridge, and which our forces occupied during the battle. Longstreet, with the divisions of Hood and McLaws, faced Round Top and a good part of Cemetery Ridge. Hill's 3 divisions continued the line from the left of Longstreet, fronting the remainder of Cemetery Ridge, while Ewell, with his 3 divisions, held a line through the town, and sweeping round the base of Cemetery Hill, terminated the left in front of Culp's Hill. These were the positions of the 3 corps after the arrival of General Longstreet's troops. The main purpose of the movement across the Potomac was to free Virginia from the presence of the enemy. If this could be done by maneuvering merely, a most important result would be cheaply obtained. The contingency of a battle was of course deemed probable, and with any fair opportunity the Army of Northern Virginia was considered sure to win a victory. It had not been intended to fight a general battle at such a distance as Gettysburg from our base unless attacked, but, being unexpectedly confronted by the opposing army, it became a matter of difficulty to withdraw through the mountains with our large trains. At the same time, the country was unfavorable for collecting supplies while in the presence of the main army of the enemy, as he was enabled to restrain our foraging parties by occupying the passes of the mountains with both regular and local troops. Encouraged by the successful issue of the engagement of the first day, and in view of the valuable results that would ensue from the defeat of the army of General Meade, who had succeeded General Hooker, General Lee thought it preferable to renew the attack. General Meade held the high ridge above described, along which he had massed a large amount of artillery. General Ewell occupied the left of our line, General Hill the center, and General Longstreet the right. In front of General Longstreet the enemy held a position from which, if he could be driven, it was thought that our army could gain the more elevated ground, Round Top, beyond, and thus enable our guns to rake the crest of the ridge. That officer was directed to endeavor to carry this position, while General Ewell attacked directly the high ground on the enemy's right, which had already been partially fortified. General Hill was instructed to threaten the center of the line in order to prevent reinforcements to either wing, and to avail himself of any opportunity that might present itself to attack. After a severe struggle, Longstreet succeeded in getting possession of and holding the ground in his immediate front. Ewell also carried some of the strong positions which he assailed, and the result was such as to lead to the belief that he would ultimately be able to dislodge the force in his front. The battle ceased at dark. These partial successes determined Lee to continue the assault on the next day. Pickett, with 3 of his brigades, joined Longstreet on the following morning, and our batteries were moved forward to the position gained by him on the day before. The general plan of attack was unchanged, except that 1 division and 2 brigades of Hill's corps were ordered to support Longstreet. General Meade, in the meantime, had strengthened his line with earthworks. The morning was occupied in necessary preparations, and the battle recommenced in the afternoon of the 3rd, and raged with great violence until sunset. Our troops succeeded in entering the advanced works of the enemy and getting possession of some of his batteries; but, our artillery having nearly expended its ammunition, the attacking columns became exposed to the heavy fire of numerous batteries near the summit of the ridge, and, after a most determined and gallant struggle, were compelled to relinquish their advantage and fall back to their original positions with severe loss. Owing to the strength of the enemy's position and the exhaustion of our ammunition, a renewal of the engagement could not be hazarded, and the difficulty of procuring supplies rendered it impossible to continue longer where we were. Such of the wounded as could be removed, and a part of the arms collected on the field, were ordered to Williamsport. The army remained at Gettysburg during the 4th, and at night began to retire by the road to Fairfield, carrying with it about 4,000 prisoners. Nearly 2,000 had been previously paroled, but the numerous wounded that had fallen into our hands after the 1st and 2nd days' engagements were left behind. Little progress was made that night, owing to a severe storm which greatly embarrassed our movements. The rear of the column did not leave its position near Gettysburg until after daylight on the 5th. The march was continued during that day without interruption by the enemy, except an unimportant demonstration upon our rear in the afternoon, when near Fairfield, which was easily checked. The army, after a tedious march, rendered more difficult by the rains, reached Hagerstown on the afternoon of the 6th and morning of the 7th of July. The Potomac was so much swollen by the rains that had fallen almost incessantly since our army entered Maryland as to be unfordable. A pontoon train had been sent from Richmond, but the rise in the river gave to it a width greater than was expected, so that additional boats had to be made by the army on its retreat. Our communication with the south side was thus interrupted, and it was found difficult to procure either ammunition or subsistence, the latter difficulty being enhanced by the high water impeding the working of the mills. The trains with the wounded and prisoners were compelled to wait at Williamsport for the subsiding of the river or the construction of additional pontoon boats. The enemy had not yet made his appearance, but as he was in a condition to obtain large reinforcements, and our want of supplies was daily becoming more embarrassing, it was deemed advisable to recross the river. By the 13th, a good bridge was thrown over at Falling Waters. On the 12th, Meade's army approached. A position had been previously selected to cover the Potomac from Williamsport to Falling Waters, and an attack was awaited during that and the succeeding day. This did not take place, though the two armies were in close proximity, the enemy being occupied in fortifying his own lines. General Meade, in his testimony before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, said that he ordered an attack on our forces on the morning of the 14th, and, if it had been made, it was his opinion that, quote, "it would have resulted disastrously." End quote. When asked the reasons for that opinion, he replied, quote, "If I had attacked the enemy in the position which he then occupied, he having the advantage of position, and being on the defensive, his artillery in position, and his infantry behind parapets and rifle pits, the very same reasons and causes which produced my success at Gettysburg would have operated in his favor there, and be likely to produce success on his part." Our preparations being completed, and the Potomac, though still deep, being pronounced fordable, the army commenced to withdraw to the south side on the night of the 13th. Ewell's corps forded the river at Williamsport; those of Longstreet and Hill crossed upon the bridge. Owing to the condition of the roads, the troops did not reach the bridge until after daylight on the 14th, and the crossing was not completed until 1 P.M., when the bridge was removed. General Lee said that the enemy offered no serious interruption, and the movement was attended with no loss of material except a few disabled wagons and 2 pieces of artillery, which the horses were unable to move through the deep mud. During the slow and tedious march to the bridge, in the midst of a violent storm of rain, some of the men lay down by the way to rest. Officers sent back for them failed to find many in the obscurity of the night, and these, with some stragglers, a few of Heth's division most remote from the bridge, were captured. On the following day the army marched to Bunker Hill, in the vicinity of which it encamped for several days. Owing to the swollen condition of the Shenandoah River, the campaign which was contemplated when the Potomac was recrossed could not be immediately commenced. Before the waters had subsided, the movements of the enemy required us to cross the Blue Ridge and take position south of the Rappahannock. The strength of our army at Gettysburg is stated at 62,000 of all arms. The report of the Army of the Potomac, under General Meade, on June 30th, 1863, states the force present at 112,988 men. Before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, General Meade, in reference to his force at Gettysburg, said, "Including all arms of the service, my strength was a little under 100,000 men, about 95,000." If the strength of General Lee's forces, according to the last accessible report before the movement northward, be compared with that made after his return into Virginia, there is a decrease of 19,000 of the brave men who had set the seal of invincibility upon the Army of Northern Virginia. General Lee, in his report, noticing the large loss of men and officers, says, "I cannot speak of these brave men as their merits and exploits deserve. Some of them are appropriately mentioned in the accompanying reports, and the memory of all will be gratefully and affectionately cherished by the people in whose defense they fell. The loss of Major General Pender is severely felt by the army and the country. Brigadier Generals Armistead, Barksdale, Garnett, and Semmes died as they had lived, discharging the highest duty of patriots with devotion that never faltered and courage that shrank from no danger." The testimony of General Meade, above mentioned, contains this statement respecting his losses: "On the evening of the 2d of July, after the battle of that day had ceased and darkness had set in, being aware of the very heavy losses of the 1st and 11th Corps on the 1st of July, and knowing how severely the 3d Corps and 5th Corps and other portions of the army had suffered in the battle of the 2d of July, in fact, as subsequently ascertained, out of the 24,000 men killed, wounded, and missing, which was the amount of my losses and casualties at Gettysburg, over 20,000 of them had been put hors de combat before the night of the 2d of July." Thus closed the campaign in Pennsylvania. The wisdom of the strategy was justified by the result. The battle of Gettysburg was unfortunate. Though the loss sustained by the enemy was greater than our own, theirs could be repaired, ours could not. Had General Lee been able to compel the enemy to attack him in position, I think we should have had a complete victory, and the testimony of General Meade, quoted above, shows that he was not at all inclined to make the experiment. If General Lee, by moving to the right, would only have led General Meade to fall back on his preferred position of Pipe Creek, his ability to wait, and the impossibility, under such circumstances, for General Lee to supply his army for any length of time, seemed to me an answer to that point in the criticism to which our great captain has been subjected. To compel Meade to retire would have availed but little to us unless his army had first been routed. To beat that army was probably to secure our independence. The position of Gettysburg would have been worth nothing to us if our army had found it unoccupied. The fierce battle that Lee fought there must not be considered as for the position. To beat the great army of the North was the object, and that it was of possible attainment is to be inferred from the various successes of our arms. Had there been a concentrated attack at sunrise on the second day, with the same gallantry and skill which were exhibited in the partial assaults, it may reasonably be assumed that the enemy would have been routed. This, from the best evidence we have, was the plan and the expectation of General Lee. These having failed, from whatever cause, and Meade having occupied in force the commanding position of Round Top, it must be conceded that it would have been better to withdraw than to renew the attack on the third day. The high morale and discipline of our army, together with the unqualified confidence of the men in their commanding general, excluded the supposition that they would be demoralized by retreat. Subsequent events proved how little cause there was to fear it. It is not admitted that our army was defeated, and the enemy's claim to a victory is refuted by the fact that, when Lee halted on the banks of the Potomac, Meade, instead of attacking as the pursuing general would a defeated foe, halted also, and commenced entrenching. The Battle of Gettysburg has been the subject of an unusual amount of discussion, and the enemy has made it a matter of extraordinary exultation. As an affair of arms, it was marked by mighty feats of valor to which both combatants may point with military pride. It was a graceful thing in President Lincoln if, as reported, when he was shown the steeps which the Northern men persistently held, he answered, quote, "I am proud to be the countryman of the men who assailed those heights." End quote. The consequences of the battle have justified the amount of attention it has received. It may be regarded as the most eventful struggle of our war. By it, the drooping spirit of the North was revived. Had their army been there defeated, those having better opportunities to judge than I, or anyone who was not among them, had believed it would have ended the war. On the other hand, a drawn battle, where the Army of Northern Virginia made an attack, impaired the confidence of the Southern people so far as to give the malcontents a power to represent the government as neglecting for Virginia the safety of the more southern states. In all free governments, the ability of its executive branch to prosecute a war must largely depend upon public opinion. In an infant republic, this, for every reason, is peculiarly the case. The volume given to the voice of dissatisfaction was therefore most seriously felt by us. Shattered, it is true, but not disheartened, the Army of Northern Virginia, after recrossing the Potomac, rose like the son of Terra, with renewed vigor, and entered on the brilliant campaign hereafter to be generally described. Early in October, General Lee, with 2 corps, Ewell's and Hill's, the first corps of his army having been temporarily detached for service in Tennessee, crossed the Rapidan to attack the flank of the enemy, or to compel him to retreat. It resulted in the capture of 1,500 prisoners, and forced Meade's army back to Alexandria and Centreville. The campaign was an unbroken success, with the exception of a rash and ill-conducted affair at Bristoe Station, where our advance engaged a corps and was repulsed, losing a number of men and 5 guns. Thus, without a general battle, a large portion of the State was for the time liberated. On November 7th, the enemy advanced upon our force at Kelly's Ford, of the Rappahannock River, effected a crossing, and, rushing upon 2 brigades, who were at Rappahannock Station defending the bridges, overwhelmed and captured most of them, taking between 12 and 1,500 men and 4 pieces of artillery. The movements of the enemy were concealed by the darkness, and his attack was a surprise. On November 26th, the army under General Meade crossed the Rapidan with the intention of interposing between the widely separated wings of his adversary. Instead of being successful, this movement resulted in an entire failure. General Meade found Lee's army posted behind Mine Run, and ready to receive an attack whenever he was disposed to make it. Meade declared, it is related, that he could carry the position with a loss of 30,000 men, but as that idea was frightful, there seemed nothing to do but retreat. Lee had inaugurated that system of breastworks which did him good service in his long campaign with General Grant. When the troops were halted in a wood, the men felled the large trees, heavy logs were dragged without loss of time to the prescribed line, where they were piled upon one another in double walls, which were filled in rapidly with earth, so that in a short space of time defenses which would turn a cannon shot were often constructed. In front, for some distance, the felled timber made a kind of abatis. As General Meade did not attack, General Lee, on the night of December 1st, determined to assail his adversary on the next morning, but when the dawn broke over the hills, his camps were seen to be deserted. General Meade had abandoned the campaign, and was in full retreat toward the Rapidan. Pursuit was immediately made, but he had too much to start, and reached the north side of the Rapidan before he could be overtaken. Both armies then retired to their original positions. We captured about 700 prisoners, 400 mules and horses, and destroyed or secured 120 wagons. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 42. Subjugation of the States of Tennessee, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Virginia. Object of a state government. Its powers are just powers. How exercised. Its duty. Necessarily sovereign. Its entire order. How founded. How destroyed. The crime against constitutional liberty. What is the government of the United States? It partakes of the nature of a limited partnership. Its peaceful objects. Distinction between the governments of the states and that of the United States. Secession. The government of the United States invades the state, refuses to recognize its government, thus denies the fundamental principle of popular liberty. Founded a new state government based on the sovereignty of the United States government. Annihilation of unalienable rights. Qualification of voters fixed by military power. Condition of the voter's oath. Who was the sovereign in Tennessee? Case of Louisiana. Registration of voters. None allowed to register who could not or would not take a certain oath. Its conditions. Election of state officers. Part of the state constitution declared void. All done under the military force of the United States government. The most painful pages of this work are those which now present the subjugation of the state governments by the government of the United States. The patriot, the lover of his country and of the liberties of mankind, cannot contemplate these facts without a feeling of grief which will not be comforted, that the work of the fathers of the Republic, that the most magnificent system of constitutional government which the wisdom of man has devised, should be turned from its object, changed from its order, rendered powerless to protect the unalienable rights and sovereignty of the people, and made the instrument by which to establish and maintain imperialism, is a revolution unlike any other that may be found in the history of mankind. The result established the truthfulness of the assertion, so often made during the progress of the war, that the Northern people, by their unconstitutional warfare to gain the freedom of certain negro slaves, would lose their own liberties. It has been shown that the governments of the states were instituted to secure certain unalienable rights of the citizens with which they were endowed by their Creator, and that among these rights were life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that they derived their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that these powers were organized by the citizens in such form as seemed to them most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Where must the American citizen look for the security of the rights with which he has been endowed by his Creator? To his state government. Where shall he look to find security and protection for his life, security and protection for his personal liberty, security and protection for his property, security and protection for his safety and happiness? Only to his state government. The powers which the state government possesses for the security of his life, his liberty, his property, his safety, and his happiness are just powers. They have been derived from the unconstrained consent of the governed, and they have been organized in such form as seems most likely to effect these objects. Is the citizen's life in danger from violence? The state guarantees his protection, and it is its duty to rescue him from danger and obtain redress from the offender, whether an individual or a foreign nation. Are the freedom and personal liberty of the citizen in danger from unlawful arrest and imprisonment? The state guarantees both, and it is its duty to secure and preserve his freedom. Is the property of the citizen in danger of a violent and unjust seizure and unlawful detention or destruction? The state government guarantees his title, restores the property, or obtains damages. Is the personal property of the citizen in danger of robbery or abduction? The state government throws over it the shield of its protection and regards the burglar and the robber as the enemies of society. It is unnecessary to proceed further with this enumeration. The duty of the state government is to give to its citizens perfect and complete security. It is necessarily sovereign within its own domain, for it is the representative and the constituted agent of the inherent sovereignty of the individuals. For the performance of its duty of protection, it may unite with other sovereignties, and also, for better safety and security to its citizens, it may withdraw or secede from such union. It will be seen that the entire order of the state government is founded on the free consent of the governed. From this it springs. From this it receives its force and life. It is this consent alone from which just powers are derived. They can come from no other source, and their exercise sources a true republican government. All else are usurpations. Their exercise is a tyranny, and their end is the safety and security of the usurper, to obtain which the unalienable rights of the people are sacrificed. The just powers, thus derived, are organized in such form as shall seem to the governed to be most likely to secure their safety and happiness. It is the governed who determine the form of the government, and not the ruler nor his military force, unless he comes as a conqueror to make the subjugated do his will. The object, or end, for which these just powers are derived from the consent of the governed, and organized in such form as seems most likely to effect that object, is solely to secure the unalienable rights of men, such as life, liberty, property, justice, peace and order, and the pursuit of happiness. It will now be seen by the reader that whenever any one of the features of this order is perverted in its origin or progress, or thwarted, or caused to deviate from its natural operation by any internal or external interference, the order is destroyed, and the state government which represents it is subverted, turned from its object, changed from its natural purpose, rendered powerless to protect the unalienable rights of its citizens, and made an instrument to strengthen the hands of despotism. The commission of such a subversion of the peaceful and fraternal states of this once happy republic is fearlessly charged upon the government of the United States, as in itself constituting a monstrous crime against constitutional liberty. And it is asserted that when the circumstances attending the deed are considered, the rage against a whole people, the pillage, the arson, the inciting of servile war, the slaughter of defenseless non-combatants, the devastation of whole peaceful regions, the indiscriminate destruction of property, no parallel can be found in the annals of mankind. What, then, is the government of the United States? It is an organization of a few years' duration. It might cease to exist, and yet the states and the people continue, prosperous, peaceful, and happy. Unlike the governments of the states, which find their origin deep in the nature of man, it sprang from certain circumstances which existed in the course of human affairs. Unlike the governments of the states and of separate nations, which have a divine sanction, it has no warrant for its authority but the ratification of the sovereign states. Unlike the governments of the states, which were instituted to secure generally the unalienable rights of man, it has only the enumerated objects, and is restrained from passing beyond them by the express reservation of all delegated functions. It keeps no records of property, and guarantees to no one the possession of his estate. Marriage, from which springs the family and the state, it can neither confirm nor annul. It partakes of the nature of an incorporation for certain purposes, beyond which it has neither influence nor authority. It is an anomaly among governments, and arose out of the articles of agreement made by certain friendly states, which proposed to form a society of states and invest a common agent with specific functions of sovereignty. Its duration was intended to be permanent, as it was hoped thus to promote the peaceful ends for which it was established. But To have declared it perpetual would have been to deny the right of a people to alter or abolish their government when it should cease to answer the ends for which it was instituted. The objects which its creation was designed to secure to the states and their people were of a truly peaceful nature, and commended themselves to the approbation of men. They were stated by its authors in a form called the preamble of their work, which is in these words: "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquillity, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States." Mankind must contemplate with horror the fact that an organization established for such peaceful and benign ends did, within the first century of its existence, lead the assault in a civil war that brought nearly 4 millions of soldiers into the field, destroyed thousands and thousands of millions of treasure, trampled the unalienable rights of the people underfoot, subverted and subjugated the governments of the states, and ended by establishing itself as supreme and sovereign over all. Some Christian writer has suggested the thought that there may not be a spot of the earth's surface in the old world but has witnessed the commission of some human crime or been wet with human gore. How nearly true this may be of the New World's once vaunted asylum for the victims of despotism, misrule, and oppression, these pages can bear some testimony. After all, it is the civil disorders, the violations of rights, and the perversions of wise and useful institutions that are the most disastrous in their consequences. They last for ages, and often, too often, the lapse of time brings no remedy to the suffering people. In their despair, they say the past is gone forever. A new era is opened. But what horrors may be developed in its revolving years no mortal can foresee. So they hug the chains they feel powerless to break. How distinct in its nature and objects was the government of the United States from the governments of the states may be seen from that which has already been said. The former was established by common consent to look after the common interests. It was to make peace or war with foreign nations, protect the frontiers, extend the boundaries, decide disputes between citizens of different states, and administer general affairs in a manner to promote the peace, the order, and the happiness of all. But to the fostering care of the state government, the man, the citizen, the head of the family, the parent, the child, the woman, the scholar, and the Christian all looked with full confidence as to their natural and divinely sanctioned protector against all foes within or without, and relied upon its ever-present arm for the safety and security of their persons, their homes, their property, and their institutions. How woefully the confiding people were betrayed when the usurper came, let some of the northern states answer. Now let us proceed to notice the acts of the government of the United States, which subjugated the state governments. The details in the case of Tennessee have been already stated. In that instance, the government of the state which derived its powers from the consent of the governed, so that they were just powers, found in the discharge of its duty to protect the institutions of its people, that there were no means by which it could fulfill that duty but by a withdrawal from the Union, so as to be rid of the government of the United States, and thus escape the threatened dangers of usurpation and sectional hostility. It therefore resolved to withdraw from the Union, and the people gave their assent to this resolution, so that the state no longer considered itself a member of the Union, nor recognized the laws and authority of its government. The government of the United States, then, with a powerful military force, planted itself at Nashville, the state capital. It refused to recognize the state government, or any organization under it, as having any existence, or to recognize the people otherwise than as a hostile community. It said to them, in effect, "I am the sovereign, and you are the subjects. If you are stronger than I am, then drive me out of the state. If I am stronger than you are, then I demand an unconditional surrender to my sovereignty." It is evident that the government of the United States was not there by the consent of those who were to be governed. It had not, therefore, any just powers of government within the State of Tennessee. For, says the Declaration of Independence of our fathers, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. It is further evident that by this action the government of the United States denied the fundamental principle of popular liberty, that the people are the source of all political power. In this instance, it not only subverted the state government, but carried that subversion to the extent of annihilation. It therefore proceeded to establish a new order of affairs, founded not on the principle of the sovereignty of the people, which was wholly rejected, but on the assumption of sovereignty in the United States government. It appointed its military governor to be the head of the new order, and recognized no civil or political existence in any man, except some of its notorious adherents, until, betraying the state, he had taken an oath of allegiance to the sovereignty of the government of the United States. Now commenced a system of denial of unalienable rights, for the methods of the usurper are the same everywhere. Freedom of speech was suppressed by the imposition of fines on those using seditious language, and the demand of security for their future humility. The freedom of the press was suppressed by suspension of publications and the confiscation of the offices. Personal liberty was destroyed by arrests, imprisonment, and exile. In process of time, an effort was made to erect a form of state government which should be subservient and subject to the United States government. For this purpose, no one could be a voter until he had bound himself by an oath to support and defend the government of the United States. Under the state governments, manhood, which came by nature, and residence, which came by one's own will, were sufficient qualifications for the voter. It will be apparent from this statement that the voter's right to cast his ballot came not to him as an unalienable right, but rested upon the permission of the government of the United States as his sovereign, to whom his allegiance was due, and to whom he was required, in the first instance, to bind himself by an oath of allegiance, without any mention whatever of a state government. Indeed, a little later, the same oath was required, with additional conditions, before a man was permitted to vote for a state constitutional convention, or for delegates to such a convention. These conditions were that he would faithfully support all acts of Congress and all proclamations of the President of the United States, passed or made during the rebellion, having reference to slaves. Thus, the voter's right was made to rest not only upon his binding himself in allegiance to the United States as his sovereign, but in the binding by oath his consent to certain unconstitutional acts and proclamations expressly designed to destroy one of the most important institutions of the state. This, sustained by a military force, was exacted by the United States government as the lord paramount, the sovereign within the state. At the same time, the action of the voter, which should be perfectly free and unconstrained, for under American political principles he is the sovereign over all, is limited and bound down by an oath faithfully to support certain acts to which it was presumable he had ever been conscientiously opposed. Under these circumstances, who was the sovereign in Tennessee? The government of the United States. Where was the government of the state of Tennessee and the sovereign people? The former was subverted and overthrown, and the latter subjugated. The approval by Tennessee, under such circumstances, of Article 13 as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States prohibiting the existence of slavery was of no force, for consent given by a party under constraint has neither legal nor moral validity. The state constitution was so amended as to contain certain new provisions prescribed by the government of the United States by a so-called Convention of Delegates, elected by the voters above specified, and then submitted to these voters, and said to be ratified by them. They were little more in numbers than a handful of the people of Tennessee. Was this a constitution amended and approved by the consent of the people of Tennessee, the only sovereigns known under our institutions? Or was it a constitution amended and voted for by a small fraction of its population, acting under the authority of the government of the United States as the only sovereign in the state? Admitting even that those who voted for the amended Constitution were the only legal voters in the state, the government of the United States was no less an unlawful intruder and usurper when it prescribed the amendments of the Constitution and designated the voters. Nevertheless, this work was recognized by it as constituting a republican state government under the Constitution. Let us next notice some points in the subversion of the state government of Louisiana. One of the earliest steps taken for a civil organization after the occupation of New Orleans was to make a registration of voters. The United States government was in possession by military force, and the object was to secure its permanent supremacy. Therefore, the oath which was administered to the person applying for registration contained this condition: I now register myself as a voter, freely and voluntarily, for the purpose of organizing a state government in Louisiana, loyal to the government of the United States. It was also announced, with the approval of the military governor, that any person swearing falsely to any material part of the oath would be deemed to be guilty of perjury, and be liable to prosecution and punishment. The effect of this measure was to secure a registration only of persons who would maintain the supremacy of the government of the United States. A proclamation was next issued by the commander of the United States forces for an election of state officers under the laws and constitution of the state. It was declared that these officers, when thus elected, would constitute the so-called civil government of the state under the Constitution and laws of Louisiana. except so much of the said Constitution and laws as recognize, regulate, or relate to slavery, which were also declared to be inoperative and void. It was further provided in the same proclamation as follows: In order that the organic law of the state may be made to conform to the will of the people and harmonize with the spirit of the age, as well as to maintain and preserve the ancient landmarks of civil and religious liberty, an election of delegates to a convention for the revision of the Constitution will be held, etc. The effect of these acts was to establish a number of persons pledged to support the government of the United States as the only qualified voters in the state, and to elect so-called state officers and delegates to a so-called constitutional convention by their ballots. But this was a work that could be done only by the sovereign people acting through their lawful state government. It was not so done, because the government of the United States, with a powerful military force, had taken possession of New Orleans, refused to recognize the officers of the state government, and sought to capture and imprison them, although it recognized the validity of the state constitution in part, and commanded these things to be done as if it was the ultimate sovereign over all. Thus the government of the state was subverted, the constitution of the state in part set aside, and the sovereignty of the people trampled down by a power that had no rightful authority for such acts. Subsequently, a so-called convention was held, a so-called new constitution adopted, complying with the views of the government of the United States. The amendment to the Constitution of the United States, as above mentioned, was adopted. The state representatives were admitted to seats in Congress, and the people acquiesced in the fraud which they had not the power to correct. The proceedings in the states of Arkansas and Virginia, which resulted in an entire subversion of the state governments, the destruction of the sovereignty of the people, and the establishment of the supremacy of the government of the United States, have been stated on a preceding page. End of section 30. Recording by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
Section 31 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2 by Jefferson Davis, Part 4, Chapter 43. Subjugation of the Border States, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri. A military force invades Maryland and occupies Baltimore. Martial law declared. A military order. Banishment from the state. Civil government of the state suspended. Unalienable rights of the citizens invaded. Arrests of citizens commenced. Number. Case of John Merryman. Opinion of Chief Justice Taney. Newspapers seized. Houses searched for arms. Order of commanding general to marshals to put test to voters. The governor appeals to the president. His reply. Voters imprisoned. Statement of the government. Result of the election. State Constitutional Convention. Emancipation hardly carried. First open measures in Kentucky. Interference at the state election by United States government. Voters excluded. Martial law declared. Soldiers keeping the polls. The vote. Statement of the governor. Attempt to enroll able-bodied Negroes. The governor visits Washington. The result. Arrests, imprisonment, and exile of citizens, suspension of the writ of habeas corpus by President Lincoln, interference with the state election, order to the sheriffs, proclamation of the governor, enlistment of slaves, emancipation by constitutional amendment, violent measures in Missouri. The governor calls out the militia. His words, the plea of the invader. The authority of the United States is paramount, said President Lincoln. Bravery of the governor. Words of the commanding general. Troops poured into the state. Proceedings of the state convention. Numberless usurpations. Provisional governor. Emancipation ordinance passed. If the state government is instituted with certain powers which become just powers by the formal consent of the governed, for the purpose of enforcing security to the unalienable rights of man, it must be evident that any interference with those rights, by which their enjoyments diminished, endangers, or destroyed, is not only an obstruction to the operation of the just powers of the state government, but is subversive of the purpose which it was instituted to effect. In this manner, the state government of Maryland was subjugated. A military force, under the authority of the government of the United States, occupied the city of Baltimore at a time when no invasion of the state was threatened, and when there had been no application of the legislature or of the executive for protection against domestic violence, which circumstances alone could give a constitutional authority for this organized military force to occupy the state. The commanding general, Schenck, soon issued an order, of which the following is an extract. Quote, martial law is declared and hereby established in the city and county of Baltimore, and in all the counties of the western shore of Maryland. The commanding general gives assurance that this suspension of civil government within the limits defined shall not extend beyond the necessities of the occasion. All of the civil courts, tribunals, and political functionaries of state, county, or city authority are to continue in the discharge of their duties, as in times of peace, only in no way interfering with the exercise of the predominant power assumed and asserted by the military authority. End quote. It will be noticed that this military force of the government of the United States had no constitutional permission to come into Maryland and exercise authority, that the commanding general says that the civil government of the state is suspended within certain limits, that this suspension will be continued according to the necessities of the occasion, that the courts and political functionaries may discharge their duties only in no way interfering with the exercise of the predominant military power. Now, where were the just powers of the state government at this time? They were suspended in a part of the state, says the commanding general, and for so long a time as the military authority may judge the necessities of the occasion to require, and that the courts and political functionaries may discharge their duties while recognizing the supremacy of the military power. Thus was the state government subjugated. A further suspension of the state government was now commenced by an invasion and denial of some of the unalienable rights of the citizens, for the security of which that government was instituted. The Constitution of the United States says, quote, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. End quote. Note 81, Article 5 Amendment. Quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. End quote. Note 82, Article 4 Amendment. Quote, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. End quote. Note 83, Article 8 Amendment. Quote, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. End quote. Note 84, Article 1 Amendment. The Declaration of Independence says, quote, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. End quote. Immediately upon the issue of the order of the commanding general, the arrests of citizens commenced by provost marshals. The family residence of a lady was forced open. She was seized, put on board of a steamer, and sent to the Confederate States. A man was arrested for being disloyal to the United States government and held for examination. Another was charged with interfering with the enrollment. He was held for further examination. Another, charged with being disloyal to the United States government, took the oath of allegiance and was released. A woman charged with the attempt to resist the enrollment was arrested and subsequently released. A man on a charge of disloyalty took the oath and was released. Another charged with having given improper information to enrolling officers was released on furnishing the information. Another charged with having powder in his possession was released on taking the oath of allegiance. Two others, charged with abuse of the Negroes laboring on the fortifications, were held for examination. Another, charged with rendering assistance to wounded Confederate soldiers and expressing treasonable sentiments, took the oath of allegiance and was released. Another, charged with being a soldier in the Confederate Army and paroled, was ordered to be sent across the lines. A man charged with treasonable language was ordered to be sent across the lines. Two others, charged with aiding Confederate soldiers, took the oath of allegiance and were discharged. Another, charged with receiving letters from Confederates for the purpose of delivery, took the oath of allegiance and was discharged. Another, charged with expressing treasonable sentiments, was held for examination. Two, charged with cheering for Jefferson Davis, took the oath and were released. One case more must be stated. On May 25, 1861, John Merriman, a most respectable citizen of the state, residing in Baltimore County, was seized in his bed by an armed force and imprisoned in Fort McHenry. He petitioned the Chief Justice of the United States that a writ of habeas corpus might be issued, which was granted. The officer upon whom it was served declined to obey the writ. An attachment was issued against the officer. The marshal was refused admittance to the fort to serve it. Upon such return being made, the Chief Justice said, quote, I ordered the attachment yesterday because upon the face of the return the detention of the prisoner was unlawful upon two grounds. One, the President, under the Constitution and laws of the United States, cannot suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, nor authorize any military officer to do so. Two, a military officer has no right to arrest and detain a person not subject to the rules and articles of war for an offense against the laws of the United States, except in aid of the judicial authority and subject to its control. And if the party is arrested by the military, it is the duty of the officer to deliver him over immediately to the civil authority, to be dealt with according to law. Under the Constitution of the United States, these principles are the fundamental law of the Union. In relation to the present return, I propose to say that the marshal has legally the power to summon out the posse comitatus to seize and bring into court the party named in the attachment, but it is apparent he will be resisted in the discharge of that duty by a force notoriously superior to the posse comitatus, and such being the case, the court has no power under the law to order the necessary force to compel the appearance of the party. I shall reduce to writing the reasons under which I have acted, and which have led me to the conclusions expressed in my opinion, and shall report them, with these proceedings, to the President of the United States, and call upon him to perform its constitutional duty to enforce the laws, in other words, to enforce the process of this court." End quote. During the month of July, arrests were made of 361 persons on charges like the above mentioned by the military authority. Of this number, 317 took the oath of allegiance to the government of the United States and were released. 5 were sent to Fort McHenry, 3 to Washington for the action of the authorities there, 11 to the north, 6 across the lines, and 19 were held for further examination. On September 11th, 1863, one of the city newspapers published the poem entitled "The Southern Cross." The publishers and editor were immediately arrested, not allowed communication with any person whatever, and on the same day sent across the lines with the understanding that they should not return during the war. On July 2nd, an order was issued which forbade the citizens of Baltimore City and County to keep arms unless they were enrolled as volunteer companies. The 51st Regiment of Massachusetts Volunteers was placed at the disposal of General E. B. Tyler, assisted by the Provost Marshal and the Chief of Police. The soldiers, in concert with the police, formed into parties of 3 or 4, and were soon diligently engaged in searching houses. Large wagons were provided, and muskets, carbines, rifles, revolvers of all kinds, sabers, bayonets, swords, and bird and ducking guns in considerable quantities were gathered. The Constitution of the United States says, quote, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." End quote. Note 85, Article 2, Amendment. A further subversion of the state government of Maryland was next made by a direct interference with the elections. An election was to be held in the state for members of the legislature and members of Congress on November 3rd, 1863. The commanding general, on October 27th, issued an order to all marshals and military officers to cause their direct interference with the voters. The governor, Bradford, applied to the President of the United States to have the order revoked, and protested against any person who offered to vote being put to any test not found in the laws of Maryland. President Lincoln declined to interfere with the order, except in one less important point. The governor issued a proclamation on the day preceding the election, which the military commander endeavored to suppress, and issued an order charging that the tendency of the proclamation was to invite and suggest disturbance. 1 or more regiments of soldiers were sent out and distributed among several of the counties to attend the places of election in defiance of the known laws of the state prohibiting their presence. Military officers and provost marshals were ordered to arrest voters guilty, in their opinion, of certain offenses, and to menace judges of election with the power of the army in case this order was not respected. But perhaps the forcible language of the governor to the legislature will furnish the most undeniable statement of the facts. He says, quote, "On Monday evening preceding the election, I issued a proclamation giving the judges of election the assurance of the protection of the state to the extent of its ability. Before the following morning, orders were sent to the Eastern Shore directing its circulation to be suppressed. The public papers were forbidden to publish it, and an embargo laid on all steamers in port trading with that part of the state, lest they might carry it. The abuses commenced even before the opening of the polls. On the day preceding the election, the officer in command of the regiment which had been distributed among the counties of the Eastern Shore, and who had himself landed in Kent County, commenced his operations by arresting and sending across the bay some 10 or more of the most estimable and distinguished of its citizens, including several of the most steadfast and most uncompromising loyalists of the shore. The jail of the county was entered, and the jailer seized, imprisoned, and afterward sent to Baltimore, and prisoners confined therein under the indictment set at liberty. The commanding officer gave the first clue to the kind of disloyalty against which he considered himself as particularly commissioned, by printing and publishing a proclamation in which, referring to the election to take place on the next day, he invited all the truly loyal to avail themselves of that opportunity and establish their loyalty by giving a full and ardent support to the whole government ticket upon the platform adopted by the Union League Convention, declaring that none other is recognized by the Federal authorities as loyal or worthy of the support of any one who desires the peace and restoration of the Union. This government ticket was in several, if not all, of the counties designated by its color. It was a yellow ticket, and, armed with that, a voter could safely run the gauntlet of the sabers and carbines that guarded the entrance to the polls, and known sympathizers with the rebellion were allowed to vote unquestioned if they would vote that ticket, while loyal and respected citizens, ready to take the oath, were turned back by the officer in charge without even allowing them to approach the polls. In one district, the military officer took his stand at the polls before they were opened, declaring that none but the yellow ticket should be voted, and excluded all others throughout the day. In another district, a similar officer caused every ballot offered to be examined, and unless it was the favored one, the voter was required to take the oath, and not otherwise. In another district, after one vote only had been given, the polls were closed. The judges were all arrested and sent out of the county, and military occupation taken of the town. Other statements might be made. Quote, "These abuses present a humiliating record, such as I had never supposed we should be called upon to read in any state, still less in a loyal one like this. Unless it be indeed a fallacy to suppose that any rights whatever remain to such a state, or that any line whatever marks the limit of federal power, a bolder stride across that line that power never made, even in a rebel state, than it did in Maryland on the 3rd last November. A part of the army, which a generous people had supplied for a very different purpose, was on that day engaged in stifling the freedom of election in a faithful state, intimidating its sworn officers, violating the constitutional rights of its loyal citizens, and obstructing the usual channels of communication between them and their executive." End quote. The result was the election of a majority of members of the legislature in favor of a state constitutional convention. The acts necessary for this object were passed. At the election of delegates, the military authority again interfered in order to secure a majority in favor of immediate and unconditional emancipation. The so-called convention assembled and drafted a so-called constitution, which the 23rd article of the Bill of Rights prohibited the existence of slavery in the state, and said, "All persons held to service or labor as slaves are hereby declared free." End quote. It was urged, in objection to the adoption of the so-called Constitution by the convention, that, quote, "the election by which the convention was called and its members elected was not free for the legal voters of the state, but was held and conducted in clear violation of the rights of voters, in consequence of which a majority of the legal voters of the state were excluded from the polls." End quote. A rigid article on the qualifications of voters at the state elections was embodied in the Constitution, with the shameless provision that it should be in force at the election for ratification or rejection of the so-called Constitution, which was to create the disabilities. The instrument also authorized a poll to be opened in each company of every Maryland regiment in the service of the United States at the quarters of the commanding general, and that the commissioned officers of such company should act as the judges of election. The aid of the President of the United States was also obtained to help on the ratification of the new Constitution, and he concludes a letter on the subject by saying, quote, "I shall be gratified exceedingly if the good people of the state shall, by their votes, ratify the new Constitution." End quote. Notwithstanding the aid of the President, of the soldiers' votes, and the most stringent oath, and the exclusion of every person who had in any manner, by word or act, aided the cause of the Confederacy, the majority for the so-called Constitution was only 375. The total vote was 59,973. In 1860, the vote of the state was 92,502. Thus was the state government subjugated and made an instrument of destruction to the people. Thus were their rights ruthlessly violated, and property millions of dollars in value annihilated. The reader must have noticed, in all these proceedings which resulted in the subjugation of the state governments, the cautious and stealthy manner in which the government of the United States proceeded at the outset in each instance until it got a strong foothold. That then the mask was thrown off, and both governor and people were made the unresisting victims of its unscrupulous and lawless outrages. In the state of Kentucky, the first open and direct measures taken by the government of the United States for the subjugation of the state government and people, thereby to effect the emancipation of the slaves, consisted in an interference with the voters at the state election in August 1863. This interference was by means of a military force stationed at the polls to sustain and enforce the action of some of the servants of the government of the United States, the object being to overawe the judges of election, secure the administration of a rigid oath of allegiance, and thereby the rejection of as many antagonistic votes as possible. Indeed, it was intended that none but so-called Union men should vote, that is, men who were willing to approve of every measure which the government of the United States might adopt to carry on the war and revolutionize the state. At the same time, no man was allowed to be a candidate or to receive any votes unless he was a well-known advocate of the government of the United States. It will be seen that these measures excluded the largest portion of the former Democratic Party, although they might be practically Union men, and placed everything in the hands of the administration party, where, by the use of similar machinery, it remained a great many years after the war closed. Meantime, on July 31st, 1863, the commanding general of the Department of the Ohio issued an order declaring the state under martial law, and said, "It is for the purpose only of protecting, if necessary, the rights of loyal citizens and the freedom of elections." He would have more correctly said, "It is for the purpose of enforcing and securing a majority for the candidates of my views." The general in command in the western part of the state issued an order to regulate the election in that quarter, and the colonels at every post did likewise. In Louisville, on the day of election, there were 10 soldiers with muskets at each voting place, who, with crossed bayonets, stood in the doors, preventing all access of voters to the polls but by their permission, and who arrested and carried to the military prison all whom they were told to arrest. Out of some 8,000 voters in the city, less than 5,000 votes were taken. How many of the missing 3,000 were deterred from attempting to vote could not be ascertained, nor was it necessary, for the intimidation of 3,000 voters is no greater outrage than the intimidation of only 300. The interpretation generally put on the order of the commanding officer by the opposition party was, that no man was to have the privilege of having his right to vote tested by the judges of election if he was pointed out to the guard by any one of the detectives as a proper person to be arrested. As the commanding officer had not the semblance of legal or rightful power to interfere with the election, the most sinister suspicions were naturally aroused, and very many were said to have been deterred from going to the polls through fear that they would be made the victims to personal or party malice. Similar intimidation was practiced in other parts of the state. The result was that there was not only direct military interference with the election, but it was conducted in most of the state under the intimidation of the bayonets of the government of the United States. The total vote was 85,695. In 1860, the vote of the state was 146,216. The governor-elect, in his message, spoke of such an unjust election as follows, quote, "The recent elections clearly and unmistakably define the popular will and public judgment of Kentucky. It is settled that Kentucky will, with unwavering faith and unswerving purpose, stand by and support the government in every effort to suppress the rebellion and maintain the Union." End quote. The true sense of this language is that the government of the United States had so far subverted the state government and destroyed the sovereignty of the people that they could not withstand its further aggressions. The government of the United States was now ready to move forward in its design to destroy one of the most valuable institutions of the state. Steps were taken by its officers to enroll all able-bodied male Negroes in the state between the ages of 20 and 45 years, that they might form a part of its forces. The effect of this measure was to break up the labor system of the state, and meanwhile the pseudo-philanthropists furnished food for powder and indulged their ideas of freedom at their neighbors' expense. The excitement produced caused the governor to visit Washington and effect agreements by which all recruiting should cease when a county's quota was full. All recruits should be removed from the state, and other similar provisions. A year later, he said to the legislature, "Had these agreements been carried out, a very different state of feeling would have existed in Kentucky. But instead of carrying them out, the most offensive and injurious modes were adopted to violate them." The next step taken by the government of the United States in the subversion of the government of Kentucky was the destruction of the inalienable right of personal liberty of the citizens, which the state was in duty bound to protect. The Union governor of the state, whose election was aided by the United States military officers, as above stated, is the witness for the facts. In his message to the legislature of January 1865, he says, "The gravest matter of military outrage has been, and yet is, the arrest, imprisonment, and banishment of loyal citizens without a hearing and without even a knowledge of the charges against them. There have been a number of this class of arrests merely for partisan political vengeance, and to force them to pay heavy sums to purchase their liberation. How the spoils so infamously extorted are divided has not transpired to the public information. For partisan political ends, General John B. Houston was arrested at midnight preceding the election and hurried off under circumstances of shameful aggravation. He was, however, released in a few days, but that does not atone for the criminality of his malicious arrest and false imprisonment. The battle-scarred veteran, Colonel Frank Wofford, whose name and loyal fame are part of his country's proudest memories, and whose arrest for political vengeance should put a nation's cheek to blush, is yet held in durance vile, without a hearing and without an accusation, so far as he or his friends can ascertain. Lieutenant Governor Jacobs, whose yet unclosed wounds were received in battle for his country, was made a victim to partisan and personal enmity, and hurried without a hearing and without any known accusation through the rebel lines into Virginia. The action in this case is in defiance of federal and state constitutions and laws, in defiance of the laws of humanity and liberty, dishonors the cause of our country, and degrades the military rank to the infamous uses of partisan and personal vengeance. Other cases might be mentioned, but these are selected because they are known to the whole country. The acts of these men are part of the glorious history of loyal heroism." End quote. The next step in the progress of the subjugation of the state government was taken by President Lincoln on July 5, 1864, when he issued a proclamation establishing martial law throughout the state and the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Civil proceedings were allowed to be continued, quote, which did not affect the military operations or the constituted authorities of the government of the United States, end quote. Arrests of individuals by military force soon commenced, and a large number of eminent Kentuckians of all professions and pursuits were imprisoned. A group of persons, consisting of judges, magistrates, wealthy merchants, and young women, without having been allowed a hearing or trial, or any opportunity to vindicate themselves, were banished from the state. In this destruction of the unalienable right of personal liberty, the state government was passive. Indeed, it was powerless to resist. A state election was to be held on the first Monday of August for local officers and a judge of the High Court of Appeals from one district. Chief Justice Duval was one of the two candidates. On July 29th, an order was issued by the Major General commanding to the sheriffs of the counties concerned as follows, quote, you will not allow the name of Alvin Duval to appear upon the poll books as a candidate for office at the coming election, end quote. Another name was substituted. The election of a President of the United States was to be held in November, but the government of the United States seems to have regarded the vote of the state as unnecessary to secure the re-election of its officials, and refrained from interference. Under these circumstances, the governor of the state took courage and issued a proclamation to the election officers. It is of no importance except as showing their powers and duties and how grossly they had neglected them at previous elections. He said, quote, as no officer of any rank, from the president down, has any right or authority to interfere with elections, no order to do so can legalize the act. If there be sufficient power in the citizens present at any place where such interference may be attempted to arrest the offenders and hold them over to answer to the violated laws, it will be the duty of the sheriff to make the arrest in such a case. He has the authority to require the aid of every citizen, and it should be readily and promptly given in defense of a common right of a blood-bought franchise. If the force employed to interfere with the election be too great at any place of voting to be arrested, the officers of the election in such case should adjourn and not proceed with the election. If you are unable to hold a free election, your duty is to hold none at all. End quote. By enlistment, over 22,000 of the most valuable slaves in the state had gone into the service of the United States, and on March 3, 1865, its Congress passed an act declaring that the wives and children of all such soldiers should be free. But the final moment was near at hand when the annihilation of more than 100 millions of property and the destruction of one of the most important institutions of the state was to take place by one of those fictions so peculiar to this administration of the government of the United States. That was the pretended adoption of a constitutional amendment prohibiting the existence of slavery in the United States. When a whole people suffers itself to be cajoled in this unaccountable manner by its unscrupulous rulers, it argues as little regard for the fundamental law of the Union as for the rights of the states. The subversion of the state government of Missouri by the government of the United States was more rapid and more desperate than in the case of Kentucky. As previously stated, the governor of the state, at the commencement of the difficulties, proposed the most conciliatory terms to the government of the United States, which were rejected. He then, like a governor sensible of his duty to protect the rights of his people and of the sacred obligations of his official oath, issued his proclamation calling into active service 50,000 of the state militia, quote, for the purpose of repelling invasion and for the protection of the lives, liberty, and property of the citizens, end quote. He said, quote, a series of unprovoked and unparalleled outrages have been inflicted upon the peace and dignity of this Commonwealth and upon the rights and liberties of its people, by wicked and unprincipled men, professing to act under the authority of the government of the United States. Solemn enactments of your legislature have been nullified. Your volunteer soldiers have been taken prisoners. Your commerce with your sister states has been suspended. Your trade with your own fellow citizens has been and is subjected to the harassing control of an armed soldiery. Peaceful citizens have been imprisoned without warrant of law. Unoffending and defenseless men, women, and children have been ruthlessly shot down and murdered, and other unbearable indignities have been heaped upon your state and yourselves." The plea of the invader was contained in an order issued from Washington to the commanding general in these words: "The President observes with concern that notwithstanding the pledge of the State authorities to cooperate in preserving the peace of Missouri, loyal citizens in great numbers continue to be driven from their homes. It is immaterial whether the outrages continue from inactivity or indisposition on the part of the State authorities to prevent them. It is enough that they continue, and it will devolve on you the duty of putting a stop to them summarily by the force under your command, to be aided by such troops as you may require from Kansas, Iowa, and Illinois. The authority of the United States is paramount, and whenever it is apparent that a movement, whether by order of State authority or not, is hostile, you will not hesitate to put it down." In this order, the only pretext put forward is that of domestic violence. But in that case, the Constitution of the United States gives no authority to the United States government to interfere except on the express conditions of an application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened. There had been no application of the legislature or of the executive. On the contrary, the governor of the state, like a brave man, told the executive of the United States to keep his hands off and to keep his military forces without the state, and he pledged himself to preserve its peace and neutrality. But arguments or pledges on the part of the victim have never yet stopped the progress of the remorseless usurper. The subjugation of the State government of Missouri to the will and designs of the government at Washington had been determined upon, and the sovereignty of the people was to be crushed by troops from the sister states of Kansas, Iowa, and Illinois. But the bravery of the governor and the determination of the legislature caused the government of the United States to depart from its usually stealthy progress in the invasion of the State government and the sovereignty of the people, and to adopt bolder measures. The governor was charged with purposes of treason and secession for his attempt faithfully to discharge the duties of a conscientious governor to the citizens. Says the commander of the United States forces in his proclamation, "The recent proclamation of Governor Jackson, by which he has set at defiance the authorities of the United States and urged you to make war upon them, is but a consummation of his treasonable purposes, long indicated by his acts and expressed opinions, and now made manifest." These are fine words to come from the satrap of a usurper who invades a state of the Union without lawful permission or authority, with a design to subvert its government and overthrow the sovereignty of its people, and to be applied by him to the only governor in the Northern states who strove defiantly to protect the inalienable rights and sovereignty of his constituents. Troops were now poured into the state by the government of the United States so rapidly as to render the successful opposition of the lawful authorities impossible, and the control of a large portion of the state was soon held by the military forces. The governor, unable to resist, retired to the southern part of the state. Meantime, the State Convention, which had been called to consider the relations between the government of the United States and the State of Missouri, and to adopt such measures for vindicating the sovereignty of the state as were necessary, reassembled on the call of its committee. Entirely forgetful of the objects for which the people had called it together, it proceeded to declare the state offices vacant, and to elect a provisional governor and other officers entirely subservient to the will and behests of the administration at Washington. The commanding general now declared martial law in the state, and the emancipation of all slaves belonging to persons who had taken an active part with us. This emancipation clause was soon modified by the President as in advance of the times. The attention of the reader is called to the numerous usurpations and violations of the constitutional principles and of laws by the government of the United States and its champions, contained in the first few lines of the preceding paragraph, viz., the invasion with military force, the expulsion of the lawful state authorities, the assumption by the state convention of unlawful powers, the election and introduction of persons to offices not vacant, the abandonment of all protection of the inalienable rights of the people, the declaration of martial law without any authority for it, and the attempt to emancipate the slaves in violation of every law and constitutional principle. The severity of the executive of the United States now began to be felt by the citizens of the state. All disaffected persons were silenced or arrested. Prisoners of war were treated as criminals, and every obstacle to complete subjugation to the will of the conqueror sought to be removed. The state government was represented by a provisional governor, and the state convention, that adjourned its session from year to year, after dallying periodically with the subject of the emancipation of the slaves, finally passed an ordinance for that purpose, to take effect in 1870. This was not immediate emancipation, so the disturbances were kept up in the state until, at a session of the legislature in February 1864, a bill was passed for a so-called state convention to revise the state constitution and the election of delegates in November. It is remarkable how much the orders of the commanding general now contained relative to disorderly persons. This was preparatory to the occupation of the polls by the military force, and the exclusion of all opposition voters. The delegates were elected, and the so-called convention assembled on January 6, 1865. An immediate emancipation ordinance was passed, and the state organization was subjugated to the will of the usurper and to disregard the will of the sovereign people. End of section 31. Recorded by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky.
Section 32 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 44A. Subjugation of the Northern States, Humiliating Spectacle of New York, Ringing of a Little Bell, Seizure and Imprisonment of Citizens, Number Seized, Paper Safeguards of Liberty, Other Safeguards, Suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, absolutely forbidden with one exception. How done? Not able to authorize another. Abundant protective provisions in New York, but all failed. Case of Pierce Butler. Arrest of Secretary Cameron. The President assumes the responsibility of the crime. No heed given to the writ of habeas corpus issued by the court. The Governor passive. Words of Justice Nelson. Prison overflowing. How relieved. Oath required of applicants for relief. Oath declined by some. Reasons. Order forbidding the employment of counsel by prisoners. Victims in almost every Northern state. Defeat at the elections. Result. Suit for damages commenced. Congress interferes to protect the guilty. State courts subjugated. How suspend habeas corpus. Congress violates the Constitution. What was New York? Writ suspended throughout the United States. What is loyalty? Military domination. Correspondence between General Dix and Governor Seymour. Seizure of newspapers. Governor orders arrest of offenders. Interference with the state election. Vote of the soldiers. State agents arrested. Provost marshals appointed in every northern state. Their duties. Sustained by force. Trials by military commission. Trials at Washington. Assassination of the President. Trial of Henry Wurz. Efforts to implicate the author. Investigation of a committee of Congress as to complicity in the assassination. Arrest, trial, and banishment of Clement C. Vallandigham. Assertions of Governor Seymour on the case. Now follows the humiliating spectacle of the subjugation of the state government of New York, the Empire State, as she calls herself, where with all her men and treasures it might have been supposed that some stanch defenders of constitutional liberty would have sprung up. On the contrary, under the pretext of preserving the Union, her deluded children aided to destroy the Constitution on which the Union was founded, and put forth all their strength to exalt the government of the United States to supremacy. Thus the states were brought to a condition of subjugation, and their governments subverted from the protection of the rights for which they were instituted. These unalienable rights of the people were left without a protector or a shield. Before the crushing hand of the usurper, the sovereignty of the people was set aside, and in its place arose the sovereignty of the government of the United States. With the foundations undermined, the superstructure subverted, the ends for which the great republic was organized entirely lost to sight, and the true balance of the system destroyed, unless the dormant virtue and love for their inherited rights shall arouse the citizens to a vigorous effort to restore the republican institutions and powers of the states, the emperors and kings of the earth have only to await calmly the lapse of time to behold a fulfillment of their evil prophecies in regard to the great republic of the world. To show how the laws were disregarded, and how despotically the personal liberty of the citizen was invaded, let this example bear witness. The Secretary of State at Washington, William H. Seward, a favored son of the State of New York, would ring a little bell, which brought to him a messenger, to whom was given a secret order to arrest and confine in Fort Lafayette a person designated. This order was sent by telegraph to the United States Marshal of the district in which would be found the person who was to be arrested. The arrest being forcibly made by the marshal, with armed attendants, without even the form of a warrant, the prisoner, without the knowledge of any charge against him, was conveyed to Fort Hamilton, and turned over to the commandant. An aide with a guard of soldiers then conveyed him in a boat to Fort Lafayette, and delivered him to the keeper in charge, who gave a receipt for the prisoner. He was then divested of any weapons, money, valuables, or papers in his possession. His baggage was opened and searched. A soldier then took him in charge to the designated quarter, which was a portion of one of the casemates for guns, lighted only from the porthole, and occupied by 7 or 8 other prisoners. All were subjected to prison fare. Some were citizens of New York, and the others of different states. This manner of imprisonment was subsequently put under the direction of the Secretary of War, and continued at intervals until the close of the war. In the brief period between July 1 and October 19, 1861, the Secretary of State, William H. Seward, made such diligent use of his "little bell" that 175 of the most respectable citizens of the country were consigned to imprisonment in this Fort Lafayette, a strong fortress in the lower part of the harbor of New York. A decent regard for the memory of the friend of Washington, and for the services rendered to the colonies in their struggle for independence, might have led Mr. Seward to select for such base uses some other place than that which bore the honored name of Lafayette. The American citizen has, always, like the ancient Roman, felt that his personal liberty was secure. He supposed himself to be surrounded with numerous paper safeguards, which, together with the love of justice and respect for law, common to his fellow citizens, would be sufficient for his protection against any usurper. These now proved to be as weak as the paper upon which they were written. What were these supposed safeguards? There was the Constitution of the State of New York, an instrument for the protection and government of the people. It had received the consent of the people of the State who were governed by it, and therefore its powers were just powers. Its first object was to protect the unalienable rights of its citizens, relative to which it contains various provisions in its Bill of Rights, its declarations respecting personal liberty, its regulations to secure and enforce the great writ of freemen, the habeas corpus, the powers granted to the courts which it created, the legislature, the executive, in whose hands was placed the richest purse and the strongest sword of the sovereign states to protect the rights of its citizens. Further safeguards were placed in the Constitution of the United States. These were designated to restrain that government from any invasion of the citizens' personal liberty. They are as follows: The right of the people to be secure in their persons shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the persons to be seized. Again, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Again, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless upon presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Again, in all criminal prosecutions the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Among the enumerated powers of Congress is the following clause: The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require. This clause first forbids the suspension of the writ absolutely. A single exception is then made by the words, "unless the public safety may require." A condition is attached to this exception, which still farther limits it, by the words, "in cases of rebellion or invasion." There is still another and far more sweeping limitation attached to this clause. The writ must be suspended by an act of Congress, which can be passed only when Congress is in session. This suspension must be positive and absolute by Congress, not indefinite and dependent on any future contingency. For the acts of Congress are not absolute powers. If between enactment and enforcement, they can be set aside by a contingency, unless such contingency was attached in the clause of the grant creating the power. But in these words of the Constitution there is no contingency expressed. Congress alone by positive enactment can suspend the writ of habeas corpus. It cannot authorize the President to suspend its force, nor has he any authority under the Constitution to do it. neither can Congress make an intermittent suspension of the force of the writ, but it must be absolute under the specific condition. It is evident that the citizen of New York was abundantly provided with the safeguards of personal liberty, yet they all proved to be of no avail to secure and enforce his right in the hour of trial. A few instances will afford an illustration of the facts. Mr. Pierce Butler was suspected of corresponding with persons in the Confederate States. He was arrested in Philadelphia on August 19, 1861, by order of Simon Cameron, then Secretary of War, without process of law and without any assigned cause. His trunks and drawers, wardrobe, and entire apartments were searched, and his private papers taken by the marshal and his 4 assistants. His office was also examined and his books and papers taken, and within an hour he was on his way to Fort Lafayette with an armed guard. After 5 weeks of detention he was liberated. No reason was given for his discharge any more than for his arrest. As Mr. Cameron was about to sail as minister to Russia in January ensuing, he was arrested for assault and battery and false imprisonment at the suit of Mr. Butler. The case was brought to the knowledge of the President of the United States, and on April 18, 1862, the Secretary of State, Seward, replied as follows: quote, "The communication has been submitted to the President, and I am directed by him to say in reply that he avows the proceeding of Mr. Cameron referred to as one taken by him when Secretary of War, under the President's directions, and deemed necessary for the prompt suppression of the existing rebellion." End quote. The writ of habeas corpus was issued by some of the state courts, directing the officer in command at the fort to bring some one or other of the prisoners into court for an investigation of the cause and authority for his detention. But no attention was given to these writs by the officer. Neither did the governor of the state make any effort to enforce the processes of the courts. He, perhaps, expected that his efforts might be resisted by an overpowering force. But expectations, of whatsoever nature, do not justify or excuse the neglect of a positive duty. It is through such weaknesses that the liberties of mankind have been too often lost. Thus the Constitution, the laws, the courts, the executive of the State of New York, were subverted, turned aside from the end for which they were instituted, and all the specific arrangements were of no avail to secure this guaranteed right of its citizens. Probably every one of the prisoners was entirely innocent of any act whatever that was criminal under the laws, either of the state or of the United States. In opinion, they were opposed to the military proceedings of the government of the United States, and these opinions they had expressed, which liberty is a part of the birthright of freemen. Indeed, Judge Nelson of the Supreme Court of the United States, in the Circuit of New York, in an opinion delivered about this time, thus expressed himself: quote, "Words, oral, written, or printed, however treasonable, seditious, or criminal of themselves, do not constitute an overt act of treason within the definition of the crime. When spoken, written, or printed, in relation to an act or acts, which, if committed with a treasonable design, might constitute such overt act, they are admissible as evidence, tending to characterize it and show the intent with which the act was committed." End quote. Finally, the prison in New York harbor became so full that many prisoners were sent to Fort Warren, in the harbor of Boston. At this time the government of the United States used the old Capitol at Washington, Fort McHenry of Baltimore, Fort Lafayette at New York, and Fort Warren at Boston, for the confinement of those whom the usurper designated as, quote, "state prisoners." End quote. Still further to relieve the fullness of the prisons, 2 men, John A. Dix, of the army, and Edwards Pierpont, of Civil Life, were sent to investigate the cases of the prisoners, and release some who were willing to take an "oath of allegiance." Next it was made a condition precedent to an investigation that the said oath should be taken by the prisoner. As an instance, this proposal was made to two persons named Flanders, citizens of the interior of New York. The oath was as follows: "I do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and Government of the United States against all enemies, whether foreign or domestic, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any State convention or legislature to the contrary notwithstanding, and farther, that I do this with a full determination, pledge, and purpose, without any mental reservation or evasion whatsoever, and further, that I will well and faithfully perform all the duties which may be required of me by law." These persons declined to take the prescribed oath. The reasons which they gave for this refusal furnish painful evidence of the extreme subjugation of the government of the State of New York, and its silent submission to the arbitrary and unconstitutional acts of the government of the United States, even at the sacrifice of the most sacred rights of freemen. They said, "We have been guilty of no offense against the laws of our country, but have simply exercised our constitutional rights as free citizens in the open and manly expression of our opinions upon public affairs. We have been placed here without legal charges, or indeed any charges whatsoever being made against us, and upon no legal process, but upon an arbitrary and illegal order of the Honorable William H. Seward, Secretary of State of the United States. Every moment of our detention here is a denial of our most sacred rights. We are entitled to and hereby demand an unconditional discharge, and while we could cheerfully take the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, because we are, always have been, and ever intend to be, loyal to that instrument, though at the same time protesting against the right of the government to impose even such oath upon us as the condition of our discharge, we cannot consent to take the oath now required of us, because we hold no office of any kind under the government of the United States, and it is an oath unknown to and unauthorized by the Constitution, and commits us to the support of the government, though it may be acting in direct conflict with the Constitution, and deprives us of the right of freely discussing, and by peaceful and constitutional methods opposing its measures, a right which is sacred to freedom, and which no American citizen should voluntarily surrender. That such is the interpretation put upon this oath by the government, and such its intended effect, is plainly demonstrated by the fact that it is dictated to this as a condition of our release from an imprisonment inflicted upon us, for due no other cause than that we have exercised the above specified constitutional rights." One important fact which illustrates the flagrant outrage committed on all these prisoners should not be omitted. The Constitution of the United States declares as follows: "In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to have the assistance of counsel for his defense." On December 3, 1861, the commanding officer at Fort Lafayette came to the prisoners' quarters and read a document, of which the following is a copy: "To the political prisoners in Fort Lafayette. I am instructed by the Secretary of State to inform you that the Department of State of the United States will not recognize any one as an attorney for political prisoners, and will look with distrust upon all applications for release through such channels, and that such applications will be regarded as additional reasons for declining to release the prisoners. And further, that if such prisoners wish to make any communication to the government, they are at liberty to make it directly to the State Department. Seth C. Howley, Space will not permit me to further notice the instances of this immense class of cases. In almost every Northern State the victims of this violence were to be found. That there was no just cause for these invasions of the rights of the States and of the citizens was demonstrated in the most decisive manner. At this time, November 4, 1862, the friends of the administration of the United States government were decisively defeated at the elections. On November 22nd ensuing, the War Department issued an order releasing all except prisoners of war. The order was muffled up in a phraseology suited to hide from the observation of the people that the result of the elections had stricken home to the sensibilities of the usurpers. It said, "Ordered, 1. That all persons now in military custody who have been arrested for discouraging volunteer enlistments, opposing the draft, or for otherwise giving aid and comfort to the enemy, in States where the draft has been made or the quota of volunteers and militia has been furnished, shall be discharged from further military restraint." Thus these arrests were for a short period suspended, and then vigorously renewed. Footnote 91. The first act of Congress providing for an enrollment and draft was passed on March 8, 1863, 3½ months later than this order. Many of these persons, who had been illegally seized and imprisoned, now commenced suits for damages. This led to another step on the part of the government of the United States, by which the judiciary of the State was entirely subverted and deprived of all jurisdiction in these cases. Congress passed an act on March 3, 1863, which provided that any order of the President of the United States, or arrest made under his authority, when pleaded, should be a defense, in all courts, to any action or prosecution for any search, seizure, arrest, or imprisonment made, done, or committed, or any acts omitted to be done, under or by virtue of such order, or under color of any law of Congress. The act further provided that all actions against officers and others for torts and arrests might be removed for trial to the next Circuit Court of the United States held in the district, and said, "It shall then be the duty of the State Court to accept the surety and proceed no further in the cause or prosecution, and the bail that shall have been originally taken shall be discharged." It will be noticed that by the terms of this act the case could be removed to the Circuit Court when the defendant "filed a petition stating the facts verified by affidavit." Thus the jurisdiction of all the courts of the State of New York was made to terminate and cease upon the simple word of the defendant accompanied by an affidavit. But these courts were instituted by the consent of the governed for the protection of the personal freedom of the citizen, yet in the cases brought before them they ordered the removal on the ground that they involved the question of the constitutionality of an act of Congress, over which the courts of the United States had a jurisdiction. The absurdity of this plea is manifest, for it is founded on the presumption that the question, whether, under authority from the President of the United States, any one, without intervention of the judicial tribunals, can incarcerate a citizen, is a question which can be treated as constituting a case arising under the Constitution of the United States. Any statute authorizing such acts is palpably void and not entitled to be a ground for a bearing under an appeal. The subjugation of the government of the State of New York was made in another section of the same act of Congress of March 3, 1863. It declares, "that during the present rebellion the President of the United States, whenever in his judgment the public safety may require it, is authorized to suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, in any case throughout the United States, or any part thereof." Let us turn to the words of the Constitution of the United States, which are contained in the grant of powers to Congress. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it." It will be seen that two facts are required to exist before the Congress of the United States can suspend the privilege of this writ. Congress must therefore determine the existence of these facts before it has power constitutionally to act. If it finds either fact to exist and not the other, it has no power to suspend the privilege of the writ. There must be rebellion, and the public safety must require the suspension. When Congress finds these facts to exist, it can enact the suspension. It is the judgment of Congress alone that can determine that the public safety requires the suspension. This cannot be delegated to the judgment of any other department of the government. Therefore, when Congress tells the President, in the above-mentioned act, that he is authorized to suspend the privilege of this writ whenever, in his judgment, the public safety may require it, then that body undertakes to do that for which it has no authority in the Constitution. The States delegated the power solely to Congress. An act to transfer the trust to any other depository could rightfully have no force whatever. Now, the State of New York, in which this writ was thus suspended by the Government of the United States, was one of the Northern States, and a most ardent advocate of the Union. It had contributed more men and money to support the Government of the United States than any other State, and than some whole sections of the States. Peace reigned throughout all its borders. Yet in this quiet and loyal State, whose people had given so freely to aid the Government of the United States, a claim was now set up to the right to nullify the rights and immunities of every citizen, by that Government which had already nullified the powers of every court in the State. This was done by the declaration of the President that, "the public safety," required the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. The act of Congress was passed on March 3, 1863, and on September 15th the President issued his proclamation, and, referring to the authority claimed to have been granted by the act, he proceeded to say, "Whereas, in the judgment of the President, the public safety does require that the privilege of said writ shall now be suspended throughout the United States, in cases where, by the authority of the President of the United States, military, naval, and civil officers of the United States, or either of them, hold persons under their custody, either as prisoners of war, spies, or aiders or abettors of the enemy, or officers, soldiers, or seamen, enrolled, drafted, or mustered, or enlisted in, or belonging to, the land or naval forces of the United States, or as deserters therefrom, or otherwise amenable to military law, or to the rules or articles of war, or the rules and regulations prescribed for military and naval service, by the authority of the President of the United States, or for resisting a draft, or for any other offense against the military or naval service. Therefore I do hereby proclaim and make known that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is suspended throughout the United States, in the several cases before mentioned, throughout the duration of said rebellion." No autocrat ever issued an edict more destructive of the natural right to personal liberty. Not only was the State government of New York deprived of the power to fulfill its obligations to protect and preserve this right of its citizens, but every State government of the Northern States was in like manner subverted. The only distinction known among the citizens was that established by the Government of the United States, in answer to the question, applied to each one, "Is he loyal or disloyal?" The only test of loyalty was based on submission, and, as usual in such cases, the most abject in spirit were the most loyal to the usurper. Those liberties of conduct and action which stamp the true freeman everywhere throughout the world disappeared, and the suppressed voice, the apprehensive look, and the cautious movements were substituted for the free speech, the open brow, and the fearless tread which had characterized the American. Another step in the subjugation of the government of the State of New York was made by the domination over it of the military power of the government of the United States. This took place in a time of peace in the State, when the courts were all open and the civil administration of affairs was unobstructed. On July 30, 1863, the United States commanding general of that department addressed a letter to Governor Seymour, saying, quote, "As the draft under the Act of Congress of March 3, 1863, for enrolling and calling out the national forces, will probably be resumed in this city, New York, at an early day, I am desirous of knowing whether the military power of the State may be relied on to enforce the execution of the law, in case of forcible resistance to it. I am very anxious there should be perfect harmony of action between the Federal Government and that of the State of New York, and if under your authority to see the laws faithfully executed, I can feel assured that the act referred to will be enforced, I need not ask the War Department to put at my disposal, for the purpose, troops in the service of the United States." End quote. Governor Seymour replied on August 3rd, quote, "I have this day sent to the President of the United States a communication in relation to the draft in this State. I believe his answer will relieve you and me from the painful questions growing out of an armed enforcement of the conscription law in this patriotic State, which has contributed so largely and freely to the support of the national cause during the existing war." End quote. On August 8th, General Dix writes again, quote, "It is my duty as commanding officer of the troops in the service of the United States in this department, if called on by the enrolling officers, to aid them in resisting forcibly opposition to the execution of the law, and it is from an earnest desire to avoid the necessity of employing for the purpose any of my forces which have been placed here to garrison the forts and protect the public property, that I wished to see the draft enforced by the military power of the State, in case of armed or organized resistance to it. I designed, if your cooperation could not be relied on, to ask the General Government for a force which would be adequate to ensure the execution of the law, and to meet any emergency growing out of it." End quote. Meantime, Governor Seymour received no answer to his letter to the President. He had asked for a suspension of the draft, on the ground that the enrollments in the city were excessive as compared with other portions of the State, and that due credit was not given for the past. He therefore replied to General Dix, saying, quote, "As you state in your letter that it is your duty to enforce the act of Congress, and as you apprehend its provisions may excite popular resistance, it is proposed you should know the position which will be held by the State authorities. Of course, under no circumstances can they perform duties expressly confided to others, nor can they undertake to relieve others from their proper responsibilities. But there can be no violations of good order, or riotous proceedings, no disturbances of the public peace, which are not infractions of the laws of the State, and those laws will be enforced under all circumstances. I shall take care that all the executive officers of this State perform their duties vigorously and thoroughly, and, if need be, the military power will be called into requisition. As you are an officer of the General Government and not of the State, it does not become me to make suggestions to you with regard to your action under a law of Congress. You will, of course, be governed by your instructions and your own views of duty." End quote. On August 18th, General Dix thus wrote to the governor, quote, "Not having received an answer from you, I applied to the Secretary of War on the 14th inst. For a force adequate to the object. The call was promptly responded to, and I shall be ready to meet all opposition to the draft." End quote. The force sent by the Secretary of War to keep the peace and subjugate the sovereignty of the people amounted to 42 regiments and 2 batteries. There was no occasion for the exertion of their powers, but the wrong to the State of New York was none the less gross. End of section 32. Recording by Catherine Riley, June 2015. Section 33 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 44b. Again, the subjugation of the government of the State of New York, by the domination of the military power, was made still more manifest by another act on the part of the government of the United States. A spurious proclamation, seeming to have been issued by the President, calling for 400,000 men, by a fraudulent imposition, appeared in 2 papers of New York City, the Journal of Commerce and the World, on the morning of May 18, 1864. It was immediately contradicted by the authorities at Washington, and orders were issued, under which the offices of these papers were entered by armed men, the property of the owners seized, the premises held by force for several days, and the publications suspended. At the same time, the office of the Independent Telegraph Line was occupied by a military force in the name of the Government of the United States. The operators were taken into custody, and the proprietors of the newspaper were ordered to be arrested and imprisoned. But these orders were suspended. Governor Seymour immediately instructed the district attorney to proceed against the offenders, saying, quote, "In the month of July last, when New York was a scene of violence, I gave warning that the laws of the state must be enforced, its peace and order maintained, and the property of its citizens protected at every hazard. The laws were enforced at a fearful cost of blood and life. The declaration I then made was not intended merely for that occasion, or against any class of men. It is one of an enduring character to be asserted at all times, and against all conditions of citizens, without favor or distinction. Unless all are made to bow to the law, it will be respected by none. Unless all are made secure in their rights of person and property, none can be protected." End quote. An investigation was made by one of the city judges, and warrants were issued for the arrest of Major General Dix and several of his officers. They voluntarily appeared by counsel on July 6th, and the argument was set down for the 9th. On that day the counsel for the defense said, quote, "Since this warrant was issued, the President of the United States has issued another order to General Dix, which directs him that, while this civil war lasts, he must not relieve himself from his command, or be deprived of his liberty to obey any order of a military nature which the President of the United States directs him to execute." End quote. The result of the arguments was that the officers were held to await the action of the grand jury, who, however, took no action on the charges. The guilty person was arrested in 2 or 3 days after the appearance of the proclamation, and imprisoned in Fort Lafayette. The newspaper and telegraph offices were restored to the owners, and the publications resumed. But the government of New York never obtained any indemnification of these losses by its citizens. Another subversion of the state government was brought about by the military interference on the part of the government of the United States with the state election. This was in 1864, when President Lincoln and General McClellan were the candidates for the presidency of the United States. As usual, in all these cases, proceedings to work up a pretended necessity for interference on the part of the United States government were commenced by the appearance of a grandiloquent proclamation from the commanding General Dix, telling what horrible designs, there was reason to believe, the agents of the Confederate States in Canada had prepared to be executed on election day, by an invasion of voters from Canada to colonize different points. Therefore, to avert these dreadful dangers and arrest the guilty parties, it was necessary that provost marshals, sustained by a military force, should be present with authority at the polls. At the same time, the State Department issued a dispatch saying, quote, "Information has been received from the British provinces to the effect that there is a conspiracy on foot to set fire to the principal cities in the Northern States on the day of the presidential election." End quote. Thus was created an apparent necessity for the military force to be very active on the day of election. Governor Seymour issued a proclamation saying, quote, "There is no reason to doubt that the coming election will be conducted with the usual quiet and order." End quote. Major General Butler was sent to take command in the city, and several thousand additional men were placed in the forts of the harbor, and proclamations were issued, threatening by the United States government the severest punishment upon every person who might attempt improperly to vote at the election in the state of New York. The state legislature, at its previous session, had passed an act to provide for the vote of the soldiers in the field, to be taken previous to the day of election. Agents were appointed by the state government to the localities where the soldiers were stationed to receive the votes. The informers of the United States government immediately brought charges of fraud against some of the agents, and they were seized by the military authorities, sent to Washington, cast into prison, and held to be tried by a military commission. The governor of New York immediately appointed Amasa J. Parker and 2 other most respectable citizens as commissioners to proceed to Washington in behalf of the state and investigate the difficulties. They informed the governor that several hundred ballots, which had been seized, were given up, and that they visited the principal agent of the state of New York in his prison, through the permission of Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. They reported thus, quote, "The undersigned avail themselves of the permit granted them to visit Colonel North, M. Jones, and Levi Cohn. They found them in the Carroll prison, in close confinement. They then learned that Messrs. North and Cohn had been confined together in one room, and had not been permitted to leave it for a moment during the 4 days they had been prisoners, even for the purposes of answering the calls of nature. They had been supplied with meager and coarse prison rations, to be eaten in their room, where they constantly breathed the foul atmosphere arising from the standing odor. They had no vessel out of which to drink water, except the one furnished them for the purpose of urination. They had but one chair, and had slept 3 of the nights of their confinement upon a sack of straw upon the floor. They had not been permitted to see a newspaper, and were ignorant of the cause of their arrest. All communication between them and the outer world had been denied them, and no friend had been allowed to see them. The undersigned complained to the acting superintendent, who seemed humanely disposed, but justified his course by the prison rules and the instructions of his superiors." End quote. The commissioners further say, quote, "From the best investigation the undersigned have been able to make, though there may have been irregularities, they have found no evidence that any frauds, either against any elector or the elective franchise, have been committed by any person connected with the New York agency." End quote. The commissioners then addressed a communication to the Secretary of War. A few extracts from this communication will show how utter was the subversion of the authority of the government of the State of New York. They say, quote, They, North, Cone, and Jones, were not in the military or naval service of the United States, and by no law of which we are aware were they subject to the martial and military laws of the United States, or to the orders of the War Department. The charges, so far as we can learn, are not for the violation of any law of the United States, but relate to acts purporting to have been done under the law of the State of New York concerning elections, and making provisions for soldiers voting in that State, it being claimed that certain irregularities have intervened which give reason to suspect that frauds and forgeries are intended, and may be consummated. These suspected and anticipated frauds have respect solely to the election laws of the State of New York, and the action of the government in making the arrest is claimed to be justified upon the ground that, unless thus prevented, frauds will be perpetrated against the ballot box at the approaching election in the State of New York. We beg leave, in behalf of the State, respectfully to protest against this jurisdiction, assumed as well over the alleged offense as over the persons of the accused, who are citizens of the State, in its employ, and entitled to its protection. The proper business of the State agency is greatly interfered with by the arrest and detention of the agents, and the State is deprived of its proper jurisdiction over its agents and citizens, over offenses against its laws, and over its own ballot box, and the exercise of the elective franchise within its limits." The demands made by the State of New York, through these commissioners, were refused. The persons arrested were finally tried before a military commission, clearly without jurisdiction, in violation of their personal rights, and in usurpation of the just powers of the State. They were, however, acquitted and discharged, glad to get off no worse. The proposed limits will not permit me further to present the details relative to the subjugation of the State government of New York by the government of the United States. Neither can space be spared to relate the details of the subjugation of the government of each Northern State. In many the events were similar to those in New York. In others they arose under dissimilar circumstances, but in all the sovereignty of the people was entirely disregarded, and the operation of the institutions which had been established for the protection of their rights was suspended or nullified by a military force of the government of the United States. Only such events, therefore, can be stated as serve to show how universal and how complete was the work done by the United States government to secure a recognition of its supremacy over not only acts but even words from every citizen. All were its subjects. The loyal, as some were called, were its friends, and could be trusted. The disloyal were its disaffected subjects, and must be watched by spies and informers, and if necessary put in prison to secure their passive submission. A military domination was established in all of the Northern States, under the pretext of securing the arrest of deserters from the army. This was accomplished on September 24, 1862, by the appointment of a Provost Marshal General of the War Department at Washington, and in each State one or more special Provost Marshals who were required to report to and receive instructions from the Provost Marshal General. It was made the duty of the special marshals, "to arrest all deserters, whether regulars, volunteers, or militia, and send them to the nearest military commander or military post, where they can be cared for and sent to their respective regiments; to arrest, upon the warrant of the Judge Advocate, all disloyal persons, subject to arrest under the orders of the War Department; to inquire into and report treasonable practices; seize stolen or embezzled property of the government; detect spies of the enemy, and perform such other duties as may be enjoined on them by the War Department." To enable these marshals to perform their duties efficiently, they were authorized to call on any available military force within their respective districts, or else to employ the assistance of citizens, constables, sheriffs, or police officers, so far as might be necessary. No trial was allowed to any person thus arrested, except before a military commission consisting of military officers designated for the purpose. The prosecutor was the judge advocate, and the punishments were exemplary, unusual, and too often such as were unknown to the laws. The state governments within whose domains the courts were open, the civil institutions in quiet operation, and the transactions of life uniform and constant, were powerless to protect their citizens in their unalienable rights of freedom of speech and personal liberty, and the mandates of their courts were treated with contempt. In utter disregard of the principles of civil liberty, a military control was established in every Northern state. The declarations of rights in their constitutions were violated, their laws nullified, and the authority of their governments subverted by an absolute and direct usurpation on the part of the government of the United States. The country was tilled with horror during 1865 by 2 trials held before a military commission in the city of Washington. The first commenced on May 13th and ended on June 29th. The specification was, quote, that David E. Herold, Edward Spangler, Lewis Payne, John H. Surratt, Michael O'Loughlin, Samuel Arnold, George A. Atzerodt, Samuel A. Mudd, and Mary E. Surratt did on April 15, 1865, combine, confederate, and conspire together to murder President Abraham Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, and Secretary of State William H. Seward." End quote. President Lincoln had been shot, and Secretary Seward was badly wounded with a knife. The others were uninjured. The sentence of the commission was that David E. Herold, G. A. Atzerodt, Lewis Payne, and Mary E. Surratt be hanged by the proper military authority, under the direction of the Secretary of War, on July 7, 1865. The others were sentenced to imprisonment at hard labor for a term of years or for life. With only 1 day's delay, the sentences were carried into execution. John H. Surratt escaped before trial. He was sought for by the spies of the War Department half round the world, and after a long time was found serving as a soldier in the corps of Papal Zouaves at Rome. He was brought back to Washington, tried, and acquitted. The insertion of my name with those of others, honorable gentlemen, as inciting and encouraging these acts, served as an exhibition of the malignant spirit with which justice was administered by the authorities in Washington at that time. The case of Mrs. Surratt, at whose house some of these persons had boarded, awakened much sympathy. She was spoken of by her counsel, Reverdy Johnson of Maryland, as, quote, "a devout Christian, ever kind, affectionate, and charitable," end quote, which was confirmed by evidence and uncontradicted. On the day of execution, her daughter, who was quite a devoted and affectionate person, sought to obtain an audience with President Johnson, to implore at least a brief suspension of the sentence of her mother. She was obstructed and prevented from seeing the President by ex-Senator Preston King of New York, and Senator James H. Lane of Kansas, who were reported to have been at the Executive Mansion to keep guard over President Johnson. Each of these senators at a later period committed suicide. The trial of Major Henry Wirz was the next in importance which came before a military commission. In April 1865, President Johnson issued a proclamation stating that, from evidence in possession of the Bureau of Military Justice, it appeared that I, Jefferson Davis, was implicated in the assassination of President Lincoln, and for that reason he offered a reward of $100,000 for my capture. That testimony was subsequently found to be entirely false, having been a mere fabrication. The manner in which this was done will be presently stated. Meantime, certain persons of influence and public position at that time, either aware of the fabricated character of this testimony, or convinced of its insufficiency to secure my conviction on a trial, sought to find ample material to supply this deficiency, in the great mortality of the soldiers we had captured during the war, and imprisoned at Andersonville. Orders were therefore issued by the authorities of the United States Government to arrest a subaltern officer, Captain Henry Wirz, a foreigner by birth, poor, friendless, and wounded, and held as a prisoner of war. He had been included in the surrender of General J.E. Johnston. On May 7th he was placed in the Old Capitol prison at Washington. The poor man was doomed before he was heard, and the permission to be heard according to law was denied him. Captain Wirz had been in command at the Confederate prison at Andersonville. The first charge alleged against him was that of conspiring with myself, Secretary Seddon, General Howell Cobb, General Winder, and others, to cause the death of thousands of the prisoners through cruelty, etc. The second charge was alleged against himself for murder in violation of the laws and customs of war. The military commission before which he was tried was convened by an order of President Johnson on August 19th, directing the officers detailed for that purpose to meet as a special military commission on August 20th, for the trial of such prisoners as might be brought before it. The commission convened, and Wirz was arraigned on the charges above mentioned, and pleaded not guilty. At the suggestion of the judge advocate, Joseph Holt, he was remanded to prison and the court adjourned. The so-called trial afterward came on and lasted for 3 months, but no evidence whatsoever was produced showing the existence of such a conspiracy as had been charged. Wirz was, however, pronounced guilty, and in accordance with the sentence of the commission, he was executed on November 10, 1865. On April 4, 1867, Mr. Louis Shade, of Washington, and the attorney for Wirz on the trial, in compliance with the request of Wirz so to do, as soon as the times should be propitious, published a vindication of his character. The following is an extract from this publication. Quote, "On the night previous to the execution of the prisoner, some parties came to the confessor of Wirz, Reverend Father Boyle, and also to me. One of them informed me that a high cabinet officer wished to assure Wirz that, if he would implicate Jefferson Davis with the atrocities committed at Andersonville, his sentence should be commuted. He, the messenger whoever he was, requested me to inform Wirz of this. In presence of Father Boyle, I told him next morning what had happened. The captain simply and quietly replied, 'Mr. Shade, you know that I have always told you that I do not know anything about Jefferson Davis. He had no connection with me as to what was done at Andersonville. If I knew anything of him, I would not become a traitor against him or anyone else to save my life.' Thus ended the attempt to suborn Captain Wirz against Jefferson Davis." End quote. The following is an extract from a letter of Captain C. B. Winder to Mrs. Davis, dated Eastern Shore of Virginia, January 9, 1867. Quote, "The door of the room which I occupied while in confinement at the Old Capitol Prison, Washington, was immediately opposite Captain Wirz's door, both of which were occasionally open. About 2 days before Captain Wirz's execution, I saw 3 or 4 men pass into his room, and upon their coming out, Captain Wirz told me that they had given him assurances that his life would be spared and his liberty given to him, if he, Wirz, could give any testimony that would reflect upon Mr. Davis, or implicate him directly or indirectly with the condition and treatment of prisoners of war, as charged by the United States authorities. That he indignantly spurned these propositions, and assured them that, never having been acquainted with Mr. Davis, either officially, personally, or socially, it was utterly impossible that he should know anything against him, and that the offer of his life, dear as the boon might be, could not purchase him to treason and treachery to the South and his friend." End quote. The following letter is from the Reverend Father F. E. Boyle of Washington. Washington, D.C., October 10, 1880. Honorable Jefferson Davis. Dear Sir, I know that on the evening before the day of the execution of Major Wirz, a man visited me, on the part of a cabinet officer, to inform me that Major Wirz would be pardoned if he would implicate Jefferson Davis in the cruelties of Andersonville. No names were given by this messenger, and upon my refusal to take any action in the matter, he went to Mr. Louis Shade, counsel for Major Wirz, with the same purpose and with a like result. When I visited Major Wirz the next morning, he told me that the same proposal had been made to him, and had been rejected with scorn. The Major was very indignant, and said that, while he was innocent of the cruel charges for which he was about to suffer death, he would not purchase his liberty by perjury and a crime, such as was made the condition of his freedom. I attended the Major to the scaffold, and he died in the peace of God, and praying for his enemies. I knew he was indeed innocent of all the cruel charges on which his life was sworn away, and I was edified by the Christian spirit in which he submitted to his persecutors. Yours very truly, F. E. Boyle. In the other case of the fabrication of evidence by some of the authorities in Washington relative to myself, it will be sufficient here to present what others have said and done. The subject is noticed in these pages only to show the desperate extremities to which the agents of the government of the United States proceeded in order to compass my ignominious death. 3 principal measures were resorted to for the accomplishment of this object: the charge in the case of Mr. Wirz above mentioned, the fabrications in the case now under consideration, and the cruel and inhumane treatment inflicted upon me while a prisoner in Fortress Monroe. At the session of Congress 1865-66, a committee was appointed in the House of Representatives, to inquire into and report upon the alleged complicity of Jefferson Davis with the assassination of the late President Lincoln, or words to that effect. George S. Boutwell was chairman of the committee, and the majority of the members were extreme advocates of the war. The charge emanated from the Bureau of Military Justice, as it was designated, a similar institution to the Secret Committee of the French Revolution. Of this institution, Judge Advocate Joseph Holt was the chief. After an investigation continuing through several months, a majority of the committee made their report to Congress. That report not only failed to establish the charge, but the committee were forced to confess in it that the witnesses on whose testimony Holt had affected to rely were wholly untrustworthy. Shortly after this report was presented to the House, Mr. A. J. Rogers, of the committee, a very respectable member from New Jersey, made a minority report. He asserted that much of the evidence was altogether suppressed, and that witnesses who had received large sums of money from Holt for testifying to the criminality of Mr. Davis recanted their evidence before the committee, and acknowledged that they had perjured themselves by testifying to a mass of falsehoods, that they had been tutored to do so by one S. Conover, and that, from him down through all the miserable list, the very names under which these hired informers were known to the public were as false as the narratives to which they had sworn. Much more might be added to show the evil purpose of these men, together with the correspondence of Holt and his associates, but it would be out of place if it was put in these pages. Another case of this kind occurred in the state of Ohio in April 1863, in the arrest, trial, and banishment of Clement L. Vallandigham. On April 13th, Major General Ambrose E. Burnside, commanding the department, issued an order declaring, that hereafter all persons found within our lines who commit acts for the benefit of the enemies of our country will be tried as spies or traitors, and if convicted will suffer death. The different classes of persons were then named in the order. The habit of declaring sympathies for the enemy will no longer be tolerated in this department. Persons committing such offenses will be at once arrested, with a view to being tried as above stated, or sent beyond our lines into the lines of their friends. It must be distinctly understood that treason, expressed or implied, will not be tolerated in this department." Mr. Vallandigham commented upon this order on May 1st at a public meeting of citizens. 3 days afterward a body of soldiers was sent by railroad from Cincinnati to Dayton, who, with violence, broke into his residence at 3 o'clock in the morning, seized and hurried him to the cars before a rescue could be made, and departed for Cincinnati, where he was confined in a military prison. He was brought to trial before a military commission on May 6th. The specification made against him in the charge was that, "he addressed a large meeting of citizens at Mount Vernon, and did utter sentiments in words, or in effect, as follows: declaring the present war a wicked, cruel, and unnecessary war, a war not being waged for the preservation of the Union, a war for the purpose of crushing out liberty and creating a despotism, a war for the freedom of the blacks and the enslavement of the whites, stating that, if the administration had so wished, the war could have been honorably terminated months ago, characterizing the military order as a base usurpation of arbitrary authority, declaring that he was at all times and upon all occasions resolved to do what he could to defeat the attempts now made to build up a monarchy upon the ruins of our free government." He was adjudged as guilty, and sentenced to confinement in Fort Warren, Boston Harbor, during the war. This sentence was changed by President Lincoln to banishment to the Confederate States. This military usurpation was spoken of by Governor Seymour, of New York, in a letter written at the time, in these words: "The transaction involved a series of offenses against our most sacred rights. It interfered with the freedom of speech. It violated our rights to be secure in our homes against unreasonable searches and seizures. It pronounced sentence without a trial, save one which was a mockery, which insulted as well as wronged. The perpetrators now seek to impose punishment, not for an offense against law, but for a disregard of an invalid order, put forth in utter violation of the principles of civil liberty. If this proceeding is approved by the government and sanctioned by the people, it is not merely a step towards revolution, it is revolution. It will not only lead to military despotism, it establishes military despotism. If it is upheld, our liberties are overthrown. The safety of our persons, the security of our property, will hereafter depend upon the arbitrary wills of such military rulers as may be placed over us, while our constitutional guarantees will be broken down. Even now the governors and the courts of some of the great Western states have sunk into insignificance before the despotic powers claimed and exercised by military men who have been sent into their borders." A large number of such arrests were made in Ohio. Newspapers were suspended, and editors imprisoned. Like scenes were very numerous in Indiana and Illinois. In Pennsylvania arrests were made, newspapers suspended, editors imprisoned, and offices destroyed. In New Hampshire, Vermont, and Wisconsin, many similar scenes occurred. The provost-marshal system was used as a weapon of vindictiveness against influential citizens of opposite political views throughout all the northern states. No one of such persons knew when he was safe. A complaint of his neighbors, supported by affidavit of disloyal words spoken, or disloyal acts approved, received prompt attention from all marshals. Everything was brought into subjection to the will of the government of the United States and its military officers. In view of all the facts here presented relative to the Northern States, let the reader answer where the sovereignty de facto resided. Most clearly in the government of the United States. That presided over the ballot box, held the keys of the prisons, arrested all citizens at its pleasure, suspended or suppressed newspapers, and did whatever it pleased under the declaration that the public welfare required it. But under the principles of American liberty, the sovereignty is inherent in the people as an unalienable right, and for the preservation and protection of this and other rights, the state governments were instituted. If therefore the people have lost this inherent sovereignty, it is evident that the state governments have failed to afford that protection for which they were instituted. If they have thus failed, it has been in consequence of their subversion and loss of power to fulfill the object for which they were established. This subversion was achieved when the general government, under the pretext of preserving the Union, made war on its creators, the States, thus changing the nature of the Federal Union, which could rightfully be done only by the sovereign, the people of the States, in like manner as it was originally formed. If they should permit their sovereignty to be usurped and themselves to be subjugated, individuals might remain, States could not. Of their wreck a nation might be built, but there could not be a union, for that implies entities united, and of a state which has lost its sovereignty, there may only be written, "It was." End of section 33. Recording by Katie Riley. June 2015.
Section 34 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brea Snow. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 2, by Jefferson Davis. Part 4, Chapter 45. Inactivity of the Army of Northern Virginia. Expeditions of Custer, Kilpatrick, and Dahlgren for the destruction of railroads, the burning of Richmond, and killing the officers of the government. Repelled by government clerks. Papers on Dahlgren's body. Repulse of Butler's raid from Bermuda Hundred. Advance of Sheridan repulsed at Richmond. Stuart resists Sheridan. Stuart's death. Remarks on Grant's plan of campaign. Movement of General Butler. Drury's Bluff. Battle there. Campaign of Grant in Virginia. Both the Army of Northern Virginia and the Army under General Meade remained in a state of comparative inaction during the months of January and February 1864. On February 26, 1864, while General Lee's headquarters were at Orange Courthouse, 2 corps of the army of the enemy left their camp for Madison Courthouse. The object was, by a formidable feint, to engage the attention of General Lee and conceal from him their plans for a surprise and, if possible, capture of the city of Richmond. This was to be a concerted movement in which General Butler, in command of the forces on the peninsula, was to move up and make a demonstration upon Richmond on the east, while Generals Custer and Kilpatrick and Colonel Dahlgren were to attack it and enter it on the west and north. 2 days later another army corps left for Madison Courthouse, and other forces subsequently followed. At the same time, General Custer, with 2 10-inch Parrott guns and 1,500 picked men, marched for Charlottesville by the James City Road. His purpose was to destroy the Orange and Alexandria Railroad running by Charlottesville to Gordonsville, where the junction was made of the railroad running north from Lynchburg with the Central running to Richmond. The capture of the army stores there, the destruction of the tracks running south-west and east, and cutting the telegraph would have severed the communication between Lee's army and Richmond by that route. This movement, with the destruction of railroads by General Kilpatrick, and of the Central Railroad and James River and Kanawha Canal by Colonel Dahlgren, would have isolated that army from its base of supplies. 3 hours later, on the same day which General Custer started, General Kilpatrick, with 5,000 picked cavalry and a light battery of 6 guns, left Stevensburg, near Culpeper Courthouse, for the lower fords of the Rapidan. His object was to make a dash upon Richmond for the purpose of releasing the United States prisoners and doing whatever injury might be possible. He moved rapidly, destroying railroads and depots and plundering the country, but found no obstacle except in being closely harassed in his rear by Colonel Bradley T. Johnson with his 60 Marylanders, who, with extraordinary daring, activity, and skill, followed him until he reached the line of the defences of Richmond. There, while attacked in the rear by Colonel Johnson and his pickets driven in, he was at the same time opposed in front by Colonel W. H. Stevens, who, with a detachment of engineer troops, manned a few sections of light artillery. After an engagement of 30 minutes, Kilpatrick's entire force began to retreat in the direction of the Meadow Bridge on the Central Railroad. At night his campfires were discovered by General Wade Hampton, who dismounted 100 men to act as infantry and, supported by the cavalry, opened his 2-gun battery on the enemy at short range. He then attacked the camp of Davies and a part of the 2 other brigades. The camp was taken and the whole force of Kilpatrick fled at a gallop, leaving 105 prisoners and more than 100 horses. Colonel Dahlgren started with General Kilpatrick, but at Spotsylvania Courthouse was dispatched with 500 men to Fredericks Hall, a depot at the Central Railroad, where some 80 pieces of our reserve artillery had been parked. His orders were to destroy the artillery, the railroads, and the telegraph lines. Finding the artillery too well guarded, he proceeded to destroy the line of railroad as far as the Hanover Junction. Thence he moved towards the James River and Kanawha Canal, which he reached 22 miles west of Richmond. Thence his command moved towards the city, pillaging and destroying dwelling-houses, outbuildings, mills, canal boats, grain, and cattle, and cutting one lock in the canal. The first resistance met was by a battalion of General G. W. C. Lee's force, consisting of about 220 of the armory men under command of their Major Ford. This small body was driven back until it joined a battalion of the Treasury Department clerks who, in the absence of their Major Henley, were led by Captain McIlhenny. The officers and men were all clerks of the Treasury Department and, like those of other departments and many citizens of Richmond who were either too old or too young to be in the army, were enrolled and organized to defend the capital in the absence of troops. Captain McIlhenny, as soon as he saw the enemy, promptly arranged to attack. This was done with such impetuosity that Dahlgren and his men were routed, leaving some 18 killed, 20 to 30 wounded, and as many more prisoners. About 100 horses, with the equipments, a number of small arms, and one 3-inch Napoleon gun were captured. Our loss was 1 captain and 2 lieutenants killed, 3 lieutenants and 7 privates wounded, one of the latter mortally. This feat of the Clark's battalion commanded the grateful admiration of the people, and the large concourse that attended the funeral of the fallen expressed the public lamentation. Dahlgren now commenced his retreat. To increase the chances of escape, the force was divided, he leading one party in the direction of King and Queen County. The home guard the country turned out against the raiders, and, being joined by a detachment from the 42nd Battalion of Virginia Cavalry and some furloughed cavalrymen of Lee's army, surprised and attacked the retreating column of Dahlgren, killed the leader, and captured nearly 100 prisoners, with negroes, horses, etc. On the body of Dahlgren was found an address to his officers and men, another paper giving special orders and instructions, and one giving his itinerary, the whole disclosing the unsoldierly means and purposes of the raid, such as disguising the men in our uniform, carrying supplies of oakum and turpentine to burn Richmond, and, after releasing their prisoners on Belle Isle, to exhort them to destroy the hateful city, while on all was impressed the special injunction that the city must be burned, and "Jeff Davis and cabinet killed." The prisoners, having been captured in disguise, were, under the usages of war, liable to be hung as spies, but their protestations that their service was not voluntary, and the fact that as enlisted men they were subject to orders and could not be held responsible for the infamous instructions under which they were acting, saved them from the death penalty they had fully incurred. Photographic copies of the papers found on Dahlgren's body were taken and sent to General Lee, with instructions to communicate them to General Meade, commanding the enemy's forces in his front, with an inquiry as to whether such practices were authorized by his government, and also to say that, if any question was raised as to the copies, the original paper would be submitted. No such question was then made, and the denial that Dahlgren's conduct had been authorized was accepted. Many sensational stories, having not even a basis of truth, were put in circulation to exhibit the Confederate authorities of having acted with unwarrantable malignity towards the deceased Colonel Dahlgren. The fact was that his body was sent to Richmond and decently interred in the Oakwood Cemetery, where other Federal soldiers were buried. The enormity of his offences was not forgotten, but resentment against him ended with his life. It was also admitted that, however bad his preceding conduct had been, he met his fate gallantly, charging at the head of his men when he found himself inextricably encompassed by his foe. Custer and Kilpatrick, who were to cooperate with him in the expedition, especially the first named, manifested a saving degree of that rascally virtue, as Charles Lee, of revolutionary memory, called it. After the feeble demonstration upon some parked artillery which has been described, he fancied that he heard the roaring of cars coming with reinforcements, and retreated, burning the bridges behind him, a precaution quite in vain, as there were none there to pursue him. Kilpatrick, followed as above stated by Colonel Bradley T. Johnson, who hung close upon his rear, finally reached the defences of Richmond. There, out of respect to the field artillery he encountered, he turned off to cross the Chickahominy, and that night he was routed by the cavalry command of our gallant Cavalier General Wade Hampton. Thus ended the combined movement with which Northern papers had regaled their readers by announcing as made, "with instructions to sack the rebel capital." During the first week in May, Major General B.F. Butler landed at Bermuda Hundred with a considerable force, and moved up so as to cut the telegraph line and reach by a raiding party the railroad at Chester, between Richmond and Petersburg. General Ransom, then in command of the defences at Richmond and those of Drury's Bluff, with a small force, attacked the advance of General Butler, and after a sharp skirmish compelled him to withdraw. Meantime, because of the warning which Stuart had sent, General Ransom was summoned to Richmond to resist an impending assault by General Sheridan on the outer works north of the city. Taking the two disposable brigades of Gracie and Fry and a light battery, he hastened forward, arriving at the fortifications on the Mechanicsville turnpike just in time to see a battery of artillery then entirely unsupported, repulsed the advance of Sheridan. During the night the clerks and citizens, under General G. W. Custis Lee, had formed a thin line along part of the fortifications on the west side of the city. As the day advanced, Oracle's brigade was thrown in front of the works and pressed forward to feel Sheridan, but it was regarded as worse than useless with two small brigades to engage in an open country many times their number of well-appointed cavalry. Sheridan showed no purpose to attack, but withdrew from before our defences, and the two brigades returned to the vicinity of Drury's Bluff, the approach on the south side of James River by forces under General Butler being then considered the most imminent danger to Richmond. After the Battle of the Wilderness, on May 4th and 5th, as hereafter narrated, General Grant moved his army towards Spotsylvania Courthouse, and General Lee made a corresponding movement. At this time Sheridan, with a large force of United States cavalry, passed around and to the rear of our army, so as to place himself on the road to Richmond, which, in the absence of a garrison to defend it, he may have not unreasonably thought might be surprised and captured. Stuart, a most distinguished cavalry commander, fearless, faithful Stuart, soon knew of Sheridan's movement, perceived its purpose, and with his usual devotion to his country's welfare, hastily collected such of his troops as were near and pursued Sheridan. He fell upon Sheridan's rear and flank at Beaver Dam Station, where a pause had been made to destroy the railroad, some cars, and commissary's stores, and drove it before him. The route of the enemy being unmistakably towards Richmond, Stuart, to protect the capital, or at least to delay attack so as to give time to make preparation for defence, made a detour around Sheridan, and by a forced march got in front of him, taking position at a place called Yellow Tavern, about 7 or 8 miles from Richmond. Here, with the daring and singleness of purpose which characterized his whole career, he decided, notwithstanding the great inequality between his force and that of his foe, to make a stand, and offer persistent resistance to his advance. The respective strength of the two commands, as given by Colonel Heros von Burke, chief of General Stuart's staff, was Stuart 1,100, Sheridan 8,000. While engaged in this desperate service, General Stuart sent couriers to Richmond to give notice of the approach of the enemy, so that the defences might be manned. Notwithstanding the great disparity of force, the contest was obstinate and protracted, and fickle fortune cheered our men with several brilliant successes. Stuart, who in many traits resembled the renowned Murat, like him, was also a leader when his cavalry charged. On this occasion he is represented, when he was wounded, to have been quite in advance, to have fired the last load in his pistol, and to have been shot by a fugitive whom he found cowering under a fence and ordered to surrender. The heavy battalions at last prevailed, our line was broken, and our chieftain, though mortally wounded, still kept in his saddle, invoking his men to continue the fight. Our gallant chieftain was brought wounded into Richmond, a noble sacrifice on the altar of duty. Long accustomed to connect him only with daring exploits and brilliant successes, there was much surprise and deeper sorrow when the news spread through the city. Admired as a soldier, loved as a man, honoured as a Christian patriot, to whom duty to his God and his country was the supreme law, the intense anxiety for his safety made us all shrink from realizing his imminent danger. When I saw him in his very last hours, he was so calm and physically so strong that I could not believe that he was dying, until the surgeon, after I had left his bedside, told me he was bleeding inwardly and that the end was near. Grant's plan of campaign, as now revealed to us, was to continue his movement against Lee's army, and if, as experience had taught him, he should be unable to defeat it and move directly to his objective point, Richmond, he was to continue his efforts so as to reach the James River below Richmond, and thus to connect with the array under General Butler moving up on the south side of the James. The topography of the country favored that design. The streams in the country in which he was operating all trended towards the southeast, and his change of position was frequently made under cover of them. Butler, in the meantime, was ordered with the force of his department, about 20,000, reinforced by Gilmer's division of 10,000, to move up to City Point, there entrench and concentrate all his troops as rapidly as possible. From this base he was expected to operate so as to destroy the railroad connections between Richmond and the south. On the 7th of May he telegraphed that he had, quote, destroyed many miles of railroad and got a position which, with proper supplies, we can hold out against the whole of Lee's army." End quote. About this time Major General Robert Ransom, as before mentioned, was in command at Richmond, including Drury's Bluff. His force consisted, for the defence of both places, of the men serving the stationary or heavy artillery, and 3 brigades of infantry, Hutton's at Chapin's Bluff, and Barton's and Gracie's for in-field service. To these, in cases of emergency, the clerks and artisans in the departments and manufactories were organized to be called out as an auxiliary force when needed for the defense of the capital. It was with this field force that Ransom, as has been related, moved upon Butler and drove him from the railroad, the destruction of which he had so vauntingly announced. A few days thereafter he again emerged from his cover, but this time changed his objective point, and, diverging from the south bank of the James River, moved towards Petersburg and reached the railroad at Port Walthall Junction, where he encountered some of General Beauregard's command, which had been ordered from Charleston, and was driven from the railroad and turnpike. The troops ordered from Charleston with General Beauregard had, by May 14th, reached the vicinity of Drury's Bluff. In connection with the works and rifle pits on the bluff, which were to command the river and prevent the ascent of gunboats, an entrenched line had been constructed on a ridge about a mile south of the bluff, running across the road from Richmond to Petersburg. This ridge was higher than the ground on which the fort was built, and was designed to check an approach of the enemy from the south, as well as to cover the rear of the fort. In the afternoon of the 14th, I rode down to visit General Beauregard at his headquarters in the field. Supposing his troops to be on the line of entrenchment, I passed Major Drury's house to go thither, when someone by the roadside called to me and told me that the troops were not on the line of entrenchment, and that General Beauregard was at the house behind me. My first question on meeting him was to learn why the entrenchments were abandoned. He answered that he thought it better to concentrate his troops. Upon my stating to him that there was nothing then to prevent Butler from turning his position, he said he would desire nothing more, as he would then fall upon him, cut him off his base, etc. According to my uniform practice never to do more than make a suggestion to a general commanding in the field, the subject was pressed no further. We then passed to the consideration of the operations to be undertaken against Butler, who had already advanced from his base at Bermuda Hundred. I offered, for the purpose of attacking Butler, to send Major General Ransom with the field force he had for the protection of Richmond. In addition to his high military capacity, his minute knowledge of the country in which they were to operate made him specially valuable. He reported to General Beauregard at noon on the 15th, received his orders for the battle which was to occur the next day, and, about 10 p.m. was, with a division of 4 brigades and a battery of light artillery, in position in front of the breastworks. Colonel Donovan, with a regiment of cavalry not under Ransom's orders, was to guard the space between his left and the river, so as to give him information of any movement in that quarter. General Whiting, with some force, was holding a defensive position at Petersburg. General Beauregard proposed that the main part of it should advance and unite with him in attack upon Butler wherever he should be found between Drury's and Petersburg. To this I offered distinct objection because of the hazard during a battle of attempting to make a junction of troops moving from opposite sides of the enemy, and proposed that Whiting's command should move at night by the Chesterfield road, where they would not probably be observed by Butler's advance. This march I suppose they could make so as to arrive at Drury's by or soon after daylight. The next day being Sunday they could rest, and all the troops being assigned to their positions could move to make a concerted attack at daylight on Monday. He spoke of some difficulty in getting a courier who knew the route and could certainly deliver the order to General Whiting. Opportunely, a courier arrived from General Whiting, who had come up by the Chesterfield road. He then said the order would have to be drawn with a great deal of care, and that he would prepare it as soon as he could. I rose to take leave, and he courteously walked down the stairs with me, remarking as we went that he was embarrassed for the want of a good cavalry commander. I saw in the yard Colonel Chilton, Assistant Adjutant and Inspector General, and said, "There is an old cavalry officer who was trained in my old regiment, the 1st Dragoons, and who, I think, will answer your requirements." Upon expressing the pleasure it would give him to have Colonel Chilton, I told him of General Beauregard's want, and asked him if the service would be agreeable to him. He readily accepted it, and I left, supposing all the preliminaries settled. In the next forenoon, Colonel Samuel Melton, of the Adjutant and Inspector General's Department, called at my residence and delivered a message from General Beauregard to the effect that he had decided to order Whiting to move by the direct road from Petersburg instead of by the Chesterfield route, and when I replied that I had stated my objections to General Beauregard to a movement which gave the enemy the advantage of being between our forces, he said General Beauregard had directed him to explain to me that upon a further examination he found his force sufficient, that his operations therefore did not depend upon making a junction with Whiting. On Monday morning I rode down to Drury's, where I found that the enemy had seized our line of entrenchments, with it being unoccupied, and that a severe action had occurred, with serious loss to us, before he could be dislodged. He had crossed the main road to the west, entering a dense wood, and our troops on the right had moved out and were closely engaged with him. We drove him back, frustrating the attempts to turn the extreme right of our line. The day was wearing away. A part of the force had been withdrawn to the entrenchment, and there was no sign of purpose to make any immediate movement. General Beauregard said he was waiting to hear Whiting's guns, and had been expecting him for some time to approach on the Petersburg road. Soon after this, the foe, in a straggling, disorganized manner, commenced crossing the road, moving to the east, which indicated a retreat, or perhaps a purpose to turn our left and attack Fort Drury in rear. He placed a battery in the main road, and threw some shells at our entrenchment, probably to cover his retiring troops. General Ransom, in an unpublished report, says that, at the time he received the order of battle, General Beauregard told him, "As you know the region, I have given you the moving part of the army, and you will take the initiative." He further states that at dawn of day he moved to the south of Kingsland Creek, formed two lines with a short interval, and at once advanced to the attack. A dense fog suddenly enveloped him so as to obscure all distant objects. Moving forward, the skirmishers were quickly engaged, and the fighting was pressed so vigorously that, by sunrise, he had captured a brigade of infantry, a battery of artillery, and occupied about 3/4 of a mile of the enemy's temporary breastworks, which were strengthened by wire interwoven among the trees in their front. This was not effected, however, without considerable loss in killed and wounded, and much confusion owing to the denseness of the fog. General Ransom's report continues, quote, "Having no ammunition wagons, and requiring replenishment of infantry cartridges, and knowing that delay would mar the effect of the success gained, I sent instantly to Beauregard reporting what had happened, and asked that Ransom's brigade might come to me at once, so that I might continue the pressure and make good the advantage already gained." He then describes the further delay in getting ammunition, and his renewal of the request for Ransom's brigade, which he had organized and formally commanded, but instead of which 2 small regiments were sent to him, the timely arrival of which, it is to be gratefully remembered, enabled him to repulse and advance the enemy. It would be neither pleasant nor profitable to dwell on the lost opportunity for complete victory, or to recount the possible consequences which might have flowed from it. On the next morning our troops moved down the river road as far as Howlett's, about 3 or 4 miles, but saw no enemy. The back door of Richmond was closed, and Butler bottled up. Soon after the affair at Drury's Bluff, General Beauregard addressed to me a communication proposing that he should be heavily reinforced from General Lee's army, so as to enable him to crush Butler in his entrenchments, and then with the main body of his own force, together with a detachment from General Lee's army, that he should join General Lee, overwhelm Grant, and march to Washington. I knew that General Lee was then confronting an army vastly superior to his in numbers, fully equipped, with inexhaustible supplies, and a persistence in attacking of which sufficient evidence had been given. I could not therefore expect that General Lee would consent to the proposition of General Beauregard, but as a matter of courteous consideration his letter was forwarded with the usual formed endorsement. General Lee's opinion on the case was shown by the instructions he gave directing General Beauregard to straighten his line so as to reduce the requisite number of men to hold it, and send the balance to join the army north of the James. End of section 34.